call together the call for order for the Board of Supervisors meeting on January 23rd, 2018. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll, please?
Yes. Good morning, Supervisors. Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Anatoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T U-verse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, January 26th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence your electronic devices.
Thank you. Would you stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Would you call your first item?
Okay, for your consent matters today, you have items 1 through 26. For item 9, I need a motion to continue to February 6, approval of an appropriation adjustment request in the amount of $10,000 to increase budget appropriations related to University of California Cooperative Extension for fiscal year 17-18.
Give a certain date.
February 6th.
Okay.
So move. Second.
Vote.
Unanimous vote. And then just a note on item 18, you're adopting an ordinance to revise speed limit on Pringle Avenue, Sargent Avenue, Orr Road, and New Hope Road, and approve the installation of a four-way stop at the intersection of New Hope Road and Sargent Avenue. You waived reading on this on January 9th. And that concludes my notes.
Okay, thank you. We do have requests to speak on 10 and 11, so we'll pull those aside for the moment.
Okay.
Anyone have any comments on any of the agendized items? Mr. Natoli?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I know others may weigh in as well, but just on item 4, I know that conversation with County Executive yesterday, and there was a follow-on memorandum from the airport's director came through yesterday afternoon, or actually this morning at 8:54. So I don't know, could I just ask maybe the county exec to just weigh in? I know there's been a lot of conversation about pricing as it relates to particularly food concessions at the airport, and when we went in to the certainly the terminal additions and remodels out there, there was a real conscious effort by this board and certainly past boards to make sure that one, obviously provide a competitive atmosphere, but also that we didn't just put a captive audience in a situation where foodstuffs and other items would be such that they would be very, very pricey and not comparable to at least what you'd find on the street pricing, so to speak, or at least within a range of that. And so it might be helpful. I know that, again, we received a brief memorandum from the director, John Weed, but I would maybe appreciate, Mr. Gill, if you could highlight, because I know you took a look at this prior to the Christmas holiday and came back, and maybe just offer a little further explanation beyond what was in the staff report, because the staff report was a little bit a little vague.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Cerna has a question, and maybe we should call this item.
Yeah, I was going to ask to pull
okay.
it for separate consideration.
Oh, you're going to pull? Okay,
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Then we can just hold
Anything
it.
else, Mr. Natoli?
No, that's it.
Okay. And you want to pull item 4?
Yes, please.
Okay. Would you call item 4, please?
Okay. Authorize the Director of Airports to negotiate and execute amendments to the food and beverage concession agreements with food and beverage concessionaires to modify the merchandise and service pricing policy at Sacramento International Airport.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, members
to the stand and not to the stand, to the podium. Came from.
For a different branch of government all of a sudden.
Get ready, John. You got to stand.
I wanted to introduce the item before John. There's questions that have come up, and what I would like for John to do is give the detailed explanation that he's provided in the email. That will be part of the recommendation that goes in for our record. I did speak with John, and I did speak with the concessionaire that was proposing this to determine the street pricing versus basically the concern is that, as Supervisor Natoli said, and Supervisor Cerna has also mentioned, is that at the airport, you're basically there. I mean, there's no other vendor that you can go to. So, but what I was trying to explore with them was that, is this absolutely necessary at this point? Is there other ways we can get there? And what you see in front of you today, what John's going to go through, is the work that we did with them. Recommendations very similar to what we had in December, with a couple of changes in there. One of the biggest change is that from the concerns I heard from board members, was that to make sure that we don't get to a point that the prices are so excessive and the board does not know that those prices have changed. So part of our recommendation is that recommendation is that when the airport director completes his negotiation, I'll be notified and I'll bring that back to the board to let you know what we've done with that. But I want to have, with that ending, I want to have John walk you through how he got there.
Perhaps we could hear Mr. Cerna first so that
Yep.
Mr. Wheat could cover his questions.
Thank you. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the fact that you listened to the concerns that I expressed, and apparently those concerns of other members of the board. My understanding, I want to be clear, what you're proposing, Mr. Gill, is that the recommendation only changes from what it was yesterday morning in terms of the substance of an email. There's no. That's the instrument for the change.
No, what we have is we clarify why we're asking this request.
Okay.
The recommendation is very similar to what we had yesterday.
Right.
We're just amplifying what the recommendation means and how we'll implement it. But that will be the clarification in this email.
My understanding is the way it would stay, though, technically, it would still give the airport director the discretion, and this is obviously a extreme example, but it still gives them the authority to go into negotiations and suggest a 50% above street pricing limit.
Correct. Technically, that's how that states. But what, and John's going to walk through this, is if we end up in that kind of situation, it'll be a very different dialogue, bringing that back to the board members, and that my position and John's position will have that dialogue. But I want John to walk through the reason. One of the questions came up was, can we put a cap on it? And that's something that I want John to walk through.
That's what I had suggested.
Yeah, you suggested that. We did listen to it, and I want John to kind of go through the pros and cons on the cap.
Okay.
Mr. Wheat?
John Wheat, Director of Airports, Sacramento County. Good to see you all this morning. Maybe before I start, I'll just go ahead and publicly read in the additional information that we sent to the board, just so that that's on the record. In an attempt to provide additional clarification regarding the proposed...
John, excuse me, did you read the item? You did?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, all right.
In an attempt to provide additional clarification regarding the proposed pricing approach with our food and beverage concessions, I offer the following. There are several reasons that distinguish airport vendors from street operators. Most notably are the operating hours we require the concessions to operate, and the health and medical benefits for part-time employees. The impact on our concessions vary depending on the locations they operate, their hours of operation, and the number of part-time employees they employ. Providing us the flexibility to negotiate gives us the latitude to determine the appropriate pricing for each vendor that will ensure our continued high level of customer service, acceptable profit margins, and ensuring that the pricing associated is as low as possible to our customers. As I mentioned in the board summary, we will come back to the board with a report on what we have accomplished. So I'd be more than happy to answer any other questions. If you'd like me to respond to the issue of the cap, I'd be more than happy to. So why don't I start with that?
Okay, before you start, Mr. Anatoli has a quick question.
Yes, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor.
Yeah, John, just before you get into the cap, because one of the things in the written staff report, and you're modifying that by what you've offered thus far this morning in response to questions, but I wanted to be clear to point this out, because this is, and I know you briefed with me back in last December on this, but when we talk about this action allowing the food and beverage concession operators to either increase pricing to a higher street pricing policy, which is part of negotiations, or align the prices with similar venues such as arenas and other airports, that really got my attention. That's one thing about, what is our marketplace support here and for the Sacramento customers or those coming to Sacramento International Airport. But when I think about arena pricing, I don't know there's many people in this room or any other room that would, again, you go prepared to empty your wallet when you go to arenas for, whatever entertainment you want to partake in. And so I guess I would just say I don't see Sacramento International Airport being aligned with, I don't care whether it's the Golden One Arena or somewhere else. That to me is a completely different framework. Maybe it's the world in which people operate in. So I'd like to have some clarification, because that is what's in the written staff report. And I have faith in your negotiations out of your staff. When you start talking about arena pricing, or even other airports. I mean, I know we talked about visits to other airports, and members of this board travel on occasion, and what they pay at O'Hare or in New York or San Francisco should not be what's driving what goes on here in Sacramento. And I don't think it was intended, but that's what's in the staff report. So I'd like to have some clarification for the record about, one, how you're going to approach this and how you report back to the board. But I, for one, have, and we've talked about this in the past in this board, we went into remodeling and putting the major investment, public investment in that airport out there. It wasn't that it was going to be comparing to some sort of entertainment venue where people go prepared to, I say, empty their pockets for, for being there. So I want to make sure we get that clear for the record, please.
I'll be more than happy to respond to that, Supervisor. It is not our intent to set pricing associated with the Capital One, or excuse me, the new capital pricing associated is. That's language that was put in there. As we go into negotiations, we want to keep an open mind with our food and beverage concessionaires. The biggest issue we're going to focus on is profitability. As they've provided information to us, some of our operators, some of our largest operators, with the current pricing structure and the current expense structure that they have, and this is not distinct to Sacramento County. This is happening in all airports, especially airports across the California area. So what we want to do is just to simply have the ability to really focus on ensuring the appropriate customer service. That's number one. Number two is ensuring that our partners are making a profit. We're not saying they should make a lot of profit, but we believe they should at least get a return on their investment that they've made, for the capital investment that they've made, as well as a small margin of profit. For us to ensure that we can sustain the high level of customer service that we've achieved. And third, our intent is to keep those pricing as low as possible. I'm hopeful that some of the operators, depending on how they operate, will not need an increase, or be a very small increase. Others may need something else simply because of how they operate. So the wording that was in there, and I apologize for not making that clear, that was just to provide us flexibility. It's not our intent to go to San Francisco and say, what do you charge for a hot dog? I mean, we know that the pricing in San Francisco and in LA is at a much higher level than it is in Sacramento. If you look at our pricing today, there's a very large difference with regards to the pricing compared to some of those. But when you look at other airports in the California area that are much closer to us, then I think that might make sense for at least to understand that pricing and how that's going to affect us. But as I said before, the real intent is to ensure continued customer service, the lowest prices we can get that provide the operators with a return on their investment and some profit margin.
Thank you. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. So on that point, when you're in these negotiations, John, are the concessionaires opening up their books to you? Are they giving you a pro forma? Do they show you what their ROI is?
It's pretty tough if they don't give us information for us to make that determination.
So you know what their margins are?
So we have, in the discussions that we've had with some, we know what their profit out of this location is and if they're making a return. What we'll want to do is to ensure that we completely understand that. So there'll be a lot of give and take. There'll be a lot of information they're going to have to provide us to make us comfortable that what we're looking at is a true and accurate depiction of the situation here in Sacramento.
And the concessionaires that have been out there doing business for some time now, they've been operating under the current policy, which does permit, at your discretion, the application of or the ability to charge 10% over comparable street pricing elsewhere, correct?
That is correct.
So, and that's been in place for how long?
The 10%'s probably, that's been an industry standard for a lot of years, not necessarily anymore, but a lot of years. In Sacramento, it's probably, at least it's been in there ever since I've been here, so I assume it's been there for at least 10 years or 5 years. I know it's been here for 5.
And in that,
Actually, when the new airport opened, I think all those food and beverage contracts.
Yeah, I believe
Right, so that
that's
would have been,
correct.
that
That's
would have been
when it went.
2011.
Okay.
We brought that to the board in 2011 when the new contracts were coming in and fixing it at 10%.
and so they've been living with that ability, if it's applied per the discretion of the airport director, up to 10%. And they've also been living with whatever other cost structure applies to them, whether it's the pensions or the health care, correct?
Well, I think the one thing that's changed is the healthcare. In that additional coverage was provided through negotiation to part-time employees. So that's the biggest change that's come over that. Plus, there are just continued market pressures placed on at airports. I mean, we continue to require, because of our customer service initiatives, we continue to work with our concessionaires that if we need to stay open a little bit longer, even though it might be a very slow period of time, we require that. We have the ability to set those hours for our concessions. So it's, I think, a much more of a focus on the customer service as well as other benefits that have been implemented.
And in the time that you've been our airport director, have there been any concessionaires that have left or indicated that they need or want to leave because specifically they didn't have enough of that 10% over street pricing to make themselves profitable?
No one said they're going to leave because they're under contract, but I mean, we have had conversations with carriers that, with vendors who have informed to us that this is not a sustainable situation.
And then you mentioned that 10% is the industry standard. So what other airports in California permit their airport directors or an equivalent counterpart to your position to negotiate over and above 10%?
The several airports, all of the airports I'm aware of in California have adjusted this one way or another. The last one was San Diego, who took a very similar approach with what we're recommending today.
Did they just leave it open-ended?
Yes.
Any other questions for Mr. Wheat?
I think Mr. Wheat was going to explain the cap, the dynamic of the cap, right?
Oh, yeah, the dynamics of the cap, as I mentioned before, when you look at the big variances compared to our operators and street operators, they operate somewhat differently. There are certain restrictions placed on them. One is the hours of operations. If you own your own operation here somewhere in Sacramento, you really set that up to determine what you can get, what hours are you going to operate, that you can get to the maximum amount of revenue coming in, and then you close during the other hours. We have we have valleys of highs and lows and medium components, 20 hours, 22 hours out of the day at the airport. We require our concessionaires to be open during those periods of time, and we set the hours of time. If they were setting their own hours of time, they wouldn't be open anywhere near the hours they are because they'd operate like street vendors. So the issue, and they'll vary with regards to how many operations they have and the size of those venues and the type of the venues, where they may use a lot more part-time employees than other operators. Some operators are set up that they can simply, the people that are employed there are really all full-time. And so when you have a large contingency of part-time, you have more of an increased cost associated with the benefit side. And so the reason for not recommending a cap is that everyone looks a little differently. And so what we want to do is to negotiate them on those three tenets that I mentioned before, and then ensure that. And so setting a cap, the reason we're not recommending a cap, if we were to say we'd like to raise the cap from 10 to 15%, what all that does is then basically say every vendor out there is going to has the ability to raise their pricing by 15%. That's really not our intent. our intent is to really look at it and say,
I guess I don't understand that last point, because the mechanics of this, if I understand it correctly, would still give you the discretion to work within 10 to 15%.
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So they may ask for it, but you're in a negotiation. You may come back and say, you can ask all you want, but we're going to go as high as 13%.
Right. I think there's just an expectation that's created by setting a cap. And that's the reason that we have not recommended that. We believe that it provides us better flexibility to simply negotiate with the air carriers. I mean,
The vendors.
It's imperative upon us that we maintain appropriate revenues at the airport. The last thing we are going to do is put in a pricing policy that no one buys.
No,
that is a detriment to us.
No, and I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, you deserve a lot of credit for, and your staff for getting us to the place that we're at, and we've been acknowledged nationally recently as being the best based on our size and our market. So there's no doubt that the airport's in good hands. My objection is not reflective of you or the staff or anything else other than the fact that I really feel compelled that, yeah, we have a responsibility to make sure the airport is successful, that the concessionaires are successful, but we also have, I think, a responsibility to consumers that we make their travel experience going through SMF enjoyable, including the ability to afford a reasonably priced beverage, food, and whatnot. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, no one can bring liquids and food past TSA, so they're really, I mean, even if they wanted to bring their own ham sandwich, it's going to be very difficult.
You can bring ham sandwiches through there. You just can't bring liquids.
Right.
No cherry pie.
No mustard.
So anyway, I just want to make clear that I think without a cap, I'm not going to be able to support this. Okay. I just do feel that strongly about it. The other thing too is that if one of the other rationales that's listed in the board letter is the expectation that the increase in minimum wage is going to yet again precipitate a necessary adjustment to pricing so that the concessionaires can stay profitable. But if you think about it, it's kind of a double whammy because it's based on street pricing. I think it's fair to say that the street pricing vendors or counterparts to the operations at the airport are probably likely going to adjust their pricing that based on minimum wage affecting them. So then we're going to say, you know, you're going to have a higher percentage to adjust at the airport based on that. So now it's kind of a double whammy increase for the price of food and beverage at the airport. So again, that's another reason in my estimation why a cap is warranted.
Supervisor, and I think the only thing I'll offer on that is I do agree with the minimum wage. In our conversation, since I got the feedback from you yesterday and talking with John, is that was an example. We modified today what we provided to you, that is not what's causing. It's those two items that we presented to you. Absolutely agree with you that it can't be double whammy, that street price goes by 10, we go up by 10. That's not what we're looking for.
And again, I appreciate the CEO coming back and giving us some food for thought about how to perhaps for this board to be a check on this. But quite frankly, the way I understand it is that the airport director would go negotiate, they would establish a contract, we'd get a report back after the fact. So the board would have no other action other than to listen and not affect necessarily what we think is going to be, you know, a fair element of negotiations. That's why this today is really important, very critical, because this is really the only bite of the apple for this board to affect what actually happens, not after the fact, just getting a report back.
So one of the things that I could offer is on this is that if the board does desire a cap, I think you've heard from our airport director what the pros and cons are. Could we live with a cap? I would say yes, we could, but I think it's just the best business model that John was proposing, and I'm listening to him and listening to the concessionaire. The business case they made didn't make sense to me, but if it's a case where the board feels more comfortable having a cap, I mean, you guys give us a policy, we can work with that.
Well, is there a cap Mr. Wheat could live with?
until we finish negotiations, it's difficult to understand, to really give you that. You could give me a cap and I could come back, after negotiations, say, this doesn't work. I mean, the point is we're just simply asking for the flexibility to negotiate under those 3 tenets that I've recommended to you, and let us implement appropriate pricing to accomplish that. So, I mean, it's very difficult for me to answer.
What I'm getting from people is we're going from a cap to no cap, and that's making people uncomfortable. So I'm wondering if there's a way to...
The in-between step could be that you give us the authority to start some of these negotiations, see what comes up, what kind of percentage, and we can come back to the board and say, this is what we're coming up with. Is the board comfortable with that?
Oh, go ahead.
To me, that's more reasonable.
That's fine, but realize what that is. That's an invitation for this board to get involved in negotiations indirectly. So if the board's comfortable with that.
That's the reason why we were asking for the flexibility.
That's why I'm a little more comfortable with giving you a cap today and say, go forth and negotiate. I don't necessarily want to negotiate. I don't want to have us deliberate, whether or not, Esquire is
16 or 17.
Yeah.
I think if that's where the board wants to be, if you give us a cap, I hear from John and his staff what the issues are, but if that's the parameters we have, we'll work with those parameters.
Okay, well, we have a couple other comments up here, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just hearing the discussion, again, and recognizing, I think, some of the delicacy to maybe, the negotiations, and certainly I don't think that, we as board members need to get directly involved, but I guess part of the confidence, comfort level, again, recognizing what we talked about here this morning, and I think the sensitivity to, our concessionaires, but also to the public that we serve through the airport system, that, maybe the direction being that the Director of Airports in consultation with the county executive will, taking into account what's been commented here upon today, if we were to support it without a prescribed cap, I understand that if you put a ceiling, you hold some down, but then others may just rise to that, saying that's what I need, because that's what I need. And I think looking at this would require us not only looking at their profitability and or their margins so that they can stay afloat, but also then what is it, the street pricing out here in Sacramento. And if a hamburger XYZ vendor on the street that has a concession at the airport may or may not be a national chain, then how much additive is to that. And so those are types of things I think, again, and maybe Nav, you don't see it as your role to get that deep into it, or nor John, but to me that's important. If we're going to test the marketplace and kind of, be in equilibrium with that, recognizing what's been in place here now for, at least, approaching a decade, if not more, with Terminal A, then I think it's important that, this board have the confidence, one, not only that you're going to go and negotiate a fair deal for all parties, but that, we have some understanding that, we're going from basically a cap in place that people say they can't live with it any longer because of X, and asking us now not to have any cap whatsoever, and again, so I would see it that part of the recommendation would be, I think, in consultation with the county executive, that Director Wheat, his staff, and that you maybe do a little more comprehensive look rather than just what their particular situation is that we know what the street price is. I mean, they might bring us what what they would put out on the book menu. I think we need to know that. Maybe you do that all the time, John. I don't know. I mean, because that to me is key, and to Supervisor Cerna's point, where they don't get a 2 bites at the apple because everybody's kind of rising together, and we have this cap that would allow them to rise on top of that, and then we have other conditions that may cut into their profitability. It would seem to me then that we need to really take the temperature fairly frequently. Although these contracts are for a period of time, that things can fluctuate, and I think if you're anticipating certain costs and already known costs, so I would be comfortable, and then with your report back, so that we know that, and then and if it gets out of whack, I guess we're going to we'll have another conversation. But I would be prepared to support this today, allow you to go to negotiations to see what that brings, and then
work back with the CEO.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, I have to say I actually agree with staff recommendation. I think that for the reasons that John stated, a cap isn't a good idea when it comes to negotiations. I don't see there's any reason to tie his or his staff's hands at this point. I mean, it's in the airport's best interest to get the best deal we can possibly get for the consumer. If the prices are gouged, as has been used, we're going to lose vendors and we're going to lose customers.
Yeah.
I'm willing to support staff recommendation and make that motion.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the motion passes with Supervisor Cerna voting no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
The screen
Reed.
not working?
Oh, sorry.
When would we anticipate a report back, if I could ask?
John? Report back by?
I would be hopeful that we would have something back to you within a 90-day period or sooner. And that's
Before you retire?
Yes, I'll have it back before I retire. How's that?
90 made me
You leaving
nervous.
this
That
for the next
in.
person?
There's the guarantee.
Before he goes, he'll make a report back.
All right, very good.
And that can determine if you say good things or bad things about me.
Okay. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, where were we?
You were asking if any of the supervisors had any items to pull?
Okay, so I think that leaves me, and I am recusing from item 13 to potential conflict of interest.
Okay.
So, use a motion on consent.
We have some speakers on.
Minus 10 and 11,
Okay.
which we'll hear after this.
So move.
Second.
So that was Natoli and Kennedy. Okay. Unanimous vote, and let the record reflect that on item 13, Supervisor Peters is recusing.
Okay, would you call items 10 and 11 together, please?
Okay, item 10, authority to enter into an agreement with the Sacramento Self-Help Housing for $850,000 for operation of the full-service rehousing shelter program for homeless individuals, and an agreement for $475,000 to provide rehousing services for participants of the full-service rehousing shelter program for a total amount of $1,325,000 effective February 1 through June 30th, 2018. Item 11, authority to execute pooled authority contracts with all qualified agencies for intensive case management services and property-related tenant services for the administration of the flexible supportive rehousing program for a total amount of $5,092,500.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Peters, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Howard Lawrence, and I'm a representative of Sacramento Area Congregations Together, Sacramento Act, which is a multi-faith, multi-ethnic grassroots community organizing institution here in Sacramento. We're often come down here to challenge you on what you're about to do. Today, I'm here in a little different role. I'm here to express our gratitude for you putting this matter on the agenda. We think that while this is not the original vision of the full-service rehousing shelter, what is being brought to you for action today represents some of the best practices in tackling the issue of homelessness that exists in the country. We want to thank the staff from Sacramento County for working so hard on this. Really, I wanted to speak. I was hoping that it could stay on the consent agenda item. I didn't mean to get it pulled, but it did. There is a letter in your packet from us expressing our full position on this, and I just wanted to go on the record saying thank you and thanks to the staff for going forward with this.
Thanks, Howard.
Thank you. We have 3 requests on off agenda. Aaron Johansson, then Sunny Collette, and Diana White. Are you here? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, we need to vote on items 10 and 11 first. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, please vote. Okay, now you can.
Unanimous vote.
Karen?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors, and thank you for getting us on the agenda so quickly. Appreciate that very much. I'm the Executive Director at TLCS, and we are one of your partners in providing mental health services here in Sacramento County. We really value our partnership with the Division of Behavioral Health Services and also with the county, and as most of you are probably aware, social workers in the community mental health system do this work because we're passionate about it, because we care about the people that we serve. But as we have gone many, many, many years without a cost of living increase for contractors or a true cost of living increase for contractors, we are finding it more and more difficult to provide the services that we are contracted to serve. Retention and recruitment for staff is becoming crisis level. At TLCS, we're a full-service partnership. We provide services to people who are chronically homeless and seriously mentally ill. Our staff are facing pressure on their own housing because their wages are so low that when their rents go up, they're unable to keep pace with that. The situation is becoming dire. And it has been said that the county doesn't set the pricing, that the salary scales for the contractors, and that's in fact true. However, we have very stringent, prescripted contracts that require that we have certain staffing levels, and when we attempt to stay within those guidelines, we are unable to do anything about the salary scales that we have. Costs go up. We're running businesses. I think all of you understand what it's like to run a business. We can't go to the landlord and say we're not going to pay the rent increase or the utilities increases or health insurance, just to name a few. Those have to take precedence over our ability to raise the salary scale. So what often happens is that we don't bill down our whole contract by the end of the contract period, which would look like maybe we don't need the money. But we're unable to bill down the contract because we're unable to get adequate supply of qualified staff. So what we are asking you today is to consider in your budget year a cost of living increase for contractors and a mechanism in the future to tie our contracts to some standardized method, such as the Social Security, Consumer Price Index, something, so that we are not coming to you every year with begging for dollars, because that's a bit how the situation has been set up. So we're hoping that you will consider this request and consider our staff, which are members of the community living here, taxpayers in Sacramento County, and rising minimum wage, various other pressures that we have.
Could you wrap up your comments, please?
Pardon? Thank you very much.
And I do have a question for you from Supervisor Kennedy.
No, I have a question. I had a comment more than anything, and this issue's come up the last couple of budget cycles, and I don't think it's gotten the time and attention that it deserves, and I'm acutely aware of it being a member of the Mental Health Board. We talk about this issue a lot. It's not about just workers wanting a pay increase. It's about the ability to recruit and retain qualified people. And as you said, you're not even being able to complete the work that we have contracted you to do because of this, and it's becoming a real dire situation. So I would like to respectfully request of the chair and the CEO that we have an informational item sometime prior to the budget, so that we're not doing this in the fast and furious budget cycle, so that we deeply understand what the impacts would be and what the issues are as an informational item before the full board.
Thank you, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just echo those comments. I know I've met with some of the contractors, but I guess I would just say I consider them community partners. When I look at the agenda items at 10 and 11, for example, those are nonprofits. They're community partners that we work directly with, along with our county staff, obviously, to carry out a variety of initiatives that are important to people of this county and this communities and the communities we serve. And so I guess I would ask the same, that we need to have some focus on this. Obviously, in the worst of times, a lot of those contracts were modified or reduced, or in some cases eliminated. But as we begin to build back some of our social service network, it's important to recognize that folks that are our partners that help us carry out a lot of the initiatives that we believe are important to serve people, that they too have some needs, and I think that gets kind of lost in the overall consideration. It may, certainly rise to some level of discussion, but by the time it gets to us in June, obviously it's a little late in the process. So I would concur with the Supervisor Kennedy that we have more than maybe just information. We actually have a workshop around this, because I think it could present itself a crisis for things that we want to accomplish on behalf of the people we serve, along with those that provide the services. So,
Okay. Thank you. Sandy Collette? I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Collette.
Hi, Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah, okay.
Yeah.
Looks like an I,
Bad
not
handwriting.
an A. All right, go ahead.
All right. I am a third-generation Sacramento County resident. I proudly work as a mental health professional at one of the county contracted mental health providers. I love serving the community that I grew up in and am now raising my own family in, and feel passionate about providers collaborating with the county to provide quality services to members of the Sacramento County Mental Health Plan. Providers are currently stretched too thin. We are having a difficult time retaining and recruiting staff, as our salaries are not competitive. Additionally, many programs have no caps, so we keep acquiring more clients with not enough resources to support them. As our economy improves, we are losing our staff, from our psychiatrists to our paraprofessionals, to both private and public entities that offer far more competitive salary and benefit packages. Community mental health care is no doubt a calling, and all of us in this field understand this. We did not go into this sector to get wealthy. However, we are asking seasoned, experienced staff to do difficult work on often entry-level pay. It is not uncommon for our employees to have their own children on Medi-Cal. We have staff that help our clients rise out of homelessness and find housing by day, when they and their family go home to living in a garage at night because they cannot afford the skyrocketing rent in this county. And that's a true story of one of the staff that I work with. When I was in graduate school, I did my training at a community mental health clinic. At that time, I observed the paradox that our community mental health clients often have the greatest and most complicated clinical and case management needs. However, the system is not set up or budgeted to retain the most experienced and skilled staff. In our wonderful community, despite pay below what is customary for commensurate experience, education, and training, our mental health plan has continued to employ dedicated professionals and paraprofessionals that are committed to public service. With this said, I believe we are now at a breaking point. While our staff feel a sense of duty and obligation to our clients and our communities, we must take care of our own families. If conditions don't change, the contractors will continue to have retention and recruiting difficulties to the detriment of the beneficiaries of the mental health plan. As we all know, when our most vulnerable are not getting quality care, this has significant implications for the community at large. Without hesitation, I can assure you that county contracted mental health providers play an indispensable role in our community. Every day, I encounter people who are impacted in positive ways through these services. Hospitalizations and jail stays are reduced, people's lives are saved, people become employed, people gain sobriety, and people recover from long-standing mental health symptoms so they can lead meaningful lives. I respectfully ask that you keep this in mind as you consider the budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Diana White?
Hello, thank you for your willingness to take my comments today. I'm here representing the Association of Behavioral Health Contractors.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm Diana White with Turning Point, and I'm here for the Association of Behavioral Health Contractors. I have had the privilege of working in the local mental health community here for the past 25 years. I've gotten the opportunity to work in both the children's and the adult system of care. I've had the privilege of serving some of the most vulnerable children, families, and adults in the Sacramento area, and they have all taught me so much about resilience, compassion, and the strength of the human spirit. I provided treatment and advocated for their needs, and always strive to give them as much as they gave me back. Today, I advocate for the employees who serve those children's families and individuals, and I advocate for employees at risk of actively losing their own housing as they help their clients to find housing. I feel we've come to a crisis point in our behavioral health system. Services now suffer from unprecedented turnover as employees leave community mental health because they can't support their families or take on second jobs to make ends meet. As providers, we're committed to being a less expensive alternative to service delivery. We've been directed to serve more people in our contracts without any dollars to do so. I ask that you please consider a cost adjustment for providers that goes directly to employees and not the expansion of services. And I further ask that a system be put in place to review provider expenses and provide adjustment before services are negatively impacted in the future. I think that we have seen expenses wind up more than they need to because of the constant efforts at retaining and recruiting our staff, and that affects what's left for the programs. And we want that money to be able to provide excellent, cost-effective, state-of-the-art services. We are committed to that, and we hope that you'll help us in that effort.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gill, you'll come back to us.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Next item, please.
Now you're on to presentations. Item 27 is the Employee Giving Campaign report back.
Good morning, Connie Ahmed with Department of Revenue Recovery. Woohoo, I'm back. We have a presentation here for you just to give you some of the highlights of the campaign. This year's campaign, the slogan was Sacramento County Opens Hearts. Employees really stepped up this year. Not only do they serve the public in their day-to-day jobs, they've also opened up their hearts and their pocketbooks to help many organizations here in the community. I'd like to take just a moment to thank some of the members of this year's committee. We had several people work really hard to put the campaign together this year, to implement some changes that helped increase the amount that employees contributed. We replaced the legacy system that had been used in the past, allowing staff to use debit and credit cards, which they weren't able to before. I know there was a concern expressed about, well, we hope doing away with paper doesn't reduce contributions, and in fact, it has helped increase contributions quite a bit. We set a goal of $300,000 this year and far exceeded that with contributions totaling $362. We had the DTEX annual golf tournament. They raised quite a bit of money, and I think that was more than last year, if I recall seeing the figures, so great job to Rami and all the staff that helped with that as well. We had also increased participation. One of the county charities we highlighted a little bit more, the internal charities here and team. Last year we raised a little over $7,000, this year $14,000, so double the contributions in some of the internal charities that that the county participates in, or that the county provides services to. We see here our tier winners. We had the same departments leading in the Tier 1, the larger departments, the County Clerk Recorder and County Council. County Clerk Recorder edged out County Council this year, so going to keep that friendly competition going and see what happens next year. Tier 2, we can see the Public Defender again top that tier, and with quite a bit of an increase, $7,000 more than last year. And then Tier 3 are the largest departments, so we can see the sheriff and DHA, they swap places this year. But I'm really very, very proud and want to extend a huge amount of gratitude and thanks to all the employees who really reached in and see what's happening out in the community and opening their hearts and making those contributions. So with that, I will conclude my remarks and take any questions if you have any questions.
Mr. Cerna?
Great, thank you. Just wanted to thank you for your hard work and everyone that's been part of the various events that contributed to another successful year of the employee giving campaign. This year I had a chance to participate with some of our clerk of the board staff in the 5K walk. And it was really not just a great event in terms of its success hitting a fundraising mark, but you can tell it was palpable that during the course of the walk, various departments, within departments and between departments, there's a lot of county pride that's expressed in the course of those events. And it was the first time that I had participated in that particular event, but I just want to say thanks to you, thanks to all the employees that were part of these events, and it really is an amazing example of what this county's great, largest employers can do, and it really does mean a lot to this board. It means a lot to me that our workforce has such a big heart and is willing to invest what they do to help others. So, and thanks to everyone involved.
Yeah. Thank you.
And woohoo.
Thanks.
Good job, Connie. Thank you very much.
Okay, for item 28, you are introducing an ordinance adding Chapter 2.28 to Title II of the Sacramento County Code relating to the Veterans Advisory Commission and waiving full reading of the ordinance and continuing to February 6th for adoption.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Paul Lake, Deputy County Executive. This recommendation to the board is to create an advisory body to the board and to departments to advise us on various issues related to veterans. It also assists the Department of Human Assistance with its outreach efforts to get veterans benefits in the hands of those who have earned them. We're asking you to waive the first reading and continue it for 2 weeks to approve it at that point in time. The membership would be one member appointed or nominated per district. The individuals would have to be residents of Sacramento County, and they would have to be veterans in accordance with the Federal Veterans Administration definition of veterans, which includes those who have served in active duty and have been discharged in a status other than dishonorable. So that's the essence of the recommendation before the board.
How often do you see the commission meeting?
I think we would shoot for at least quarterly. We'd kind of depend on the membership and how they would want to establish that in their bylaws, and certainly more frequently if need be.
And will they meet in the county building, or will they be meeting in the public area where we have a lot of veterans? I know the North Highlands Antelope area does, and I would imagine Patrick's district you have a lot too.
I think the commission would be staffed by DHA, the Veteran Services officer, and I think that could be determined on where they would like to meet. And I think putting forward the idea of having them meet in a community setting rather than necessarily a county office is a good idea. Okay. And do it in off hours, I think, would be also prudent.
Okay, we have a couple questions here. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. I'm certainly very supportive of this. I noticed in the board letter, though, the purpose in the discussion section of the board letter is fairly general, and I understand that when you establish a new advisory body, that's where we start. But has there been any consideration of what other counties are doing in terms of their veterans advisory bodies, and do they do anything proactive? Do they receive any budget from their boards of supervisors to do proactive, engage proactively with the community?
I looked at a couple of counties. What we wrote up was really patterned pretty much after San Joaquin counties, and some of them do community events with veterans. They sponsor those events, but really most of it is really advising departments and the board on issues related to veterans, above and beyond just getting the veterans benefits out. I don't have any clear specifics, but they do, they kind of have a pretty broad charge, and they respond to board's direction on issues that the board might want them to address. Some of them bring forward an annual plan of things they want to touch base on throughout the course of the year. And I don't know if any of them receive additional funding for that other than the staffing that's provided, but that would be an option, certainly.
Now looking at our CEO, is it, Nav, have you given any thought to whether or not there's any, at least in the foreseeable horizon, any budgetary consequence to this yet?
No, not at this point, but I think one of the conversations after we have this commission set is to discuss with them what are the kind of needs, what do they see, since it's so new for us to do it, and go from there. I think the space issue that Supervisor Peters brought up, we want to look at that. In conversation with Supervisor Natoli, we could look at an option at Mayter close to VOA, so all that is for future discussions.
Okay, well, I'd like us all to kind of keep in the back of our mind as we progress towards final adoption of this, and we, find our members to this new commission and they begin their work. We might all want to think about how we might empower those commissioners to be proactive, and if they need some resources, hopefully that conversation can be welcomed by our executive team and then communicated to this board should it evolve into a fairly, I'm going to guess, a fairly minor budgetary item. But it would be, I think it would be nice to whether it's stand down or any other activity that has a implication or necessarily involves veterans in Sacramento County. It would be, I think, worthwhile to consider how do we best empower them to carry out their mission and do what's in the best interest of Sacramento County's veterans.
Thank you. Ms. Frost?
Paul, I want to thank you and the staff for working on this and making this possible. I know the veterans that I know in my district and in my walk are really excited about having a real voice and having the county take them serious with that. And so I'm really excited, and I did read a little bit about San Joaquin County. They actually worked with some of the nonprofit organizations in the community, and they created a go-to place for the veterans. They did a whole lot in San Joaquin County, so it'll be great to get some leaders from the veteran community who will step up from each of our districts, and I'm really excited about that. I already have people applying for the position, and so thank you very much. And there was also some conversation about some whispers of there might be people who are not veterans who want to serve on the board. I know this is just a beginning, but I just wanted to express my thoughts relating to, I think from the districts they should be veterans at very least, and then if there's extra people on the board or the commission that are at large who bring a skill set like attorneys or mental health or whatever, they could possibly not be veterans. These are just some thoughts that I'm thinking about. I know this is just a beginning, and we're starting with 5 of them, and they'll have all the support of the county behind them, which is a powerhouse. So it'll be exciting to see what they do with it. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Natoli.
Do we need to move approval on this, or is this just a reading?
We're still taking comments at the moment. We'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask about on the construct of those that would be eligible. Is there a reason why the National Guard is excluded from? Many of the guardsmen have served in combat action, get called. They may operate under one of the branches of the military. I'm not sure how all that works. We've got,
we use the definition of veteran in the federal that the federal government uses. And they include these branches of the service.
Well, I would like to make sure somebody take a quick look at that, though. That may be the definition, but I know the National Guardsmen, they don't just do stateside duty. I mean, in fact, with the reductions over time with some of the standing army and so forth, those folks have been called into military action on many occasions, and they serve active duty. And it's not just at the beck and call, obviously, of the governor.
But they don't have budgetary authority here, so I think adding the National Guard is fine.
Yeah.
We can make our own definition.
Okay, that's why I wanted to be
Okay.
clear. I don't want to confuse things. I know we have veterans representatives in the audience too, so I just
What we could do is, there's a definitional issue. There's a letter we got from a gentleman saying how we're defining it. If we need to make changes as we go through, we can make changes. We strictly took what was in the federal definition of what is considered and what departments they're in. So that was the definition we came up with.
Okay, but we can add National Guard.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. And we have one speaker in the audience. Thank you, Mr. Lake. Don Harper?
Oh, Don.
Good morning.
Morning, Don.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. I have a cold, so I'll make it real short this morning. Good to see everyone this morning. Again, my name is Don Harper. I've been a veteran advocate in Sacramento for over 25 years. Past commander of the Veterans Affiliated Council, and now senior vice commander of that again. Also founder of the Sacramento Stand Down back in 1992. I founded the Stand Down helping homeless veterans since about 25 years ago, 26 years ago. I'm also a commander of American Legion Post in Carmichael, a legislative post. Anyhow, having said all that, I'm here simply to show strong support for the commission. I want to thank Supervisor Sue Frost for bringing it forward, and the body, of course, to take a look at this. I think the commission is important. It's long overdue. You have over close to 80,000 veterans here in Sacramento County. They have a lot of needs. Some needs are being met. Many needs are not being met. I think this commission could be a platform and a vehicle for veterans that don't join organizations like I'm a part of, but willing to can come forward to hearings and tell their stories about what's being done with them or what's not being done with them, what their unmet needs are, where they might not come to an organizational such as the groups I represent. So I think it's a long overdue. It's a great commission needs, and also mainly to be a voice for many of the veterans you talked about in Sacramento County. There's a lot of them out there. They're too busy going to school, raising families, serving their country, and everything else. But they might have time to come and tell their stories to the commission. So those on the commission can hear and understand exactly what they need or what's being done correctly, and what's not being done correctly. So having said all of that, excuse me, the organizations I talked about and my personal view, I think this is a great idea. Please vote aye on this Veteran Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Thanks, Don.
So, Ms. Frost?
This is the first step in strengthening the voice of the veterans in Sacramento County, and I'm excited, so I move approval.
I'll second that.
And did you want to add in National Guard?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Yes, please.
Make that change.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 29, consideration of 2018 federal and state legislative priorities.
Hi, good morning, Chair and members of the board. Natasha Drain, Governmental Relations and Legislative Officer. As Ms. Evans said, these are the proposed 2018 federal and state legislative priorities. As in previous years, they remain largely unchanged, though there are some substantive changes, and those are included in Attachment 1 and also outlined in your board letter. And Attachment 2 is a clean version of these proposed changes, of which I'm recommending you approve today. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Cerna?
Great, thank you. I just wanted to express my thanks to our CEO and to our staff for hearing my concerns about the need for additional language that expresses explicitly our intent to continue working with the Federal Aviation administration as it relates to minimizing impacts from airports on our surrounding communities. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Oh, you're getting away easy today. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Frost?
Not
so
quite fast.
Maybe.
I want to thank you for this. I was in agreement with almost everything. I did have one item on page 8, items C1 and C2 and D1.
Are you looking at the red line?
What page 8?
I'm looking at the clean version on page 8 regarding transportation specifically.
And can you repeat them again for me? I just got to that page. I'm
Items
sorry.
C1 and C2 and D1. And specifically, the wording in these 3 items talks about supporting increased funding. And I in my first year, in my last year, those words, supporting increased funding, are seem to be the county's rationale for supporting tax increases, and so, or tax initiatives throughout the year. And there have been times when the county supported tax initiatives, and I would get calls at my office saying, "Why did you support that?" when I didn't necessarily know about it, and it's possible didn't understand the process. My request is that, and specifically around, SB1, that was one of the tax initiatives. My request is that we add some wording that says that the county supports increased funding, and adding the words "without raising taxes," so that the county's focus isn't just on, our first thought isn't to go back to the taxpayers for our increased funding, but to lobby our legislature to redirect their priorities and lobby for, our needs, for them changing priorities to redirect funds, that will help us at our
Motion,
local
Ms. Frost?
level. So I'd like to make a motion to amend those 3 items to reflect adding the words "without raising taxes."
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second.
Okay, and so in view of that, I'd like to go on record as opposing those 3 items and supporting the entire rest of the document.
Now I have 2 more speakers. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just a question, because it goes back maybe to process. Certainly, when we have general statements, to Ms. Frost's point, but there are other elements from a policy perspective here. This is to offer guidance to our staff and to our legislative advocates and others, certainly board members that may represent the board in a particular forum as it relates to the county's position on matters. I guess I would ask that when it comes to, because we have guidelines when there are either ballot measures and or initiatives that, and some of those might involve impacts to the county, and we have a whole process for how those are vetted. When it comes to tax measures, particularly if it meant raising taxes and so forth, I think it's been more to the point that was made with the previous comments by Supervisor Frost. There are, different ways of deriving funding and, supporting that. And so I guess I maybe just ask you, Natasha, recognizing that at any given time there may be difference of opinion amongst board members as it relates to a particular measure or specifics of that, how is it that then you derive that? So is it, when it says support, then that means whether it's taxes, fees, licensing, redirecting priorities, do you take that as being all encompassing, or is there a finer text to that, or texture to that when it comes to measures that there was an example used here, but there could be other examples in the future. So I guess I'm
So I can speak directly to our work in the last year related to SB1 funding. We came to you last year and added on page 15 of the attachment 2, you'll see we added, again, this was approved last year, statement number 1, which is support additional funding in anticipation that SB1 would continue to move forward, which we did anticipate would have the gas tax increase. So in that way, once that was approved, we supported SB1. With regards to other proposals, I haven't been faced with that. This is the first of which it's been raised as a concern. So if there are other ways that we can further put a finer point on this that you approve, we could certainly do that.
Thanks, Supervisor. To the finer point on that, for all these years that when tax, if there's something that state legislature is doing that's going to harm our financials, we absolutely take a position against it. If they come up with something that's going to enhance it, and if there's taxes in consideration, our general direction that we know that the board is split, but we take the direction that the board's interest will be to see if we can get more revenue to come in. And in the past, Supervisor McGlashan was very clear that that's not where she wanted to be, but we had an understanding from the board that the majority of the board was okay with us pursuing that. So that's sort of the guidance that we take from it, and if the board is in a different position, I think we do communicate back and forth. One of the things that Supervisor Frost asked for is that when we're sending out our letters out in support or opposition is to keep your all's offices closer, which we plan on doing. We're going to send them out simultaneously, and as we get feedback that the board's getting in a different position, it will be incumbent upon us to come back and pose the question back to you that this is what we believe we understand that your position is. If that has changed, then let's have that discussion, bring it back here.
Okay.
Thanks. Could I ask you where we are on bail reform? Do we have policy that would affect that discussion?
We do not currently have policies in the platform that addresses that specifically. I understand your CCP is discussing this. We could come back to you with an addition if you would like us to examine that.
I think we should hear it. We have letters from a number of judges and others that want us to come out against it, so I think we'd like to hear it.
Yeah, our folks haven't finished the work. Once they do, we'll come back to you.
Okay. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. I'm going to move adoption of the 2018 federal and state legislative priorities, but to the point that Supervisor Natoli was making, I think the way that the priorities around funding, seeking increased funding for transportation projects or any infrastructure, quite frankly, is written in a way that certainly makes me comfortable. And I just want to point out too that leaving the word funding as kind of the operative gerund in the both sentences or both paragraphs here really could mean a whole variety of things. It could mean grant funding. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right?
That's correct.
Correct.
So to me, leaving it as general as it is, I think is wise, given the fact that we can't predict in any given year or set of years whether or not there's going to be a tax or there's going to be a new federal transportation grant that's made available. Maybe it's very infrequently, but I think having it written the way it is clear enough for the public to understand what our priorities are, and general enough so that we understand that there's a lot of flexibility in terms of what we're pursuing and how that reflects the intent that's memorialized in the priority set.
I'll second that because he used the word gerund.
Okay, we have a few more speakers. Ms. Frost?
So I just want to add a little comment relating to that. In my view, the words support increased funding in this document is giving staff the ability to carte blanche ability to take positions on behalf of the board without us having an opportunity to go on record as to whether or not we support that. And my understanding is that this is a document that is used for guidance for our legislative staff, and I get that. I do support funding for our roads. This isn't about not supporting funding. I'd like to see the legislature redirect $64 billion that's going to the bullet train to fix our roads. It could solve the problem in one day and we could have our roads fixed. But what I have a problem with is the fact that my communities with who have low income and fixed income are the ones that are more intensely impacted by these tax increases. And so I don't feel we should take that lightly. I think we should be concerned about that, and our legislature should be concerned about that, and we should be holding a line and asking our legislature to do better by us. And so I just wanted you to know this is not about me not wanting funding for our roads. I want funding for the roads. I just want it to come from somewhere else than my constituents. And so, and I also want to be able to go on record. So that being said, I think this, because of this is the way the county does it, I'm going on record as not being that person who supports, in general, casually tax increases. I like to be able to think through it thoughtfully and go on record as to how I'm representing my constituency. But I think for the purposes of today's meeting, since we don't, clearly my suggestion was not adopted, then I'll just go on record. But I wanted the staff to understand that, and I wanted to go out on record publicly so that people understand where I'm coming from. I really want the roads fixed. I just want the money to come from somewhere else.
Thank you. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just for a couple of other items I wanted to ask about. On page 7, and this kind of goes to being reactive versus proactive, and in the middle of the page under, and this is on the, I guess, the blue line section, or maybe, no, it's the clean section, I'm sorry, it's under E1, extended producer responsibility.
On page 7.
Page 7.
Of the red line?
Of the red line?
No, I think
revised,
it's the clean version.
The clean version?
Clean version. And
What number is it? I'm
sorry.
Page
E1.
7, extended producer responsibility, middle of the page.
E1. Yeah.
A couple of years ago, we had some discussion regarding this, but I know more and more, particularly as it relates to pharmaceuticals, but also with the recycling industry, and I think some of the diminishment in the marketplace. I know that from the standpoint of solid waste collection and recycling, that obviously both some of our contractors, but I think the community may have some added burdens if we aren't able to find some ways to both locally, but certainly working in a statewide effort and maybe even nationally. So I guess I would ask on this one, with regards to pharmaceuticals too, the opioid epidemic, and I just think the responsibility for those that dispense and disperse and sell to not only have take-backs, and there's been some modest inroads, but I guess, Natasha, for purposes, is this strong enough? And again, these are kind of reactive versus proactive. We don't say we're going to take on any legislation. And I know in years past, going back probably a number of years ago, we talked about legislation that we might actually get behind and ask folks to introduce. And that's an area that I'd like to have us have some conversation around, and maybe you could shed some light. Again, I haven't been that close to it, so maybe there are already things in the works. We're working with authors. We're familiar with legislation either anticipated or already introduced.
I'm not currently actively working on any proposals, but we have discussed this in the past with department staff and their desire to support take-back programs of pharmaceuticals, and I do think that this statement would allow us to do that, to engage in those conversations.
Okay, and I guess I would take that just a little bit further. As I was saying, though, that I'd like to us take a look at it, and I don't know if there's other board members who would be like mine. Again, when it comes to a lot of the conversation going on relative to particularly pharmaceutical, take-backs, but the whole change in the recycling industry as it relates to markets and and ability for us to in the secondary markets to dispose or sell, or at least off those materials, I think it certainly, it doesn't bode well, at least the current picture. And so maybe it's an item, Madam Chair, we could come back and have some discussion around specifically. And the other item I wanted to raise is just right below that when it comes to healthcare reform, Patient Protection, Affordable Care Act. And it's not so much as it relates to ACA, but I don't see anything, and if you can direct me to it, then fine. But I want to register a continued concern about correctional healthcare costs that are borne by counties. And, we talk about working through CSAC when that's come up in the past, and, we're going to talk about a reorganization here in a moment that may get at some of our, local aspects to that. But it would seem to me that we ought to have some positions, and maybe we ought to be on the forefront working with either counties or a county coalition of some sorts, because that is a shifted responsibility, and you can say it's an unfunded mandate, but the state got pretty tricky and clever about how they were able to, get around some of that. But from my view, this is going to be a continual drain on local entities, and when we talk about roads or about any other community priorities, our ability to have general fund capacity and discretionary capacity, as well as with realignment, is, I think, going to be hampered and limited, if not terribly impacted by rising costs in that particular arena. And we don't have any statement that relates to legislation or if we do, tell me where it's at, Natasha.
No, I think we could be more specific. We don't have a specific statement on correctional
So could
health.
you do a bring back on that? I would think.
Let me check the state policies really quick. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I think we have a general statement, but we could be more specific.
Yeah, because
related to local
don't
control,
oppose
for sure.
shifted cost and all that, but I think
That's
we need
statement
to
we have,
we
then.
need to get pretty specific about. That's what I would advocate for. So those are 2 points I wanted to make. So thanks.
Any additional comments? And how long will it be for you to bring the bail item back?
I don't have a date specific, but I will communicate back. I don't know what their date they're finishing.
I don't know the date either. I think we should check in with that group and see where their discussions are, and then we can report back.
Okay. All right. We have a motion on the floor. Was there a second? Yes. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. And Supervisor Frost was voting, accepting the items
With the exception of those that I mentioned. Do you know which ones?
Yes, let me go to my notes. Page 8, that was C1, C2, D1?
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor, did you also want to add in the state, those are the federal transportation policies.
On
There's
both
also a state
and federal.
So for the
please.
state, if I can just identify
Yes,
that
thank
for you.
Natasha.
That's on page 15, item R1.
So we've voted, it appears.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were waiting for something. My apologies. So we're going to take two separate motions, correct? This first one is with the exception of those items, and then we'll come back and do another motion with the balance.
If that would make you happy,
I think it would be cleaner.
Repeat that, please.
You're doing a motion with the exception, Frost is going to vote approving the item with the exceptions of C1, C2, and D1 on page 8.
We don't need to.
No, I think just for the record, just note her objection to that section. Yeah.
Okay. Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you.
Item 30 is the introducing an ordinance amending various sections of the Sacramento County Code, authorizing the Department of Personnel Services to process a salary resolution amendment, and delegating contracting authority and waiving full reading, and continuing to February 6 for adoption.
Mr. Lake, you're back.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Paul Lake, Deputy County Executive for Social Services. Before I begin, I want to thank a number of people who've spent a lot of time working on this, including Sherry Heller, Director of Health and Human Services, and her staff, her budget staff, and Michelle K.A.S. and others. Dave Devine from Personnel Services, Aaron Brewer with Correctional Health, Marie Wooden from EMD, Ann Edwards, DHA, also Jeff Gassaway from General Services, because we've had to look at a lot of facilities issues, and Robert Bonner from who's been meeting with the labor organizations. And in particular, I want to thank Jeff King from our office, who's done the bulk of the technical work on this to bring this set of recommendations forward. So thank you, Jeff. Just have a couple of quick slides. I want to point out the current structure that involves Health and Human Services as well as correctional health. Currently, you see on the left side of this slide all of the programs that are within the current Department of Health and Human Services. And on the right, you'll see that correctional health is a program within the Sheriff's Department. And what we are proposing here is to split the Department of Health and Human Services into two departments. One would be the Department of Health Services, which includes those health-related functions that are currently in DHHS, including behavioral health, primary health, public health, juvenile medical. And we're also proposing to pull the correctional health from the out of the Sheriff's Department and putting it into this new department. And we're also recommending the creation of a second department, which will include all those protective services programs that are currently in DHHS, which would include CPS, Children's Protective Services, Adult Protective Services, as well as the IHSS provider payments that are in DHHS. And the public authority, although it's an independent authority, the staff is located within DHHS, so they would now be in the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services. I want to clarify a couple of things on the ordinances. We had a late change that was sent to you last evening. There was an error in the earlier version of the ordinance that placed the California Children's Services Program into the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services. That's actually a health program. So the change puts it into the Department of Health Services. And there were a couple of places in the ordinance we realized we had transposed child and family in the new Child and Family and Adult Services, and we wanted to make sure that that was correct. The essential reason for making this change is since in the early 90s, we had a Department of Social Services and we had a Department of Health. And we did a significant restructuring. We took the protective service programs, merged them with those health department programs into what is now DHHS. And then the remaining public assistance programs that were in social services became the Department of Human Assistance. Since that time, as noted in the staff report, there's been a significant growth not only in budget and in FTEs in DHHS, but a significant increase in the complexity of the programs within that department. And what we're recommending now is to create these two departments that can better hone in the specific missions that are represented in protective service programs and represented in the health programs. We think by creating two different departments, it will allow the department head and the staff in those departments to really hone in on what those specific missions are, rather than the significant span of focus that exists right now. We did provide some information in the staff report. We kind of looked at some other counties to see, how do other counties set themselves up? Not necessarily because we have to do what other counties do, but to give us a sense of, are we off in our thinking on this complexity? And in fact, if you look at the 20 largest counties in the state of California, only Sacramento is set up the way it is, where it merges the protective service programs with the health programs and has a separate public assistance program. 4 of the 10 largest and 14 of the 20 largest combine as protective services with public assistance, which is the way we used to have it 25 years ago. We're not recommending that because that would make a very large department, well over 3,000 staff, and again, that focus on mission, we would not accomplish what we want to accomplish there. And a few of the larger counties, four of those top 10, Orange, Riverside, Contra Costa, and Fresno, are structured as we're proposing here. And only Solano County, of the top 20, is the only county that actually merges all of them in one really big department. They're a smaller county. The costs related to this directly is $542,000 annually. That's for 3 new positions: the Director of Child, Family, and Adult Services, the Deputy Director for Admin and Budget under that new department, and an Executive Secretary for the department head. And there will also be some additional costs for facilities for moving correctional health out of the Sheriff's Department, and those facility costs would no longer be absorbed by the Sheriff, so we need a little additional funding for that. All other costs related to the shifts and staff will be taken care of by shifting realignment and other general fund support between the two departments to otherwise make it a cost-neutral change other than that $542,000. So with that, that's kind of an overview of what we're proposing, and I'm open to any questions you might have.
Mr. Natoli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul, I know I had a chance to talk with Nav yesterday about this in a briefing, but one of the things that is a little bit, I guess, concerning to me is that in doing all this, recognizing certainly that anytime you're going to do a shift that you may undertake costs, but I guess when I look at $500,000 annually that is going to be added costs, we're going to have a restructured departmental layout, and I guess based on the promise that hopefully we're going to find some efficiencies. And so I guess if you could take a moment, you or Nav or somebody, and kind of prospectively talk about what you think may come of this, because beyond the service delivery and the umbrella of which departments fall and how it's structured and how other counties do it and so forth, when I think about $500,000, and again, you've spent many hours in these chambers along with many of the folks that are here today, when we were looking for a nickel to try to keep programs alive, and now we're basically going to restructure at the upper levels. And again, this is no mystery. It comes obviously with the county executive having indicated this as being something that we're going to undertake last year. But when I see that, and I hear realignment, discretionary funding, and so forth, that's going to be another $500,000 it has to get budgeted for in order to have additional support staff, to get additional directorships and deputy director for support and so forth. I guess what I'd like to know is that out of all this, from a customer service perspective and those that we serve, whether they be children, families, frail adults, others in the various behavioral health and health systems. So what beyond size of budget and span of control, what is hoped that we're going to get out of this that may either offset what's going to cost us, but secondly, maybe either provide better efficiencies, better oversight? Those things are touched upon very lightly in the report. So again, with your expertise, I guess I'd ask that question of you or Nav, but certainly you.
Sure, I'll respond to that. We have historically in hard times, these departments have taken a look at what we had to do to continue to maintain services at the line, and we've done a lot of cutting at the top levels. I think DHA right now is about a 4% management in its department. DHHS a little larger. So there's always been a focus on we need to make sure that services are funded. At some point, you have to take a look at, okay, how are we keeping a focus on how to make sure that customer service gets better? How do we strategically look at how these programs are being put together, how they're being coordinated? Are we focusing in on making sure that those primary missions are being kept? And with a span of control, and this is kind of public administration 101, if you will, with a span of control of the size that we have in DHHS, it's really hard to be strategic focused on those specific areas. And over time, I think customer service does suffer in some manner. So what I would anticipate with a more concentrated focus within these two departments, they're going to be able to look more strategically, not only at funding, but they're also going to be able to look more strategically. How are we structured? How are we providing those services? How are we making sure the services work together to maximize effective customer service? I think one of the areas that's going to be at the top of the list for the new Department of Health Services is taking a real hard look at how correctional health services is provided. And are there ways to find efficiencies there, with casting no aspersions on any operation currently, but this is going to be an opportunity to bring a health service program into a health services department where there are people who have that background and expertise in managing health services in general, and take a look at it and give some fresh look at it. So that's going to be an opportunity not only to save costs, but are we providing services in the best way possible? So I really think that increased focus within these two departments on their central mission will ultimately lead to better services.
And Supervisors, I just want to underscore, Paul hit on this, this proposal is not a negative comment on any county staff or what they've been able to do. This was more, if we were to design this with the scope we have and trends that are changing, we're going to have need for more adult protective service. We just had a conversation about correctional health. I just want to be very clear that this is not, no way should it be read into that there's any lack of faith in folks what they're doing. This is span of control. This is what we think as we focus into it. Who can we designate and say, look at these issues for us and bring your best recommendations that you have.
Just a follow on, and again, it's very current in my mind because we had people address this morning off agenda. But for example, behavioral health services, where we have folks that are contractors or community providers that work side by side with the county, is that something that again would get a more specific look or consideration because of this, or is that just going to? I mean, you're going to bring that back in another context, and so but it's fresh in my mind.
Yeah, it will be, and. I'm going to go a little bit on the negative side, but I'm going to use this as an example. 2008, we had an atrocious CPS case, and at that point, our DHHS director, all her energy went to take care of CPS. She had capable assistants that helped her, but you could see when the cuts came in 9 and 10, we were still reeling from the CPS case, and a lot of the decisions that got made, I think could have been a little bit different outcome if we had a more focused outlook on it. The other thing that I've heard consistently is that with span of control that DHHS has, it's a yeoman's task. I mean, Sherry's our 4th director since I've been here, and that's quite a juggling to look at what's up there and which ones to prioritize, because we end up prioritizing, and somehow some of those services don't get prioritized, and I'm hoping, or my expectation is with this, is that the child, family, adult services will have equal voice as does on the health side, and vice versa too, so that there's more efficiency. And when I mean efficiency, it's just not on the fiscal side, but it's more on the management side. There's a concerted effort to look at what the issues we have and bring you the best recommendations. And again, I say that not in any way saying that we've not done that in the past. I want to enhance it more than subtract.
And if I could follow up on your question as well, when you think about our budget process, and DHHS is looking at all the needs it has, and it may bring a list that's substantially long of, here's things we need, and that type of example that you mentioned around the COLAs for the providers may fall below some of the needs of CPS, may fall below the needs of IHSS, and so it's further down a list that department head provides, and we focus kind of, okay, let's look at your top priorities. Well, now you're going to have a department that may rise, obviously it's a smaller department, now you got to deal with 2 lists, but you're going to get more of a detailed discussion of what those health needs are that doesn't get kind of lost in the discussion of a larger department like that.
Just one, if I could just.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you were
yeah, just one follow-on question. So, as you look at efficiencies or effectiveness, then I think one of the things I would hope that if you're going to bring this focus to bear, that, and again, I would like to have some response from either you, Paul, or Nav on this or others, is that. In years past, particularly when we were in some of the darker times, but even as we come out, we talk about kind of getting out of the silos as it relates to recognizing that investments in certain areas do pay dividends either by avoidance and or by better outcomes generally. And I'll just use an example that comes to mind, that if you have healthy families that have access to certain treatment and or health services that may allow them to early on to address some issues, then you don't end up either with more medical care or with folks in foster care necessarily, or broken families. And so, and part of the discussion goes even to the law enforcement side of that if you're able to do some of that, then hopefully you avoid folks entering jail if you do things that allow them to address other issues in their life. So can you help me understand how this reorganization, if it will at all, how it's going to help us to have a breakdown of some of those, and I use the word silo, but I mean, basically people's responsibilities, they stay focused on that either in this large department or generally in the county regimen of services or lineup of services, and that, if I get my funding, fine, I do what I need to do, but does that have an improved effect for those that we serve and for the quality of life in the county? So I'd like to have a little understanding about how that too.
Sure, I guess my thoughts on that, in any large bureaucracy, the risk of creating siloed management of programs is very significant. and it's incumbent on the leaders of the organization to make sure that that doesn't occur. I don't think just by virtue of creating X number of departments it necessarily creates those silos, as long as you're working, you're paying attention, you're working hard on it. And I think we've seen in the past 5 to 10 years some great success in breaking down silos in this organization. We have probation working very closely with CPS. We have public assistance working very closely with our behavioral health programs. Those are all in different departments with different leaders. But the silo management is really incumbent on the people in those positions and the people above them. It's incumbent on the CEO's office. It's incumbent on me to make sure that if there are 2 programs that need to work together to solve a problem and they're in 2 different departments, then we have to make sure that happens. And it's going to take some diligence. But I'm confident that it's not necessarily the boxes on the paper that creates that silos. It's the attention that's given by the leadership. And this, I think we've seen some really good success on the leadership of this organization at all levels to make sure those silos aren't there.
And on that point, the silos did exist in this organization, and to Paul's point, as big as we are, that is a constant management issue we deal with, not only in social services, it happens in municipal services, public works, and I can't emphasize enough with Paul and discussion with department heads, it is incumbent upon my position, Paul's position, department heads, division heads, not to get into the silo mode. And I do believe, I'm pretty bullish that we've done a lot of work to start breaking those down. 4E waiver is an example. A couple of years ago, we brought different disciplines in the room and said, you guys got to work on this. We gave appropriate level of management in it, not that we're going to micromanage them, but the silo issue, Supervisor Natoli, it's a constant every day when we walk in here that we have to work through, because human nature is you get in and you're going to do what you're going to do. And not that there's any malintent employees have, but that's the charge they have. But picking the right department heads, picking the right executive, assistant, deputy, that's all incumbent upon us and our employees to make sure the silos are not created.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank staff for the thought that went into this. I've been asking for this for 3 years. The department, in my opinion, was unwieldy large, and nobody could be expected to manage it, no matter how talented Mr. Lake and Dr. Heller are. I know that when I first 3 years ago took my tour of departments and met with all department heads and got briefings, I think it probably took 20 hours of meeting with the HHS because of the complexity and the varying services. So I think that this allows us to focus in, as you said, focus on mission. I think that's exactly right. I think that the efficiencies, as Mr. Gill talked about, go far beyond the efficiencies, fiscal efficiencies, but delivery services efficiencies. Also, the breaking down silos, I'm very hopeful that on the health services side in particular, this will give them more of an opportunity to stay focused, have a director that's more focused on breaking down those silos in a number of ways, not just in delivering services, but also in data gathering, sharing of data. I know that even putting correctional health over there, I think is a great idea. It's very difficult to get data out of correctional health in the current situation, and that data is critical to our mission. So I wholeheartedly support this and think that this will really provide better services for the county residents.
Thank you. Ms. Frost?
I also support this. I did want to ask a question that relates to the unfilled employee positions. I noticed last year as we were going through the budget process, we appropriate funds for positions, but we can't always put the money to work as quickly as we want to, so some of those positions actually don't get filled as fast as we hoped, or they never get filled. And sometimes there's an overlap when you're talking about all these services. So my question is, how do you rationalize those unfilled positions, and is there overlap, or are you dividing? Is it a pretty clean divide, or will there be some positions that overlap into 2 different departments, and how do you rationalize that, and how will we manage the extra unfilled positions? Are those managed annually in the budget, or how do we rationalize that in the budget? Is that just money that's set aside and it doesn't get spent until those positions get filled? Or how does that work?
Yeah, let me see if I can answer your questions. When we were going through, especially the central support of DHHS, we knew we needed to divide that group of people. Some of them have to go to Child, Family, Adult Services. Some of them have to go with Health Services. So we looked at the positions that have been approved and which positions make sense. So it's a pretty clean break there in terms of who gets assigned to what department. Some of those positions are vacant, and it's going to be the responsibility of the directors of those departments. Do we need to fill them? Do we need to keep them? What's going to be our recommendation in the next budget cycle with regard to those? I certainly wouldn't anticipate getting rid of filled positions, but again, that focus in on the needs of those two new departments is going to give more attention to, okay, let's look at those vacant positions. Should we reclassify them? Do we still need them? So that'll be part of the budget process.
So part of the process we go annually is when the budget process kicks off, our analysts do look at the complement of the positions each department has filled, and we have a aging report we get on vacancies. So that's when the work starts on the vacancies, is that if it's 6 months and less, it could have been retirement, it could have been some other issues, that is a different level of scrutiny. But once you get into 1 year and above, there's different reasons why. It could be hard to recruit position, could have been there's been turnover, and if it's not needed, then the recommendation will be made to come back to the board and delete those positions. But all that work goes in spring, and what you see in June is what we come back with your recommendation on the vacancies too.
So on the whole person care initiative, the money that we have an ambitious timeline to put money to work, but we can't get it to work fast enough. But we're hoping, by virtue of dividing this up, that we can put it to work faster and pay more attention to different areas. And I'm assuming, I don't know, I guess we all have these special things that we want to fund, and I'm trying to look through the budget and figure out where the money is, try to find some money for my little special things. And I imagine there could be a lot of money sitting in those vacant positions that are never filled. But they're not just sitting there, you're saying. They're eliminated annually.
We manage our vacancy list fairly closely. Organization our size typically runs about 10% vacancy, but there's all kind of different reasons. The demographics of our workforce, we have more of an aging workforce. Folks are retiring, so you'll see folks leaving. The concern that the board has expressed in the past, and we watch this very carefully, is that you give us authorization in the budget, start implementing programs, and it takes us some time to get those positions filled. And that's what we're very sensitive to, is that if we got the funding in place, why is that we're not getting it operationalized? If the positions are hard to recruit, what do we need to do? So we constantly keep looking at that. Our personnel department works with our departments on that.
Is that about the average 10% vacancy?
It depends on the organizations, but our demographics play a lot into it. And you will see a spike in our vacancy coming up in March. That's traditionally when our employees retire. If you come from a PERS agency, they retire in December. So when we come to you in the budget, there's always a higher vacancy because folks have just retired. So those variations come in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. I don't think you've addressed this based on a question or concern expressed by another board member, so I'm going to ask it. The board letter has a fairly concise single sentence under measures and evaluations for what amounts to be a fairly significant departure from the current organizational structure. So I guess I'd like to know a little bit more, because it's not clear from the board letter. How are we going to measure the performance of the restructuring? How are we going to come back in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, and ask the deliberate question, hey, did this restructuring result in better performance measured by X, Y, and Z?
I think it's going to be measured in the results of the customer service and the programs and the the response to needs within each of those departments. I don't know that there's going to be any specific piece of data that's going to say, hey, the restructuring was a good idea, or hey, it wasn't. But it's really going to be an assessment on the part of the five of you and Mr. Gill on, have we truly improved our focus on mission? Have we improved the effectiveness of the strategic and fiscal thinking at the department level? And has that translated into better services?
And Supervisor, on the other work plan that you have, my work plan is an indicator system for the whole county. And as we're going through, each one of these departments is going to have its own performance indicators, which will tell us, are we making an improvement or we're not making an improvement? So that's the other piece that's coming in here.
Is that an initiative that requires deliberation by this board?
I wasn't anticipating. We have our own working indicators we use that makes management management sense to us.
Right.
But we plan on reporting those in the budget, so you have an idea what is it that we're measuring, what we're measuring against, and if the board members have some ideas, you want us to measure something, absolutely. I mean, we're open to any suggestions.
I'd like to make a suggestion. I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but it did kind of take me aback that this is fairly significant, and there's little verbiage here, there's little explanation from the podium even about the expectations for change in customer service, change in workload by our employees. So I think we need to be a little bit more deliberate about understanding how this is hoping to affect the change that we all want from both of those perspectives, both from the organizational employee management perspective and also how is this going to better serve the public. So I'd like to suggest that we have a discussion about this during our retreat. I think it's appropriate for this to be the subject of some healthy back and forth. And maybe it's for all departments, maybe not just the ones that are subject to the reorg, but I would just like to have a better understanding of how we are measuring success, especially when we're being asked to move forward with some fairly dramatic changes to how this, this organization, which is a large one, is restructured.
I think, Supervisor, I mean, that what we are anticipating bringing back to you is a performance indicator plan for the whole county that we can measure.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, it's I'm struggling with the timeline, but I was more thinking in spring that you have a totality in front of you.
Okay.
You can look at Department A to Z, and you can see what are the indicators that we have that we're using to look at the performance in it.
Then that's why I asked the question, is there going to be something before us?
Oh, I misunderstood
you answered, no, there isn't, or you were planning on it, but now you're telling me it's something different.
I misunderstood you.
Okay.
No, I wasn't anticipating the board necessity to adopt it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was reacting to. But we are going to come back to you in a workshop setting and say, as I indicated in my work plan, that these are the kind of indicators. If you pick animal care, you pick DHA, you pick whichever department you pick, you will have a basket of indicators that shows you how are we measuring what we're doing, not just the restructuring, but any aspect of the work we're doing.
Well,
some of the indicators you're more well-versed in if you're in that area, and some you're not exposed to, but we plan on bringing that back to you to show you what those are.
Okay, if I can ask just that you place a specific emphasis then in that context of what you had intended to bring back to us, kind of the measures that you see that are applicable here based on this change.
Absolutely.
So that's generally my first comment. My second comment or question, I guess, was since this is going to thematically kind of concentrate a focus on children, in my estimation, in addition to family and adult services. Was there any consultation with First Five? Or any brainstorming with First Five about how there might be, whether or not there's a different role for First Five to play as it relates to the child, family, and adult services?
No, there wasn't, not in the discussion of creating these new departments, but that's another area where this new department head can say, hey, here's an area that maybe we need to pay some more attention to and have those kind of conversations. I think that's a demonstrative example of the benefit of creating a department that's strictly focused in on those kinds of issues with children and
Precisely why I'm
families.
asking the question.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll add first five.
That was a
in our
leading question.
Thank you for pointing
Well, you
that
are
out.
on the stand.
No, we'll add first five in our group on this to have a discussion.
Okay, good, thank you.
Any further questions? I don't have anyone from the public signed up to speak, so please vote.
Thank you.
Unanimous vote. Okay, item 31 is the cents per ton funding allocation program. Adopt resolution to approve a cents per ton allocation program for the collection, administration, and use of funds from mining operators for the purpose of enhancing open space and connectivity improvements in the Consumnes area.
Good morning. I'm Surrender Singh, Principal Planner with the Planning and Environmental Review Division, and I do have a PowerPoint presentation for this item. Starting with an overview, the request before your board today is the adoption of a resolution to approve the mining cents per ton allocation program. And the program would apply to mining projects either located or proposed within the construction material market equalizer area, which is the gray area that you see on this exhibit. And that area is generally bounded by Highway 50, El Dorado County line, San Joaquin County line, and also Highway 99. With additional background here, development agreements have been approved for several mining projects within the unincorporated area. We have development agreements approved for the Tyket Quarry, for the Stone Ridge Quarry, and also for the Tyket Aspen 8 and 9 mining projects. And those development agreements require the payment of a cents per ton fee. We're also in the process of processing an application. This would be a use permit application for the Vineyard South project, and the cents per ton fee requirement will also be included for that particular project. In looking at the development agreements that were approved for the mining projects, there is a requirement for the county and the operators to develop a program for the collection, administration, and also the use of the cents per ton fund. So that's kind of what we have before you today. The following exhibit has been prepared to show the location of the Aspen 8 and 9 project site. It is located in the Vineyard area, and it's shown in blue and green. And also the Tyket and Stone Ridge Quarry area, which is shown in brown and orange, located within the East County area, east of Scott Road. So these are projects that are going to be subject to the cents per ton program. The following table is a table that we had extracted from development agreements approved for those 3 mining projects. And what this table does is that it does show the cent per ton payment rate for each mining operator. So this is something strictly that was taken from the development agreements that were approved for those mining projects. In working with the mining operators, we were able to prepare this slide. And what the slide shows is the amount of cents per ton revenue that is anticipated to be collected from each mining site within the first 5 years of operation. So this is based upon extraction information that we have received from the mining operators. In regards to the distribution of the cents per ton funds, this is something that is contained in the cents per ton allocation program, which is attached to the board letter today. Starting with Tyket Quarry, 10% of the funds will be used for projects and programs within the Consumnes area. And the funds will be, and this is based upon feedback that we had received from the Consumnes CPAC, the funds will be deposited into a special account and will be maintained by regional parks. And then the remaining 90% of the funds will be provided to the American River Parkway Foundation, and those funds will be used for implementing programs within the American River Parkway area and also for general county-wide open space projects. So moving on to the Stone Ridge Quarry, 25% of the cents per ton funds will be used for projects and programs within the Cosumnes area, and then the remaining 75% of the funds will be maintained by regional parks and will be used for open space and also connectivity projects and programs throughout the county. Funds to be collected from the Aspen 8 and 9 mining site will be provided to the Parkway Foundation, and that money would be available to fund open space and also connectivity projects throughout the county. In looking at the cents per ton program, there are several key components to this program, and I'm just going to walk you through some of the key components that we have in this program. So it does provide direction for the distribution of the cents per ton funds. It also includes a payment schedule. There's also a discussion in regards to accounting procedures, the setting up of deposit accounts. There's also information in regards to the formation of stakeholder groups and the composition of those groups, and also the identification of open space projects. So the cents per ton program was reviewed by the Cosumnes CPAC on many separate occasions. On April 26th of last year, the Cosumnes CPAC did endorse the cents per ton program. And then on November 29th, the program was then brought back to the Cosumnes CPAC. This is based upon direction that we had received from your board. And the CPAC did review the cents per ton program, and comments that were provided by the CPAC are captured in the board letter that we have prepared for today's hearing. And at this point, staff is recommending that the board adopt the resolution. This is a resolution that would approve the cents per ton allocation program.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Natoli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of items, not so much questions, one question, but also some comments. Just want to thank Surrender for the presentation, and certainly the work that staff has done bringing this back to us. I was able to accompany county staff to the Cosumnes CPAC meeting in late November last year, and I know that Fred Hagee, chairperson of the CPAC, is here. I had a conversation. I've transmitted the essence of that conversation to Leanne, and to hopefully Surrender got that. It relates to, again, they support the program. Obviously, there's a component there for local identification and direction for funding that would come from the cents per ton for community projects that could include everything, as pointed out in the staff report: recreation, law enforcement, fire safety, community enhancement for things that would promote the agricultural aspects of the community. But there was some concern expressed about the description, and I believe it's on page 3, Surrender, I think.
Correct.
If you could help with that. And I know Fred's here, I'll let him talk. He may want to express some specific thoughts about that, but I'd like us to, before we conclude this, I'm certainly prepared to support this when we get to that juncture, but to maybe modify that language so it's clear. I think it was clear when we left the meeting in November. I think it's been clear, obviously, with the operators who are the ones who are going to be paying the funds to the allocation. And I think there was a little uncertainty, though, as Fred has, on behalf of the council, reviewed it as to the language. I think the intent is clearly picked up here, but recognize this is going to have a long tail to it as it relates to time frame, potentially, that it'd be clear to any reader in the future and that'd be clearly understood. And so I'm going to offer some suggestions once Fred's had a chance to address the board. I just also wanted to note that you've outlined where we have the cents per ton in place, the directives under the development agreements where the funding would be directed and whose authority it would be authorized to use. I want to plant the idea, I've certainly shared with one of the operators in the briefing on their own project that comes up later today, but that, and I would suggest that the planning department, certainly in the county executive's office as well, look at this as it relates to the Mather Vernal Pool Preserve, that we have monies going to the local community, we have monies going to the American River, to general parks and open space and connectivity, and to the foundation that supports a lot of those activities. I think this board is going to have to encounter in future hearings relates to not only development projects, but also how we're going to fund the long-term preservation of that vernal pool preserve. And so I guess I would like, at least from the standpoint of planning, and certainly maybe Nav, you as well, to take that into account. I know we had a chance to talk about this on Friday. This thing is very important. Again, it doesn't necessarily determine any decision that we're going to make in the future, but we've talked about other areas that have needs, and the funds will go to help support those activities. But I do think that's an area where we're going to potentially have some deficiencies, and we got to look to the treasure that is, in addition to all the other things we're going to fund with these dollars. So, with that being said, once we've heard from the chair of the CPAC, then we can maybe come back to the language, Madam Chair, and refine that so that there's a comfort level with that. But thank you.
I also want to point out that we have had discussions with Fred Hagee, who is the chair of the Kasumna CPAC. We have prepared some alternative text for the board to consider. So,
you have that
I don't know
already?
if you want us to roll that out right now, or would you prefer to hear
He's
from
on the
Fred
speaker
first?
list in support of the item.
Okay.
So any other questions?
No.
Okay. Go to our public speakers. That's Fred Heggie.
Been a long time, since 2008. First of all, thanks to Surrender. He's done a great job for us, helping us out.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Fred Hagee.
Thank you.
The thing that he brought up had to do with the verbiage on the how the count was held and the direct reaction with the Parks Department, so that we're not having to have the Parks Department approve our funds. When we set this up, we wanted the board to do it. At the time, it was all Don's area. Well, for us, we just figured we'll get together with him. He'll look at what's on there, and we'll go through that way. So we acknowledged we needed oversight. But now with both him and Supervisor Frost, and I was told out by a couple lawyers here out in the hallway that we can't, instead of having the county executive as the oversight to present it to you, we assumed you'd come to our meetings, sit down with us and see what we're doing, make sure we're not doing something stupid, and approve it. But understand you cannot do that.
Right.
Because of conflict of interest or something like that. Yeah. So then we'd, of course, go to Nav Gill.
Okay.
The rest of the thing we seem to be happy with. There was one brought up last night that we want to make sure that these funds doesn't allow the Parks Department to not help the Wilton Park Department because they think our money is going to supplant it. And that's not what it should be. They should still get whatever they got coming. So, once again, thank you. Thanks to Surrender and Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Hagee. So, Surrender, do you feel that his concerns, the CPAC's concerns, have been taken care of?
We have tried to do that, so is there any way I can project this?
Okay.
And also, I do have copies.
Oh, I don't think she can get them to us. Could you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Yeah, they can do it in the back.
In the back room? There we go. Oops, went too big. There, thank you.
So what we're recommending is adding a new sentence, and it's shown in bold, and I can read that into the record. It says the CPAC will establish a list of projects and provide that list to the Department of Regional Parks for inclusion in the county budget to be considered by the Board of Supervisors. Pursuant to the adopted budget, a representative of the Department of Regional Parks will then attend a Kasumna CPAC meeting and work directly with the CPAC to fund projects, programs, or other qualified expenditures pursuant to the adopted budget and as outlined in the development agreements. I believe Mr. Hagee has seen this language, and it's acceptable to him?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yeah, good work.
English major in me. May I make a suggestion on the...
If you'd speak into the microphone, you can.
I would suggest, just for clarity, that we move pursuant to the adopted budget to work with the CPAC to fund projects, programs. You just take that out. We've already got pursuant to the adopted budget. That last sentence.
Oh, yeah, it's twice in two sentences.
Yeah, take out the first clause. So it reads, a representative of the Department of Parks, et cetera.
You don't need any help with gerunds, do you?
I was trying to remember what a gerund was.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Okay, yeah, so you're just going to, you say pursuant to adopted budget once in the in the sentence. So
And we're going to get rid of the first 5 words of that sentence.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would move the item, and again, thanks to all those who have worked on this for many years in some cases. So.
Second.
With the language.
With the modified language.
Yes, thank you.
And that would replace the language that was in the on page 3 at the bottom? Okay.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thanks.
Okay, next item, please.
Okay, for item 32, I do want to point out if we have any speakers, we need to take an oath. This is a use permit amendment to revise condition number 62 from a prior use permit to allow an additional 8-year time extension to complete reclamation of the entire 752-acre project site and to allow an additional 3-year time extension to excavate an approximately 10-acre portion of the entire project site located on the north side of Jackson Road and east of Bradshaw Road in both the Cordova and Vineyard communities. The environmental document is a final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement.
So if there's anyone here who plans to speak on this item, you need to rise and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth? If you do not swear, do you so affirm? Okay, and when you get to the podium, please state your name for the record and the statement, I have been sworn.
Okay, thank you.
All right, for the record, Surrender Singh, Principal Planner with the Planning and Environmental Review Division. I do have a PowerPoint presentation for this item too. Starting with an overview, the project site is located on the north side of Jackson Road and east of Bradshaw Road. And the project area is approximately 750 acres in size, and it's located within the Vineyard and Cordova community area. The request here is, starting with some background information, on April 24th of 1996, the Board of Supervisors had approved a use permit to allow for surface mining on the entire Aspen 6 project site. This is a 752-acre site. A reclamation plan was also approved as part of the use permit. In addition to the use permit and the reclamation plan, 66 conditions of approval were also approved as part of the use permit. Condition number 62 of the use permit included a 20-year mining expiration date, and that 20-year was supposed to start from 1996. And the condition also required that all reclamation work be completed within 12 months of the expiration date. So the Aspen 6 mining operator is recommending or is requesting an amendment to condition number 62. The applicant is requesting for 3 additional years to mine a 10-acre portion of the project site. And the applicant is also requesting for an 8-year time extension to complete all reclamation needed for the entire 752-acre project site. So the 10-acre area to be mined is located in this location over here within the western edge of the Aspen 6 project area. Some key points to this request. The site is 75% reclaimed. No changes to the approved project other than the time extension is being requested right now. So there are no modifications that are being proposed to the project. So the only item before you today is the extension of time. The applicant is requesting for additional time to excavate a 10-acre portion of the project area. The additional time is also needed in order to regrade the project area and also to approve drainage patterns. We have reviewed the project, and we have determined that there are no new environmental impacts associated with this extension. And the operator has also agreed to pay a cents per ton payment for aggregates that will be sold on the project site. Here's a picture that we have taken of the project area. This is taken off Excelsior Road looking southwest. In terms of recommendation, the Vineyard CPAC did review the project in April of last year, and they did recommend approval. The Cordova CPAC also recommended approval of the project. The Planning Commission did review the project on October 23rd of last year and did recommend approval of the project on a unanimous vote. We have received calls from area residents, but they were mostly inquiring on the purpose of the extension, but did not object to the proposal itself. At this point, we're recommending that the board recognize the Environmental Coordinator Memorandum, and we're also asking the board to amend condition number 62 that would allow for a 3-year extension of the use permit for mining purposes, and also require reclamation to be completed within 8 years.
Any questions for Mr. Singh? Okay. Does the applicant wish to testify in any part of this?
Good morning. Michael Smith with Tiger Materials, and yes, I have been sworn. Absolutely not. We are in agreement with the staff report. Would like to thank Surinder and Mark Michelini for their work on this. Basically, this was one of our largest surface area sites that we've mined, and with the middle of the recession, it's taken us a little bit longer to get things completed. So just an opportunity to finish things off here. So unless you have any questions, we're
Mr.
good to
Natoli,
go.
did you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to again note, it wasn't outlined in Surinder's presentation, but that in addition to all the previous requirements and certainly the extension that's requested here today, they are dedicating an easement, a right-of-way, actually not an easement, a right-of-way for future extension of both, I think, Kiefer Boulevard, which may have already been there, but certainly for Douglas Road and the modifications to, future anticipated modifications to the intersection of Excelsior at Kiefer, if I'm not mistaken. So those were modified conditions, but appreciate them taking that into consideration. And you know, as we're looking to do that Douglas Road extension, this obviously is a key piece down in the southern part. Still haven't identified funding for that project yet, but working on it. So, but I want to thank Tiger for that.
Okay. Yeah, we do agree with all the additional conditions that have been added that deal with right-of-way for the various areas over there. So,
thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Anyone else wish to testify? Okay, is there a motion on this recommendation?
I would move approval with the conditions outlined.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, item 33.
Okay, for item 33, this also requires an oath. This is the Northborough Project Community Plan Amendment, 2 specific plan amendments: rezone, large lot tentative subdivision map, small lot tentative subdivision map, special development permit, affordable housing strategy, and a design review for the properties located on 16th Street and west and north of Gibson Ranch County Park, approximately north of the intersection of Elverta Road and 16th Street in the Rio Linda and Elvira, Elverta communities. The environmental document is a final environmental impact report.
Okay, we have someone who would like to be sworn.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
Do.
Thank you. And when you get to the podium, please state your name for the record and the statement I have been sworn.
Thank you. Ms. Moffitt?
Good morning, members of the board. Your board heard this project on December 13th, 2017, and approved the general plan component of the project. It's backed for the remaining entitlements. And staff is recommending approval, and all those detailed actions are on page 2 of your staff report. However, before we get to that, we do have a comment from in-holding property owner, and that is covered in your board report. On page 2 of your board report, there are a number of items that we understand that this property owner would like. The property owner is at 1701 and 1727 Kasser Road. They have asked for a number of items, including a masonry wall, to protect their livestock, trees to be planted for privacy, gates at 2 driveways, a rodent abatement program, a dust abatement program, and painting of houses and structures. Planning staff has worked with the applicant. We have recommended an additional condition on the bottom of page 3. However, that does not actually address or recommend most of the things asked for by this property owner. We are recommending a double-sided woods fence that would have facing on both sides of the fence so both property owners could maintain that. But I do believe the property owner wants to address the board today regarding that, so you may need to have a discussion about this and what you would like to see on this item. We did also cover in the board report a question that had arisen at the last hearing on the timing of the Alberta Road Bridge, and that's towards the bottom of page 4 of your board report. And then we also have some late-breaking correspondence that came in this morning from the Fiats regarding drainage concerns. That's both on this item and the subsequent Northborough 2 item. And so I'm not sure if that's made its way to the board members because it came in so late. It may have come after you were headed down here for the hearing.
I don't have it.
Okay, so it's essentially a comment letter that expresses concern about the adequacies of drainage and the drainage system improvements for both the Northborough project and the Northborough 2 project. We do have staff from Water Resources who are here to answer any questions, particularly with regard to the Northborough 2 project. With regard to this project, the drainage information does show that there's going to be a reduction in off-site flows off the Northborough project as a result of the detention basins. So the analysis that we have done shows that the flows to property owners downstream, such as to the Fiats, will actually be less under the approved and improved conditions than pre-project. And we do have Liz Carrington from Water Resources here if you have any specific questions about that.
Okay. If you'd stay for just a second, Mr. Cerna has a question.
Thank you. I just want to be clear and make sure I understand what you said earlier about some correspondence that was just sent this morning.
Yes.
And it's on something as significant as a concern about offsite drainage.
Yes.
And this is a concern that has or has not ever been brought up by the author of the correspondence?
I am not aware that the author had brought that up before.
We get a copy of the correspondence,
Yeah, I don't have a correspondence or a request to speak from that person.
The individuals are not here today. They did not come to the meeting, and we can work on if someone could go upstairs and get some.
So Leanne, real quick, while they do that,
yes.
I mean, offsite drainage seems like a pretty important thing for neighboring property owners to understand, and it seems to me that there's how much time have they had basically to get this concern expressed to us?
I mean, I will say drainage has been a big focus of our staff analysis, certainly here, and it's been a big topic of conversation. It's come up. It was addressed in the draft EIR and the final EIR. I do not honestly remember off the top of my head the date of application of this project.
But what I'm asking is basically the author of the correspondence expressing concern about offsite drainage has had how many months or years to express concern about this, and we get a letter that lands on our desk as we're driving to work this morning?
Well over a year,
okay.
I would say, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's probably appropriate to have Water Resources come to the podium, and you've seen the letter and comment on it, so it's in the record.
Hello and good morning, Chair Peters and board members. My name is Elizabeth Carrington, Senior Civil Engineer of the Drainage Development Group within Water Resources. This morning I did read the letter. There was concerns on offsite drainage along the B corridor, which is the most northern drainage corridor in the Alberta project. If you can look, actually, I'm not sure if you guys have these or not.
You'll have to speak up a little bit.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there are conditions on the Northborough project and the Northborough 2 project that require the project applicant to submit an improvement plan drainage study. That study will demonstrate how the project will abide by drainage improvement standards, In particular, no adverse impacts to any surrounding neighbors, and conformance with the Drainage Master Plan. And as Leanne had mentioned, I do have the drainage study for the Northborough 1 project, and it does clearly demonstrate a reduction in existing peak flow conditions in the Drainage B corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Any further questions?
If I could, just having briefly
Natoli?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we've done the studies, and you've done a flow comparison in the as-is condition versus in the fully developed condition, or will it be a phased approach on the detention ponds for recovery of runoff? I assume this is for water quality as well as for volume, or not?
We have looked at peak flow, and our intention, so we have a Alberta master drainage plan that looks at the specific plan area as a whole, and also I have a Northborough 1 drainage study that does address peak flow, and our intentions is that
addresses what?
Peak flow.
E-flow?
Peak.
Oh, peak flow.
My
peak
apologies.
Flow. Okay.
Peak
Well,
flows.
excuse my hearing. I heard flow. I just didn't know what the precursor to that was. Okay.
My apologies. And our intention. So, as a department, we realize that the drainage improvements in this area are very complex, and there are a very wide variety of property owners participating and non-participating. So our intention is that at the improvement plan stage, we require of all projects improvement plan level drainage studies that address peak flow and volume, and assure that all projects abide by the drainage standards, drainage improvement standards, one of which being no adverse impacts to any surrounding property owners.
Okay, so if I'm a downstream owner that wrote this letter, then I should have confidence that that drainage master plan, in accordance with then yet to be submitted improvement plans when development is approved and permitted, will provide assurances then that, you know, whatever runoff would occur naturally and or in this current condition would be taken into account, and that there's not going to be issues of flooding or undue volumes that were there before. Basically, they're going to take care of the drainage on site.
Yes,
right,
correct.
Liz?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one speaker from the public, Tammy Rager. Were you not through, Leanne?
The only thing I did want to say is we did prepare a graphic showing her project site in relationship to the subdivision that I thought I would put over here on the overhead that may help your conversation.
You can come forward, Ms. Rager. Okay.
Hi, I'm Tammy Rager.
If you'd stand between the two microphones, it'd be helpful.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. Maybe it has to stay on that, Tammy, in order for us to see it has to be on that white spot there. So, yeah, there you go. There you go.
Okay, so my concern was fencing around my property to maintain privacy. I think they offered a wooden fence. My concern is I don't want to have maintenance, and I don't want the wooden fence to be able to be dug under or by animals that could get to my livestock. So that's why I'm requesting the fence for my privacy and safety for my livestock. My other concern is rodent abatement, and I think they offered something that is just standard as far as what developers have to do regarding rodent development. And I would like more than that, because I think the impact of the rodents is going to be more than just, I think they said equivalent to disking a field. So if I'm going to be there, I don't want to have any problems with rodents. And what else? Trees for privacy, and also a gate for my properties.
Any questions? Mr. Cerna? Oops, sorry.
Has the developer or their representatives indicated to you that they're willing to maintain the fence?
Yes, and I...
Because you expressed that as a concern. I just want to...
Yeah, I don't want any maintenance. I need it to be to where I don't have to worry about a dog getting over and wiping out my flock. And then
But specifically on maintenance, because that was your word, they've agreed to, have they not, to maintain the double-sided wood fence?
I'm not certain on that. And actually, from what I just heard, I'm not sure if they're offering to maintain only their side or if they're willing to maintain both of the sides. And that's why I would want a masonry fence, because it's completely safe and there's no maintenance. But I'm willing to...
What about graffiti on a masonry wall?
I'm not going to graffiti on my side.
What about the other side?
It's going to be backyard fences.
Not my problem.
What about against the street? Isn't there a street there?
Well, couldn't they graffiti on a wooden fence too? I mean...
I don't go around tagging much, but I would suspect that a masonry wall is probably going to be a little more attractive for graffiti.
And also that would be covered in maintenance, I would imagine.
The same maintenance that they're willing to do for a wood fence. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Natale?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Tim, I just recognize your request that as it relates to development on your north side there, that's not controlled by Sacramento County. Obviously, Placer County has approved something there, and I don't know whether it's all constructed or not. So I'm not so sure that it'd be reasonable for this development to be required to fence your northern boundary. And you certainly have southern boundary exposure to Castle Road already. But as it relates to your east and west boundaries, and I just, I had a chance to, brief with the developer and the representatives yesterday. And one of the things that occurred to me, certainly having thought about this, I was wanting to ask a question back in December, and at that time, I guess you were still in discussions with them, or this hadn't been at least surfaced as being a concern. But we had an ag residential area in this specific plan that we basically, by virtue of what's before us today, have rezoned, at least tentatively, and are considering, providing now the maps that would go behind that and so forth, and all the conditions. And for purposes of separation, I appreciate what the developer has offered, but I wouldn't disagree that even with the maintenance agreement, that depending upon how long Tammy or any other subsequent owner would be there with livestock, and if they're permitted, her zoning, I assume, is going to remain ag residential. So she may have sheep and chickens, but somebody could have cows and horses. It would seem to me that it's not unreasonable that for the east-west exposures particularly, that there be a masonry wall. We've done this a couple...
Mr. Natoli, are you finished talking to Tammy? I thought this was a question for her.
Okay, well, I wanted to ask her about... So you've asked for all four sides. I guess I wanted to understand what the basis for all four sides was, Tammy. So that's my question. You already got a road in front of you, and there's development. So I'm curious, based on the request, as far as whatever type of fence.
Well, the road in front of me will be significantly changed as far as the traffic that's going and the foot traffic and stuff like that. So to maintain my privacy is why I'm asking for that.
In the front?
My private property, yeah. And also gates. So the security.
What about on the back? So how do you justify the request on the northern side of your property, though? That's not, the developer doesn't have anything to do with the property, you but the county line, as I understand it. Is that right?
To keep the whole thing uniform.
Okay. All right. That's all the question I had for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
You can be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to speak? I don't have anyone else signed up to speak at the moment.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Nick Avdis with the Thomas Law Group on behalf of the applicant, in this case Gibson Ranch LLC. I'll make my comments brief. We've been in negotiations with Ms. Tammy for quite some time to purchase her property. The development of this area has been planned for quite some time through the Alberta Specific Plan process. I will say I was a little bit surprised to get these comments after our last hearing, after the extensive outreach and efforts that we've had. But in any event, be that as it may, we do want to be good neighbors, and we have proposed a condition that we believe satisfies the concerns about a properly maintained fence on the east and west sides of her property. And we've included in that a financing mechanism to maintain the uniform maintenance of that fence as long as she owns that property. So for us, while in concept the masonry wall may seem appealing, it just with all due respect, Supervisor Natoli, I just don't see what advantage a masonry wall gives the neighbor over a fence that's maintained, in essence, as long as she's there, by a common funding mechanism, whether that's an HOA or some other mechanism, to maintain that fence. In terms of some of the other requests with regards to rodent abatement, there is no special circumstances that I think would necessitate a higher level of rodent control. In this case, we do disc twice a year. There's a significant amount of disturbance. And as staff mentioned, I'll put this up on the board. As you can see, the property in question's right here. I mean, there's a significant amount of development, obviously, in the Placer Vineyards area. In Placer County that aren't required to have some sort of extraordinary rodent control measures in place. We also, if you look at the staff report, received a request to paint her house as well as install gates on Casser Road, which is an existing roadway, in addition to planting trees on her property and implementing a dust abatement program. We want to be good neighbors. We feel we've offered a measure that should provide at least the screening and assurances that a fence will be maintained. In terms of trees and painting of her house, maybe we'd consider that sort of outside of the process with the county. It really doesn't have a place at this hearing. So I don't want to belabor the point. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is dust abatement pretty much covered under county standards?
Yes, it is. I apologize. That is covered in the AR. That we are required by the Air Quality Management District to implement dust control measures. It's standard on all development projects.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Abdus? Oh, sorry. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. So is it correspondence from the adjacent property owner that you received, or was it a phone call, or what was it?
I have not had any direct communications. What I've been communicated has been through county staff planning. I think these have all been verbal communiques with staff, resulting in the summary that's in the staff report.
In regards to how it was communicated, what was the rationale that was given for painting a house? In other words, what association, what link, what nexus was provided from the impacts of the development to the need to paint her house?
I honestly have no clue.
Okay. That's all.
Any other questions? Okay, Ms. Frost?
Is rodent control, I've never heard a request like that. Is there an outbreak of rodents when you are developing? Is that an issue? Or I've never heard of that.
Well, I mean, certainly when you're disturbing the ground, anytime you're disturbing the ground, you're affecting nesting sites for rodents. It happens when we disc the property. It's currently an ag. It's grazing land, and we do disc it. And disking the property does, I guess, increase the activity of rodents because of that fact. But to the degree where it presents an intolerable sort of nuisance. We had approached the other neighbor who owns this property here to confirm that she didn't share the concerns that were shared by the current neighbor, voicing concerns, and she had indicated that she has no problem at all, and in fact has cats to take care of the rodents. So.
Okay, well, that's all for now. I'm going to support staff's recommendation and can move approval.
I'm going to second it.
Is there any further discussion? Oh, Mr. Natoli?
Yes, I'd like to weigh in on, as I started a moment ago, and certainly just conclude. I believe that there should be a masonry wall. We're rezoning this from ag res to residential subdivision. We've all concurred with that, at least in our previous action on this. I support that. But as I started to make the point a little earlier, that this property remains ag res. Whatever the negotiations go on or don't go on between the property, again, I think that it's reasonable from the standpoint of separation, and it's not unreasonable that you'd offer to have a maintenance agreement, but that puts additional responsibility for the interior landowner to then notify if there's a problem with the fence. And I think that the durability and the long-term viability of a masonry wall between an ag-res established operation. We're rezoning the property. It's not the developer. We, the county, are doing that. You have a landowner who may have made other requests. I don't necessarily concur with those. But I believe that in this case, and we've done it, I started to say it a moment ago, a couple of areas in the vineyard area where we've had this separation and concerns about the adjacent development. Folks were not planning at that particular time, and in some of those cases have not yet developed their property and may never. And I think when we rezone, and from the standpoint of the agricultural pursuits, that wood fences certainly can provide durability between or separation between neighborhoods and so forth. But when it comes to livestock, the unpredictability about the types of livestock you might have there and so forth, I just believe that on the east-west side that we ought to provide for masonry wall. If something happens in the intervening time between the current property owner and this developer or other developers, then that may take care of itself. But I believe strongly that condition we just muddle around with a bunch of maintenance agreements and some long-term financing that we build require a maintenance, a masonry wall be constructed to separate existing uses from future planned uses that folks will want to have that quality of life and so forth. And so I'm going to certainly suggest to the maker of the motion, the seconder, that we have a masonry wall condition. And if you don't agree with that, then I'll vote accordingly. But I feel strongly that, as we develop in this county, that we protect the agricultural residential uses in a way that really is meaningful. And I think in this case, it's not an unreasonable request, at least on the east-west sides, to have a masonry wall.
Ms. Frost?
Maybe Mr. Advis can come forward. I just wanted to ask, because you made a comment that you were in negotiations with this property owner at some length. So she was considering selling her property, and you were considering developing it along with the rest of this project. Is that right?
Correct. We've actually been negotiating with her for years, since the initial project application for Northborough.
And
2010, 2011, it's been quite some time.
So
and we've had negotiations as recently as right before this hearing in the waiting out area outside.
So she is considering selling, and in theory, because we've rezoned it, she might be able to get more for her property, and you could build that masonry wall, and it could be needing to be torn down in a short period of time because someone bought the property and now they want to develop it. Is that correct? Or
correct?
Well, that seems kind of expensive, given it's likely that at some point she may decide, this is probably going to go along with what the plan is in that area, right?
That's what I believe, yes.
Yeah. I would think that if we wanted to do this, we should change our policy within the planning department so that a landowner would know in advance what the potential cost might be. Coming out of the blue like this, it's pretty unexpected. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
What do you mean? The potential cost?
So what Don was talking about, protecting agricultural properties, that if we really think there should be fences, masonry fences around all that, it should become a matter of policy for the county so that an applicant going in knows that they're going to deal with that. Not in this case, however. Okay. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just to Supervisor Frost, this is going to be a backyard fence for 21 lots. I can't imagine that if you put it, whether it's masonry or wood fence, she wouldn't be tearing down the wood fence either. So I don't know that that's, you might, if there was a different street pattern, but they have a street pattern outlined in the subdivision map. So whatever you put there is going to be pretty permanent. That's my view. So whether it's masonry or a double-sided wood fence, because it's going to be the backyard or side yard fences for 13 lots or in another 10.
But the developer is offering to build the fence on both sides and maintain it, put the financing mechanism in place to maintain it. So
on their property.
On both sides.
No, yeah, double-sided wood.
They're offering to maintain her side too.
Right, but if they build a masonry fence, they wouldn't necessarily have to do that because it's just faced in. It's still beyond those property owners' fence. I mean, on property owner's property. So I don't see it's going to be lost money. It'll be more money. There's no doubt about that. But.
Okay. I'm going to call the question here. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
No, I want to ask a question about on the vote, if I could, before you called a question. That if I want to vote no on the portion of this application, there's a whole series of items. If it falls on a subdivision map condition, then I want to vote no on that. So if you tell me where I can vote no on that, I'm not going to vote no on the rezoning and so forth. I don't oppose that, so I'd like to ask that.
Okay.
So this would likely be a condition on the map.
Okay.
And the map is related, I presume we would be putting it on the small lot map, which is item 9 on page 2. So I think you would be good to go on everything but item 9.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'd register no vote on item 9.
Did you wish to make a comment about the motion?
Well, I'd register no vote on item 9 of the overall motion. I would support the remaining balance of that, so if there's a way to call that out.
So I would
We need a vote screen.
I would, just to clear this up, because there's a lot going on. So we're going to take two motions.
I think it's best because it's a separate item. The map is its own entitlement. So do one motion for everything except for the small lot map, which is item 9. So let's do that first.
So Ms. Ross makes a motion on that.
Second.
Seconder agrees. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, now take item 9, the small lot map.
Item 9, the small lot map. We need a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
The motion passes with Supervisor Natoli voting no.
Okay. Thank you. Next item, please.
Now on item 34, if anyone's here to speak, we need to take an oath on that. This is the Northborough 2 specific plan amendment, rezone, large lot and small lot tentative subdivision map, special development permit, affordable housing strategy, and design review for a property on the east side of 16th Street, north of Alberta Road in the Rio Linda, Alberta Communities. Environmental document is an addendum to the May 2007 final environmental impact report.
Were you going to swear in the...
Oh, sorry. Please raise your right hand. The appropriate response is I do. Do you swear to tell the testimony to this board? And if you do not swear, that you will affirm? I do. Okay. And when you get to the podium, state your name for the record and the statement I have been sworn.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the board. Leanne Moffett here to give the PowerPoint presentation on this item, which is the first time you have heard this project. This is the Northborough 2 project, also in the Alberta specific plan in the Rio Linda and Alberta area. It is immediately adjacent to the project that you just heard. This is on the east side of 16th Street, approximately a half-mile north of Alberta Road in the Rio Linda and Alberta community. The request is for an amendment to the specific plan, a rezone, a large lot map for 5 villages and 1 park site, a small lot tentative subdivision map to create 364 single-family lots, a special development permit, an affordable housing strategy, which will consist of payment of fees, and design review. This was part and is part of the Alberta specific plan, which assumed 324 RD5 lots and no park, and channelized drainage through the site. As a result of the drainage master plan that was done and amended by the board for the Alberta specific plan, there was a loss of overall units within the specific plan, and so this project is seeking to capture some of those units while remaining within the overall cap. Here's a context photo showing the vacant area, and on the right showing an outline of the project site, which is immediately south of the Northborough project that you just heard. Here is some context photos. On the lower left is the existing specific plan with the site outlined there. And then on the right is a map that shows the specific plan in the larger Placer Vineyard project area as well. The applicant is requesting to amend the specific plan. On the left side of the project, you have the big north-south 16th Street, which is someday going to be an extremely busy road. And then through the project site, you have this circular loop road. The loop road bisects this project. The applicant is requesting to go from RD5 to RD6 to 7 on the west or left side of the loop road, and to leave the RD5 on the right or east side of the loop road. They would have a corresponding rezone. The large lot map and the small lot tentative subdivision map as shown here. There is a special development permit to allow for some of the neighborhood streets to have an attached sidewalk rather than a detached sidewalk for those interior neighborhood streets. So some of the components, there will be access to the future Alberta Specific Plan Town Center about a half mile to the southwest. So this site does not have its own standalone commercial. It would be relying on the town center in the larger specific plan. They are requesting 364 homes with a range of housing types, including RD5, RD7, and then some alley-loaded lots along that North Loop Road, which matches what was done in the Northborough project. That's intended to decrease the number of driveways that are fronting on that loop road while still having houses front on it for pedestrian safety. There would be a 5-acre neighborhood park along the loop road in the center of the project. With regard to drainage, there will be 2 interim detention basins located, let me see if I can figure out how to use the pointer here. There'll be an interim detention basin here and, over here, and lots would not be able to be subdivided in that interim detention basin until off-site detention land acquisition can happen and those improvements be installed. The drainage does show that there would be no increase in off-site drainage as a result of both the interim and long-term conditions. Unlike the northern boundary, there would actually not be a decrease, but there would be no increase. There's also a trail system that is planned to link this project over to the Gibson Ranch Park. There will be full water and wastewater infrastructure, and the project has been reviewed and conditioned around all those infrastructure requirements, and there is a design handbook for the project. Because there was a prior CEQA document for the overall Alberta specific plan that did rezone this to its current RD5, an addendum to that EIR was prepared along with a new mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The original EIR had assumed 40 fewer single-family homes, and so the addendum did look at that increase, and also included that because of the planned improvements on 16th Street and the high traffic nature of that road, a sound wall will be appropriate on 16th. And there was revised off-site water and sewer infrastructure that this project is conditioned to match that has been part of the overall specific plan review. The CPAC had heard this back in May of 2017. This project went to them before the Northborough project. That was your previous item. They ended up recommending approval on a 3-2 vote. Some of the concerns that they had to do with the relationship of this project to the ag-res that has now been changed to urban in the Northborough project. So some of those CPAC comments and concerns have gone away with the approval of the Northborough project. And they did ask questions about the affordable housing plan. This project will pay fees, and we will seek to expend those funds elsewhere in the more urban area of the plan where apartments have previously been identified. They expressed concerns about piecemeal infrastructure, which has been something that staff has been working very hard on figuring out how to address in this kind of urbanizing area. Questions about trails and pedestrian access and the access and functionality of the alley-loaded residential units along the loop road. The Design Review Advisory Committee found the project in compliance and recommended approval. Planning staff recommended approval to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission recommending approval to the board on a 5-0 vote pursuant to their November 27th hearing with amended conditions. I previously mentioned the comment letter from the FIATs, and that is the only additional comment letter that we have here. And we do still have Water Resources staff here if you have any additional questions. So this slide covers the recommended actions, which are also detailed in your board report.
Any questions for Leanne? Seeing none. I don't have any members of the public signed up to speak. Would the applicant like to speak?
Madam Chair, again, Nick Avdis with the Thomas Law Group. I have been sworn on behalf of Wind Communities, the project applicant for Northborough 2. I'll make my comments brief. First, with regards to the drainage corridor, I want to be clear that the comment letter received was for Corridor B. Northborough 2 is in Corridor C. So it's a different drainage corridor, so our drainage for Northborough 2 will not affect Corridor B.
Okay.
In any event, just very briefly, can I get the overhead, please? Very briefly, this project is this area here, approximately 364 units. It was really intended to be a part of the entire master plan community of Northborough. There were some slightly different ownership interests as well as minor land use changes that really dictated a separate project application. But the truth is that Northborough 2 and Northborough 1 were really envisioned as a single master plan community, really built around the heart of the clubhouse, rec center, the sports park that's going in here, the elementary school. I think the product types that you'll find, as was envisioned in the original Alberta specific plan within the Loop Road, higher urban densities, obviously the commercial core down here, we've stayed true to that intent and really provided a range of housing types within Northborough 2. But really within the entire Northborough 1 and 2 projects, everything from alley-loaded product to executive-style housing and everything in between. So I went through the presentation for Northborough the last time around. I don't probably think you don't want to go through that again. I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe this is very straightforward. Support of CPAC, support of staff, and we haven't received any correspondence to date other than the DWR letter on this project. So.
Any questions from the board of the applicant?
Move staff's recommendation.
You have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, I think that concludes the morning matters. We will recess. We do have closed session, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. I'd like to call the meeting for the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors back to order. Madam Clerk, please establish a quorum.
Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
And you have a quorum. Okay, for your first afternoon item, number 35, is the Arden Creek Town Center Linderman Appeal Fee Waiver Request.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Leanne Moffett, your planning director. The item before you is a fee waiver related to the Arden Creek Town Center project. The project is a renovation of an existing center at Arden and Watt with the addition of several building pads. The merits of the project are the subject of your agenda item number 36, but this item is a request to waive the appeal fees for a private individual. The project was approved by the zoning administrator on August 16th of 2017. The CEQA document utilized for that approval was a negative declaration. There have been 2 appeals filed. The first appeal was filed by the Arden Arcade CPAC. That appeal otherwise would have gone to the Board of Zoning Appeals, which is the Planning Commission sitting as the Board of Zoning Appeals. We have been informed by the CPAC that we do not expect to have a representative of the CPAC here today. The second appeal that was filed by Ms. Julie Linderman to the board, and on the basis that no environmental impact report was prepared. And it's that provision that has elevated the appeal from the Board of Zoning Appeals to the Board of Supervisors. The request to waive the fees, the fee amounts are $3,935. The zoning code does speak to this. Section 6.1.3.d of the zoning code says the Board of Supervisors should consider whether there was a staff error or other special circumstances that justifies the waiver. So the board does have discretion with regard based on that provision. Ms. Linderman has provided a justification for the request for a fee waiver that is summarized in the board report, as well as her original materials are attachment 2 to that board report. The items that are referenced include that an individual should not bear the cost of an appeal that is a matter of public interest, that the appeal is made on behalf of many community residents, that the appeal procedures were not clearly provided, that the staff report may not have been complete and accurate and may not have included all correspondence, that the zoning administrator approved the project despite opposition, and then that a negative declaration should not have been adopted. The staff recommendation before you is for denial of the waiver. Staff does not believe that there has been any error in processing of the project, in approval of the project by the zoning administrator, and that a negative declaration is the appropriate CEQA document. So that concludes my staff presentation.
Any questions for Leanne? Okay, thank you. We'll hear from Julie Linderman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Board of Supervisors.
Ms. Linderman, if you could stand in front of the podium with the 2 microphones, you can put your exhibits there on the white surface.
Which is right there.
Thank you. That'll be easier for us to hear you.
Okay, but we short people. No.
Well, it can be lowered a little bit.
Lowered, that'll be good.
Low as it goes. Okay.
Okay, so I'm Julie Linderman, and I'm here to request the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors grant a waiver of the filing fee of $3,935 that I submitted on August 28th to appeal the zoning administrator's approval of the project known as Arden Creek Town Center. That was the zoning administrator's hearing on August 16th. And just to clear up any possible confusion, I need to tell you that this appeal does not reflect at all a desire to stop, hinder, curtail quality commercial development in Arden Arcade. Heaven knows we need quality, community-sustaining new development. What this appeal speaks to is a reasonable demand for fairness and equal treatment under the law, including the adherence to the zoning codes, with deviations allowed only in times of special need or circumstances. What this is about consistent, clear interpretation of the code, or revisions to the codes being made by due process, not erosion of the codes by bad precedent begetting bad precedent, which was the case in this hearing issue. I'm requesting a waiver of the filing fee because though I'm a single individual filing the appeal, I have filed it so that the public's interest in a matter of community development and zoning application can be heard by the board. You are the people's only elected, accountable representatives in matters of local land use, development, and law. My individual appeal with a personal payment was made on behalf of many community residents, and I don't know if this shows up well or not, but last Friday we started a petition. I have a bigger copy, an electronic petition, and as of last evening, over 108 people had signed this petition, recognizing that they are registered voters. They are interested in my fee being waived because it's made on the behalf of many. Apart from filing a formal appeal and paying the fee, the county residents, property owners, taxpayers seemingly have no other codified means to seriously voice their interests and concerns to the elected authorities who are charged with guiding and directing fair and beneficial community development. We recognize the process of seeking input through the CPACs, but that testimony is not always documented. Printed meeting minutes are often 1 or 2 sentences long, And the county's planning staff are free to rewrite the minutes, as they did in this report supporting the zoning administrator. Then they are also free to not use or use at their discretion any information that's heard or decided at a CPAC meeting. They did not refer the CPAC conditions to the zoning administrator for approval, and that's part of the rules of the game. But there's nothing I can find in the code that lets the people who are most likely to be affected by a zoning administrator's decision have any standing before the government except this pay-to-play appeal process. County staff have failed to provide information, documented policies and procedures, rules, and applicable codes to clarifying zoning administrator approvals. So putting up the $3,935 and filing an individual appeal seems like the only way in the door, but it doesn't seem like the fair way. The county staff had suffered confusion in telling the CPAC whether or not they could appeal. First they said they couldn't, and I have actually emails from the CPAC chair saying that the county's adamant they can't appeal. Then they changed their mind, then said they could appeal, and they changed their mind just a couple hours before the CPAC meeting on a Thursday night. The CPAC voted to appeal, and they were not given correct and clear instructions on how to submit the appeal. So that's why the appeal only covers a couple of points. It doesn't cover the CEQA issues. It doesn't cover a lot of details. When they asked county staff if they could amend it, change it, fix it up, get it right, basically they didn't get any answer. So here I was down here at the county offices at 4 o'clock on the final day to appeal, and your staff were helpful to advise me that I didn't need to bother. It was all taken care of by the CPAC appeal. But since they couldn't change their appeal to designate the CEQA issues, it wasn't taken care of. So that's why I had to appeal. So I really beg you to consider that there are lots of problems that need to be addressed by a higher authority that has responsibility and is accountable to the electorate. And I would really feel that there being no other way, this appeal should be not at a cost to the appellant who represents the public. And thirdly, a review of the cost of appeals in many counties in Northern California reveals that Sacramento County's fee is much, 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 much higher than our neighbors. And that seems like another reason it should be waived. Do you have any questions about what?
Does the board have any questions? Mr. Cerna?
I had a question, but it's not for Ms. Linderman, it's for staff, but it's relative to some of the
Does anyone
points.
have any questions for Ms. Linderman? Okay, thank you. You can be seated.
Thanks. So I guess I want to understand, for any party that chooses to pursue an appeal similar to this, at what point in the process of pursuing that appeal are they provided explicit information about the costs, the point at which appeal fees are perhaps non-refundable, if that's the right terminology? In other words, I want to know, did the party that has just appeared before us that's requesting the fee be waived, when and how did they become aware of what it means to pursue the appeal and at what cost?
I'll answer that to the best of my ability. I'm not sure I know every point at which staff interacted with Ms. Linderman, but there is a point that I can clarify with regard to how the CPAC appeal went versus her individual appeal. It is true that I was advised, and I advised County Counsel Krista Whitman, that with regard to the CPAC vote, the vote had been approval. So it was staff's initial opinion that the CPAC could not appeal because they had recommended approval of the project. And as we led into the hearing, and as we looked into it more, I realized that while their recommendation was for approval, their conditions were actually sort of denial. So I reached out to Krista, we had a conversation, and we concluded that it was the better and safer route to allow, to advise the CPAC that they could appeal, and they did choose to appeal. Going back and forth at the same time, it was my understanding that Ms. Linderman was interacting with some of my staff. She wasn't necessarily interacting directly with me and asking questions about the appeal, and I believe both we and the clerk were providing information about how to appeal. She specifically wanted to use a provision of the zoning code, which is this provision that if an EIR is not prepared, that the appeal goes to the Board of Supervisors rather than to the Planning Commission sitting as the Board of Zoning Appeals. And so I had not had any experience, nor had any of the current planning staff had experience in using that provision of the zoning code. Typically, most people appeal the project, which in this case would have gone to the BZA, rather than appealing because an EIR was not prepared, in which case that was a completely different provision that went to the board.
Does the fact that an EIR was not prepared, and perhaps it's a difference of opinion between the appellant and staff as to whether there even needs to be an EIR versus a neg deck in this situation, does that really constitute a quote-unquote error? Because my understanding about fee waivers is that it's one thing to consider a fee waiver request if there is a well-documented error. It's another when there's kind of a difference of opinion.
Right. In cases of very clear staff error, we actually have a different process which can be done administratively to approve a fee waiver, and that's done at the CEO's office level. In this case, we could not conclude that there was an error, and therefore it is the sentence that I read to you from the zoning code that would prevail, and it's the board's discretion, which does say that you should look to whether there's an error or other special circumstance.
And so everything that you've explained and disclosed in terms of there being perhaps, I don't know how to describe it, but maybe a misunderstanding at some point about what the CPAC action was that may or may not constitute their ability to appeal. Is that considered an error, or is that?
I mean, because we allowed them to appeal and they did appeal, I think we acted conservatively and gave them their right to appeal, which they have done, which has led to this, in part, this hearing today. So I don't see that there was an error there, especially since the outcome was allowing them to appeal.
Okay, so besides phone conversations and meetings and the ability to catch someone in the hallway to explain, hey, what does it mean to appeal, and what does it cost me if I want to pursue that, where can any member of the public go to read for themselves what our appeal process and policy is and how much it costs?
Right. Staff will be happy to answer that question. If people call us, if they email us, if they ask us at the CPAC meeting, we'll inform them. They can find it. Can
I go across the breezeway right now in the planning department and find a policy in writing that explains what it costs and what it means to appeal?
Well, you actually appeal through the clerk's office, so we would tell people what we know, and we would send them to the clerk, and then the clerk would tell them exactly how to appeal.
Okay.
And that is what I believe happened in this circumstance.
All right, thank you.
The County Council want to weigh in?
Just weigh in a little bit. I've been fairly heavily involved in this since August. So I agree with staff that there was no error. The only thing that was a little bit confusing in the beginning was whether the CPAC had a right to appeal, but as Leanne has said, we erred on the conservative side and allowed them to appeal. My memory is that at the time, I got a call when Ms. Linderman was at the counter and wanted to file her appeal, and the CPAC had already appealed, and my advice was, she doesn't need to appeal, don't spend the $3,900, there's already been an appeal filed. that's de novo, and all the issues will already be considered, but she wanted to appeal in any event.
There's been some confusion by folks that I've met with as recently as yesterday about what the term de novo means. Could you explain that?
Yeah, a de novo hearing means that as long as an appeal has been filed, the board can consider everything. So you can look at all the conditions, you can look at the project as a whole, and you're not limited to what's on the appeal form. It's nice to have an appeal form that explains exactly what the issues are, but as long as the appeal is timely filed, the board has an ability to look at the entire project.
And that applies to our discretion regardless if it's a CPAC appealing or a member of the public?
Exactly the same. The only thing that it was a little weird here is we didn't even honestly realize there was a provision in the zoning code, or I don't think anyone had ever looked at it, that elevated it to the board, and we're actually going to take a look at that at the next zoning code update and try to clean that language up. It actually comes from, it's been in there since like 1971, but that was the only thing that made it different with Ms. Linderman's appeal, because she did use that language in the zoning code and elevate it to the board. Otherwise, the appeal of the CPAC and the appeal of Ms. Linderman would have been identical. She just bumped it to the board, but either hearing would have been de novo.
And our staff, including you, Krista, went out of your way to try to explain as best you could to
I haven't talked to her directly, but I've certainly talked to everybody else in the county about it.
And yes, we did. We were meeting with her actually outside the board offices, the clerk of the board, when she filed the appeal and went through it. And
but it was
she
clearly
filed in a
explained
timely
that
manner.
at that point that she did not have to encumber her own personal bank account to do this.
That was explained, but it was my understanding at the time that she clearly wanted it in front of the board rather than the Board of Zoning Appeals, which is the Planning Commission. And so she wanted to file as an individual, so that under the CEQA provision, so that the item was in front of the board.
But so I just want to make sure I understand. So if the CPAC action was appealable and was moving forward, that appeal would have landed where? Here?
No, the CPAC appealed on the basis of the project, not on the basis that an EIR was not prepared.
Right. So in other words, there is a subtle difference here between the two appeals, right?
Yes, there
one
is.
lands in front of us, one does not.
Yes.
So perhaps she was making a decision at that point that she'd rather, even though the CPAC was appealing, she wanted appeals because she wanted to get this in front of a different body.
She did. She expressed that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Just want to make sure I understand it.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, I have a question for Krista based upon what Leanne said, that irrespective of an error, obviously if an error is made, then there's provisions even at the administrative level to grant the fee waiver, grant the appeal. But that there is latitude with this board based upon either what we hear or what we've derived from the documents to make a decision irrespective of an error, if we think there's sufficient confusion and or disconnect and or everything has been laid out here and we've received volumes of written information, some of it obviously going to the matter that we're going to be hearing in a moment, but so we have the discretion, correct?
Right. The zoning code says that, so as you indicated, if it was clear error, it wouldn't even come to the board. Once it gets to the board can grant a fee waiver because there's error or for special circumstances. Typically, typically the board only grants in the event of error, but it is within the discretion of the board.
Okay. So again, if the circumstances, if we in our own summation of this and we come to that conclusion either individually or collectively, then we have the ability to do that here today. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We have several requests from the public to speak. Sean Dillon and Carl Doak and Michael Seaman are the first three.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Sean Dillon, Committee Advocate for the Ogden Arcade area. So, as we heard, the planning process, especially appeals, is a confusing, convoluted process. It is for applicants, for staff, for members of the public, for Ms. Lindeman. So now we have a situation where we're here today. We have a senior citizen on a fixed income spending $4,000 to ensure that the voice of the community has a chance just to be heard. So I was looking at the agenda item, and in the staff discussion, there was an interesting line, and it is, additionally, Because a separate appeal has been filed by the CPAC and the two appeals have been consolidated before the board, Ms. Lindeman could withdraw her appeal and the project will still be considered by the board in its entirety based on the CPAC appeal. So looking at that, what cost did the county incur because of Ms. Lindeman's appeal? If all the work's already being done because of the CPAC appeal, all the processing, all the noticing, because now is one hearing, what additional cost has been incurred? The fee is to help recoup those costs. The CPAC appeal is paid out of the general fund already. So on this, it's almost like a case of double dipping. We're trying to compensate the CPAC appeal and pay for that with Ms. Lindeman's fee. For me, I think it's a simple decision. We need to just kind of do the right thing and just say, hey, Ms. Lindeman stood up for the community. It was a confusing process. Even staff has admitted that it was a little bit confusing. They haven't been familiarized with the sections. Let's not penalize her. Let's approve the fee waiver and then move on with the appeal itself. Thank you.
Carl Doak.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Carl Doak, a resident of Del Paso Manor. I had the pleasure to watch Julie Linderman about 3 years ago in front of a CPAC meeting. She's very well spoken. She speaks with a lot of respect. She knows her stuff. She's an asset to our community. I can shed some light on what transpired. On Thursday, on the CPAC meeting, there was a great deal of confusion. Manny tried to clarify some of that. On Friday, Chairman Little sent a member of CPAC to the county to file an appeal. On Monday, after some thought, Mr. Little wanted to add more to the appeal, but he was stymied when he was here. Julie, in essence, is acting as a proxy for those who could not get the appeal through the CPAC, through Mr. Chairman Little's. I respectfully ask you to please grant her appeal, and thank you.
Thank you. Michael Seaman.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Seaman. I live on Marywood Drive in Arden Arcade. I believe you've all received an email from me and my wife requesting granting the waiver. The $4,000 that's charged to Ms. Linderman has absolutely no public purpose to be served as an exorbitant and unreasonable fee. Absolutely no public purpose. The only justification for such a high fee is to stymie the public concerns that were raised during the review process, and that sends a very chilling message to the public about how their municipal government feels about their constituents. Other local jurisdictions in Northern California charge far, far less. It would be understandable if you had a de minimis level, but $4,000 is not de minimis. It's essentially equivalent to 4.5 months' rent, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, of the average rent in Arden Arcade for 2012 to 2016. So that's just really, 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 really wrong. And so what I'd really like the supervisors to do is to change your fee structure for one thing, and start right now by being fair to Ms. Linderman. She's done the community a service. She's also done the taxpayers of the county a service, because I think you've all seen a letter that you're going to get in the next item about how the decision that's been reached so far has provided grave risk for the county in terms of CEQA lawsuit. So by pointing out those items, bringing them to your attention as elected officials who represent all of Sacramento County, she's really done everybody a service. She's helped the community. Staff had to bring the item to you anyway, and the fee level is unduly high. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a card from Doug Bayless. Did you mean to speak on this item or the next one, Mr. Bayless?
On the shopping center itself, not on.
Okay, so you meant that's 36 then. Okay. Lenny Forrester and Karen Klinger. And Ms. Forrester, you have two request to speak in, one for
should-
35, one for 36, but your comments on the bottom kind of refer to item 35, so I'm not sure. Did you want to speak on both
Yes,
both
I did.
items? Okay.
I apologize for that.
Okay.
I wanted to hone in a little bit further on the concept that someone mentioned earlier about...
And if you'd introduce yourself.
I'm Lenny Forster. I live in Arden Park.
Thank you.
And I wanted to hone in a little bit further, just for a second, on the concept of what someone else brought up earlier. It's a legal concept, actually, called double dipping. And what that means is when a government entity, such as the county, charges twice for the same thing. And given that the county chose to combine the two appeals into one to be heard de novo, there's only one appeal here that needs to be paid for. And if the CPAC appeal is being paid for by county taxpayers, which I believe it is, then to charge Julie Linderman another near $4,000 would be called double dipping in legal terms. And obviously the law doesn't think that's right, and I hope that you don't too. I am fairly new to this kind of thing, and so when I saw that the appeal fee was as high as it was, I have to say that I was absolutely stunned. And I've only been back in the Sacramento area. I grew up here, but I've only been back here for a couple of years. Prior to that, I was living in Sausalito. And I was unable, unfortunately, to get the Marin County fees, although I did make a lot of effort to do that. I reached out to a number of counties in Northern California to figure out how high their fees were compared to our Sacramento fees. And I didn't reach out to every county. It took quite a few hours to do this, from calling the heads of planning departments and looking at fee schedules online and sorting through websites. But what I did find suggests that Sacramento may want to reconsider their fee structure. And for today, I strongly urge you, based on the information I'm about to present, to grant Julie Linderman's fee waiver. The examples that I found was Contra Costa County. They charge $125 to appeal directly to the Board of Supervisors. That's 31 times more than what Sacramento County charges. 31 times less, excuse me. Alameda County charges $250. That means that Sacramento County charges 15 times what Alameda County does to appeal directly to the Board of Supervisors. Napa County is at $416. That's 9 times more than what Sacramento County charges to appeal to the Board of Supervisors. San Francisco County is at $597. That's 6 times what Sacramento County charges. And Yolo County charges $941, and that's 4 times less than what Sacramento County charges. I apologize if I was confusing the more and less there, but I think you got my point that all of these counties charge much, much, much less than what Julie Linderman was charged to appeal.
Could you make your final comments, please?
My final comment is that I urge you all to waive Julie Linderman's fee, and I further urge you to analyze your fee structure so that everyone in Sacramento County has an easy way to be able to exert their right to the First Amendment and redress grievances in front of you.
Thank you very much. Finally, Karen Klinger.
I'm doing 36. As am I. We're on number 36?
No, we're on number 35, and Ms. Klinger, you meant your card says 35 and 36. But you don't have to speak to this if you don't want to.
Oh, I love speaking to you.
I know you do.
I can hardly wait to see your lovely faces.
I know.
I do want to make sure, though, that I speak in favor of the fee waiver to be returned to the applicant, Julie Linderman, for the sole purpose that you're our elected officials. And we do need to have a dialogue, and the only way we can get to you is obviously to pay a huge fee, which to me seems like extortion. And it also seems like it's intimidation, and it's almost a sign of discrimination, because special interests can get to you at no cost. Business owners, we, the neighborhood, have to pay in order to see our elected officials or speak before you or fit it in to some kind of an agenda item, which is difficult when you want the community to be heard before you are elected officials. So I would highly request that you return this fee and go to something, if you have to something much less, like $400 to $500 would be kind of a minimal in between the costs that other counties charge. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the last request I have on this item.
Renee's got a lady entry.
Except for one approaching. Matt Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt Gray and esteemed supervisors. I am a registered lobbyist, but I'm not here representing a client. On this issue, I won't repeat anything that's previously been said. However, I do believe, since I work on First Amendment issues predominantly, that the $4,000 fee is a bit of an impediment if we want to encourage people to speak and redress government for any grievances. I'm sure Council has reviewed the matter. However, I think entirely that a reimbursement of the fee is entirely appropriate given the interests of the neighborhood, the types of discussions we've tried to have and were obstructed, not by this board, but by the parties who are involved. Obviously, changes have been made so far because of the input that's been given by the neighborhood, so the changes were appropriate. It was appropriate that the process was slowed down, that the changes were made, and that more eyes were on the application for the development. So it's a good thing. And unfortunately, a resident had come up with a substantial sum of money in order to get to this point. But I do hope that the board sees fit to reimburse the funds so we can continue with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. Question for council. So how unusual is it to have this situation where you have, hopefully I get this correct, you have an appeal that's initiated by one of our advisory bodies, you have an appeal by a member of the public. They're both de novo, and the only difference I could think of at this point, based on some responses earlier from Leanne, is that there's only a difference in the governing, the bodies that the appeal appears before. So how?
So I've been sitting with the board on land use matters since 2003, and I've never seen this come up before.
So fairly unique.
And I don't think planning has ever seen it happen before. Right.
So
we've never had two appeals on the same matter.
And we don't have any standing policy that advises any member of the public that in the case that there is an appeal made by a CPAC, here's what it means in terms of your decision point to file a separate appeal, even if it's de novo. We don't have anything.
We don't have a written policy, but I believe Ms. Linderman was advised that an appeal had been filed. It would be de novo, and there was no reason.
There's a lot of moving parts to that.
But that there was no reason to file. In my view, there was no reason to file a second appeal unless it was really important to her to be at the board rather than the BZA.
I think there is a more deeper, subtle issue here of where this sort of initially went wrong. The way the process is set up, if the item is controversial, typically we would expect the CPAC to vote no. That would automatically elevate the item out of the zoning administrator into the planning commission, where then any appeals would be from the planning commission to the board.
Right.
And we are looking at this and how what happens when CPACs vote approval versus denial and what their appeal rights are. So this is something we may be approaching the board in the future as a separate item about.
I feel like we're learning a lot.
Yeah, but where I think this project sort of got on an awkward track was when the CPAC seemed to have voted approval, But when you really delved into what their approval was and their condition, they didn't really mean approval. They actually, their recommendations were actually sort of denial of major components of the project. So if they had actually voted denial, then the project would have been heard at the Planning Commission. And the appeal from both the CPAC and an individual would have both been from the Planning Commission to the board. So that's sort of the underlying, I think, the crux of where things got off track here.
And one last thing, the two actions in front of us, or questions in front of us, whether to move forward with the appeal is completely separate, is it not, from whether or not we waive the appeal fee?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for those questions. Since this came up last summer, I've had numerous conversations with Planning Department about how this came about and the corrective actions, I think, that will make it easier for everyone to understand what was going on, including training of CPAC members.
Can I go to one of those trainings too?
All right. Are there any comments or questions on this item before us? Mr. Kennedy?
Not specifically on the item, but...
here I go.
Thank you. Just Mr. Gill, when was the last time we visited our fees and all that? And, I mean, I would assume that we do a check-in now and then to see how we're comparing to other jurisdictions and that type of thing.
Some fees are looked at annually, some are biannual. I can't recall last time we looked at these fees, but we'll go back and look at it when the last review was done.
It's been about 2 years, and we actually do have another fee review underway right now that we've been trying to move forward. There's been a few hiccups and little things in the process, but we are trying to move that forward for CEO office review and then on to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Frost?
There was a comment relating to there's a fee that's being charged twice for work that was only done once. Is that the case, or did an extra appeal require the work to twice as much work?
I'll let others weigh in. I don't think it's a double dipping in my opinion.
Perhaps County Council could shed some light on that.
I can weigh in. First of all, I don't think double dipping is really a legal concept. But did we charge twice for the same work? Well, no, because first of all, we didn't charge the CPAC for their appeal because under the zoning code provisions, they had a right to an appeal, a free appeal already. Also, I would say that this the Linderman appeal and fee waiver request has consumed a significant amount of staff time. So I don't think it's that the county didn't do the work or that didn't cause additional work. I mean, I don't track by the hour, but I personally have spent quite a bit of time on this, and I know that staff and members of the board have as well. So it's not like it didn't cost extra to have two. But in any event, I don't think we're charging twice. In fact, we're only charging once.
And when we have people come forward to appeal, in those situations, are they provided something in writing that states that there are costs associated with this, that they sign acknowledging that they're aware of that? Seems like we keep coming back to that.
Well, there's a fee, right? When they go to the clerk's office to file an appeal, they're told what the fee is. Before they hand over the appeal form and their check, they're told how much it costs.
And the basis for the fee is an average time of what it takes to appeal things. In the case of the CPAC, the board has concluded that if the CPAC appeals on a basis of community-wide interest, that will come out of essentially general fund taxpayer money.
Yeah, in that sense.
And so she knew that the CPAC was getting theirs for free, but that she was going to pay.
Yes.
Have to pay.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, I just, on the broader point about the fees, again, we've had this discussion many times over the years, and I'll just say I don't believe that the appeal fees, they shouldn't just be a real low threshold because there is work involved, but I don't believe that we should be double, triple, 30 times other jurisdictions. They may do their business differently, and I respect that, but I would just say that and I've had this conversation with Mr. Gill a number of times over the years about some of the fee schedules, and this is one where I think, again, there needs to be structure, there needs to be understanding, because there are costs associated on the part of the county, but certainly by the parties who may be actually making the application. So I get that, but I think having a fee at $4,000 in order to get an item before this board to have it properly heard, irrespective of who the party may be, that's excessive, and it's based upon obviously time and materials and some estimate. But and I feel pretty strongly about that, and I know that we've had the conversation. There's been differences by board members about that. It doesn't pertain to the matters immediately before us, but I think it needs a really strong look. And again, as we talk about, I'm going to use this as a good example. And we've had a couple in the last few months where folks have, put $4,000 on a line or something approaching that to get it to the Board of Supervisors, and I think that becomes inhibitive, if not prohibitive, to a lot of folks. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
And Mr. Cerna?
We have people kind of lined up,
Well, Mr. Gray, we've already heard from you.
As a matter of clarification, but if the board won't entertain it?
Yeah, the board is deliberating now.
That's fine, thank you.
And then I was going to ask County Council, does Ms. Linderman get an automatic rebuttal on this? I know she had the first comment. Does she get the last word?
You certainly can give her that opportunity if you would like to.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really important.
Just stand between the two. Yeah, there you go.
I feel like they're coming at me. I think it's really important, and I really appreciate your offering me the opportunity to give it a little summation here. First of all, the characterization of my motivation, it was never known to you, it is only surmised. It was never known to you, that is what you surmised. I did not want to move this to the Board of Supervisors per se. You did in fact tell me that the CPAC could only appeal on the two issues that they had as conditions in their report. There is a defect, or I believe there's a defect, and that'll be discussed in the hearing, in the CEQA compliance for this project. And you did tell me that the CPAC could not appeal the decision, the zoning administrator's decision on a CEQA issue, because that wasn't what they were asked to deliberate about. So I don't know that I deliberately picked no EIR, and I wrote that, I scribbled that on that piece of paper. I didn't know that that was going to be characterized as the only reason there should be an appeal. There were no instructions provided on the content and the matters. There were several communications with the clerk of the board's office to find if there are instructions, if there are certain things that have to be stated. I was never even asked to present a statement to accompany my appeal. I did that voluntarily. So, ladies and gentlemen, this appeal was made on the behalf and in the interest of many neighbors, not just so I could be heard before the Board of Supervisors, but because there is an issue with that project that we feel needs to be presented to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Mr. Cerna?
So, I hear you. I'm trying to understand. At one point, we've been told that it was explained to you that the CPAC is appealing. You don't need to appeal. You don't need to incur the cost of the appeal.
That's correct.
So I'm trying to understand why you decided to move forward anyway with an appeal.
Because I was told that the CPAC could not address the CEQA issues. They could only appeal the decision. The de novo characterization of the actual hearing of the appeal was never made known to me. There's nothing, I don't know that any of you have any writing, correspondence, or taped recordings telling me that, oh yeah, they can address all the issues. So I think there's, I'm old enough that I can claim to not have a good memory from August. But all of us have sometimes foggy memories. So I would like to make it perfectly clear. I was told that the CPAC was going to be allowed to appeal, and actually they had come in. I knew they came in to write it up on the little green piece of paper after they had been told they had to come in and write it up on some other paper. I had the paper at the CPAC meeting. But anyway.
Did staff say that the CPAC is appealing? You don't need to appeal. The CPAC appeal is a de novo appeal.
They did not say that. They said the CPAC has already filed an appeal. The CPAC can only appeal based on the 2 issues that they scribbled on the little green paper and that they addressed at the CPAC meeting. Since the defect was not one of those things they scribbled on the paper and was not one of those things that they were even asked to address at a CPAC meeting, the CEQA issue could not be appealed by the CPAC. That's what I was told.
Okay.
That's what I understood. So I didn't do this as a extra goose to get this before the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Frost?
Mrs. Linderman, I wanted to ask you, but you said that you did not, you felt that you did not file the appeal just because of the CEQA.
No, actually, and if you look at my hand scratching on there, it does say there are other issues. So when I was in there scratching out my little document,
what were those issues?
They're the same issues that the CPAC was appealing, and that was the generosity of the department in gifting this developer special development permits, changes in the legal interpretation of the zoning code, requirement of a masonry wall. There's a variety of things.
Thank you. Okay.
And as
excuse me, did I just hear you correctly though? You said the same things as what the CPAC was appealing?
in addition to the CEQA deficiency,
I thought I heard the same things that the CPAC is appealing.
in addition to the CEQA.
Okay.
So you filed the CEQA in addition to what the CPAC was doing in hopes of having an even more powerful case against the project?
There are defects, and we have provided significant testimony to believe there are defects in the CEQA compliance in this project.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any final comments from board members? Well, I think this has been a very confusing issue for Mrs. Linderman, and what my suggestion is that I'm going to move for a denial of the waiver, but I'm going to pay half of her fee. I'll split it with you. And I'll pay out of my district fund. So I think that's fair, and it keeps the denial in place. That's my motion.
That's generous. I'll second.
Madam Chair, I want to just speak to the motion. Appreciate your creativity and generosity. But I've come to the conclusion that I think because of the confusion, it's been spoken to here, that and it shouldn't necessarily come out of your neighborhood funds or out of that source. That's entirely up to you. But I do believe we should waive the entirety of the fee. So,
okay. Mr. Kennedy?
You threw a wrench in it, didn't you?
Sorry.
Nice. I actually, I think, I usually, as you know, up here, loathe waiving fees because we charge them because it's actually what the county incurs. I think there is enough question here, though, as far as the explanation that was given to the applicant, the appellant. There was enough confusion that it was not understood, the de novo nature and what could be appealed and what couldn't be appealed. That really makes me uncomfortable, so I'm not going to support the waiver. Or I am going to support the waiver.
Mr. Cerna?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say we had a speaker that made mention of the fact that I think she generally stated that the board, or maybe some on the board, aren't willing to listen to the public in a context like this. And I could say that's not true for me. I took a meeting with Ms. Linderman and Ms. Forster yesterday. So I wanted to understand their side of the story, certainly. And I would agree that, and it has everything to do with my line of questioning earlier about the uniqueness of this situation and why I think it makes me even more uncomfortable supporting continuance with the application of the fee, given the fact that even our own county council and planning staff can't recall a time when an instance like this has ever been in front of the board. And I think when we have a situation like this, it really bears the kind of questioning that we've all applied to this, trying to hear from both the appellant and from staff to get to the bottom of it. And for me, there are just too many places where there's a deviation from kind of a normal process, or a process that was well explained, or a process that was or wasn't in writing, or who did you happen to hear from at the county on Tuesday versus who you heard from on Friday. So yeah, I too am not going to be able to support the motion, because I think this is probably somewhat of a textbook example of when we ought to reconsider a fee.
Ms. Frost?
I do support upholding staff's recommendation, and the reason is, these appeals not only require process and work for everyone, but the plans that people have that they're trying to move forward, the developers or the community, everything stops because nothing can move forward until we work through this. And so it's costing more money than what one might imagine. And it's not something to be taken lightly. It's not something that should be done just irresponsibly, because it's costing people money. I respect that you had issues, and from what I can see, the staff did not make any mistakes. There was confusion, and I think it was generous of Supervisor Peters to offer to help pay part of it. So I'm still going to support staff's recommendation, but it looks like we're moving in another direction with another.
I think the thing that pushes me over into supporting the staff recommendation is that Ms. Linderman stated several times that she understood she didn't need to make the appeal because the CPAC was appealing it, so it became extraneous in that sense. Mr. Cerna?
Yeah, thank you. So in light of how I think we are going to best handle this in terms of action, I'm going to make a substitute motion that we waive the fee.
Second.
Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters and Frost voting no.
Okay, next item, please.
Item 36 is the Arden Creek Town Center project, appeal of the zoning administrator's approval of the use permit, special development permit, and design review for a property located at the northeast corner of Watt Avenue and Arden Way intersection in the Arden Arcade community. I don't have an environmental document noted here.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I don't have an environmental document noted here.
Thank you.
It's a negative declaration. And I do.
And just before you start, if I understand the sub-agenda here, Ms. Linderman, since you won your appeal, you will have a little longer to speak when you come up to speak. So I just wanted to let you know so you can be thinking about what you want to say. Okay.
All right. I do have a PowerPoint, and we did think a little bit about the order of actions. So I will give the staff presentation. We will then have remarks from the appellants, which normally would be the CPAC, but unless someone has arrived since we were last informed. We may be skipping that. We will then have Ms. Linderman as the appellant. Sounds like you're going to give her some extra time. We would then have the applicant. That's my understanding that Greg Thatch will be speaking on behalf of the applicant. Your board would then take public testimony, and then we would again have the appellant come back up, and then board deliberations. So that's the typical process that we would follow. All right, so we're now on to the project itself. The board, as you discussed previously, is hearing this de novo, so the entirety of the project is before you. The site is at the northeast corner of Watt Avenue and Arden Way in the Arden Arcade community. It is zoned SC Shopping Center. The request has to do with upgrading an existing shopping center. They're requesting a use permit having to do with setbacks of a drive-through lane, a special development permit related to signs, and the location of a trash enclosure, along with a non-discretionary design review. The item was approved at the zoning administrator at the hearing of August 16th, 2017. And as we have discussed, there are two consolidated appeals, one by the CPAC and one by Ms. Linderman. This is the site plan here. There is a bank of existing shopping centers. How to get that to work. On the right-hand side, the eastern side, are the big shops A that exist, and the proposed additions are a new shop B. They're the building pad at the bottom of the map, 4,800 square foot pad for a drive-through beverage food service, retail and service commercial. So that shop B at the bottom has the drive-through lane along Watt Avenue there. The shop C is the northerly of the two shops. It's a 5,000 square foot pad for restaurants, retail, and service commercial. And initially, when this came in, there was a drive-through associated with it as well that would have been up against that residential. That was very controversial, and through the process, that drive-through was dropped. The applicant is requesting 3 new monument signs. They're shown where the red arrows are in the map. They would be replacing 2 existing monument signs. The applicant would be redoing the frontage along Watt Avenue. They will eliminate 2 of the 5 existing driveways on Watt, so that will be a benefit in terms of turning movements and pedestrian orientation by having the elimination of those drive-throughs, and they'll be consolidating that into one main entry in the middle. They did need to leave a southern entry there because it was also associated with the bank property that is not part of this project and not part of the ownership. They will be also constructing a new masonry wall on the north and east boundaries, and they will be upgrading parking lot landscaping and lighting. So these are some photos of the existing project site. As you can see, it certainly does not meet current standards for lighting or particularly landscaping. Definitely one of our older centers and built long before our current development standards, and definitely in need of upgrading and improvements. There's also a variety of existing walls along the adjacent property boundaries to the north and east. This is somewhat similar to some other circumstances that this board has debated, Rosemont Shopping Center being the one that has come to my mind that you spent many a hearing on. And so there are many wood, there's some combination wood and masonry. I think there's just a whole mishmash behind the shopping center of different kinds of fences. And one of the complications I'm going to talk about in a minute on a different slide has to do with going back and retrofitting these existing shopping centers. What happens with the utilities and the existing mature landscaping in the neighbor's backyard? So that can become a big issue. So one of the entitlements is a use permit. They are requesting to reduce the front landscaping for the shop B, that's the one towards the bottom, from 25 feet to 10 feet, which the zoning code does allow through a consideration of a discretionary entitlement. And this is where I think we have a little bit of a mismatch between our design guidelines and our older zoning code standards. The zoning code standards would call for the drive-through to be 50 feet set back. We do have some design guidelines that would say, for example, shopping centers should define public street frontage with building edges and storefronts. Buildings should be sited and designed to reinforce the pedestrian experience. So essentially the design guidelines are kind of encouraging a more urban aesthetic with the buildings pushed out to the street edge a little bit, where the standards still have the bigger 50-foot standard. And so it's through this discretionary entitlement process that we look at whether the site is right and how it should be done and whether it works to push the building out to the street edge. And in this case, the staff conclusion was that that was appropriate and a better design. It does put the drive-through lane closer to Watt Avenue, and it aligns shops B and C along Watt. So you can see in this graphic how the northerly shop and the southerly shop will now be in a single alignment, even though the southerly shop will have the drive-through. Along with that comes the trash enclosure. And in order to keep that out of the main parking lot, it also moves closer to the edge of the street to be more associated with the buildings and out of the main parking lot. And I already talked about Shop B. Also, with regard to the signs, they are requesting 3 monument signs. They're going from 12 feet high to 15 feet high for monument sign 1, and from 100 square feet to 113 square feet. Monument sign 2 goes from 10 feet to 12 feet, and from 2 foot to 1 foot wide planter on the east side. And monument sign 3 goes from 12 feet to 15 feet, and from 100 square feet to 113 square feet. And we have looked at other similar large shopping centers in the area. In the zoning administrator staff report, there's a full-page table that compares compares this site with the How About Arden site and the Country Club Center site. And it compares height, square footage, and setbacks, focusing solely on height for some of my notes. I will note that How About Arden did get approval for a 37.5-foot sign. It's a pretty tall sign. It's a very large commercial center. Country Club was approved at 18 feet, and this project is at 15 feet. They initially, I think, had requested higher, and staff pushed them down a little bit lower. With regard to the landscape plan, they will be installing all new landscaping with drought-tolerant plant species, street trees. The wall, I'll talk about that on a separate slide. They're going to have essentially a consolidated entry off of Watt Avenue with an enhanced entry with a landscape medium and pavers, so it will pretty much dramatically change the entrance to the shopping center. There will now be shading, which for the most part does not exist, and enhanced pedestrian paths of travel that will be of great benefit. With regard to the wall, as indicated, we did do a negative declaration, and part of that included a noise study, which in part was focused also on the initial proposal for a drive-through on that northern shop. We concluded through the noise study that there was no mitigation that was needed that triggered a sound wall, but we do have a development standard that requires a masonry wall. And so, similar to the discussion with Rosemont, this is a standard that we have been allowing various shopping centers to use, which is this more of a product on the left that has the precast concrete wall with these periodic footings set, rather than the exhibit on the right that would require you to do a concrete masonry wall where you have to completely dig footings. In that case, you're pretty much digging into lots of existing utilities and landscaping, and so we have concluded that the design on the left is consistent with our zoning code and design guidelines, and this is not the only location throughout the county where we have used this as the model.
Just to be clear, if I could, Madam Chair, but you didn't use the type of wall that's shown on the left in Rosemont. It was we ended up with a different.
It was a different wall, but it was the same.
It wasn't precast. They built it in place. It was, it had to do more of a wood framing with double-sided, and it was quite a substantial wall. I mean, because we went through all those hearings, but they did not do a precast.
It wasn't precast, but it was the footings weren't
It was posts versus an entire footing that ran the course, yes.
Yeah. With regard to the design review for Shops B, they are 4,855 square feet, single story. It's consistent with the scheme approved in the Phase 1 design review, the renovation of the existing buildings. It would allow a drive-through beverage service with a lane paralleling Watt Avenue, and the drive-through business is limited to 2,000 square feet within this building. So there is a maximum limit in the project and on the site plan that would not allow that component of the business to grow. The exhibit here for design review is Shops C. That's the northerly one, 5,000 square foot building, single story, with a small outdoor patio. So we have touched upon the appeals a bit. The CPAC appeal was filed on August 25th on the basis that the project was approved without the CPAC's 2 recommended conditions. These are those 2 conditions: that all signs shall be in conformance with the Arden Arcade Community Special Sign District, and that a special development permit shall not be granted for any deviation from the sign standard, and that the precast concrete wall to be constructed along the north and east property lines shall have the same equality and functionality of a concrete masonry CMU wall. So those were the 2 conditions that the zoning administrator did not apply on the project. And then Ms. Linderman, as she has indicated, filed her appeal on August 28th on the basis that an environmental impact was not prepared, and the zoning administrator's approval was based on a defective negative declaration and the other items in her materials. May not be entirely summarized on this slide. So the CPAC appeal of the zoning administration to not, it would essentially have gone to the Planning Commission sitting as the Board of Zoning Appeals. Because of Ms. Linderman's appeal is based on the lack of an EIR, that has elevated the hearing body to the board. That we've mentioned this is de novo, and we consolidated the appeals because it would be inappropriate to send the same item to the Planning Commission and to the board. With regard to our key points recommending project approval, from the staff perspective, this is an outdated existing shopping center, and there is great benefit from the improved landscaping, lighting, pedestrian safety. The uses are permitted in the shopping center zone. The entitlements are really about design and standards. The project is relatively modest in scale and is less than a 10% overall increase to the project. It's a great opportunity to require upgraded landscaping, parking, and amenities to reduce the number of driveways off of Watt Avenue, to get a new main entry off of Watt, and to create this new consistent and improved perimeter fencing with a precast concrete wall. And that the increase in sign heights are relatively modest and proportional to the large size of the site and are consistent with other similar sign approvals in the Arden Arcade area. With regard to the California Environmental Quality Act, staff has concluded that preparation of a negative declaration was appropriate. The impacts were deemed to be less than significant. The noise study indicated no impact from the original plan for a drive-through from Shop C, which was dropped. DOT has reviewed the project traffic generation and determined the project did not meet the county's criteria to require a traffic study. The applicant consultants also prepared a traffic analysis and determined that the project did not meet the county's criteria to require a traffic study. That concludes my remarks. I did want to note I have Cindy Scher here, who's the project manager, in case there are any more detailed questions that I cannot answer about the project. I have Tim Hawkins, who's our principal planner and the county's environmental coordinator, and we have Matt Darrow with Department of Transportation, should you have any questions that they would benefit from their assistance.
Okay, Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just a question on one of the slides. Back to the pictures on page 5 of your slides that showed the combination wood masonry fence. Could you point out where that is on the property, and was that constructed by neighboring property owner, or?
I'm being told it's on the north boundary. I don't know where on the north boundary, and I do not know.
It was constructed by the property.
It was okay. Apparently, it was constructed by the property owner. Yeah.
Is 6 foot high then? It's higher than 6 foot? 7 foot? Okay.
Measure it.
Okay, I'm just getting some sense, and so, is that?
Excuse me, Cindy, could you come to a microphone here, please? Thank you.
Cindy Scher, Office of Planning and Environmental Review.
Hi, Cindy. Maybe finish answering the question.
So we don't have the site plan. So it's on the northerly boundary line, about halfway, a couple lots down.
Okay.
I don't know if the property owner for that property is here. He did, I believe that was the gentleman that appeared at the zoning administrator hearing, and he constructed the fence. He paid for that. It appears to be, this is just my visual out on the site, probably a 1 to 2 foot high masonry, small like retaining wall, and then another, I'd say 5 to 6 feet of the wood, to give you some kind of perception there of how high that is.
Okay, and I assume that concrete, if you do know, was it poured in place then?
I do not know that.
Okay, because I don't know if there's a footing there or not. I guess I'm just trying to curious. It's hard to tell from the photo whether, for example, a K-rail that has
right,
a foot to it that then comes up. I'm just trying to get some sense about what that was there. But, and then these other pictures are typicals along the
north and easterly. Yeah. Yeah, there's a combination of different types of fencing that, at the time this commercial shopping center was built, I do not think there was the standard to put up. So everybody, as they, over time, have been building their own fences, planning their own landscaping, and so what we have is just a variety of materials, heights, all sorts of things out there.
Just one other question regarding fencing then, Cindy. In your assessment or the planning staff, obviously there was, at the zoning administrator hearing, based upon either testimony and or the applicant's submittal, was a decision made to allow for the prefab. And then we've had some obviously pictures, and again, there are other locations through the county where there have been shifting and sagging of some of those, depending upon how they were constructed and so forth. But here was the determination as related to using the prefab. Was it because of landscaping, because of cost, because of other considerations related to property owners, that have their yards adjacent to this? I guess it wasn't clear to me how and why that was arrived at as being the better of the alternatives. I saw the exhibit that Leanne put up there, but I get it that there's less penetration into the ground, but I'm trying to get some sense about
mature landscaping and utilities, existing utilities.
So what we see there in that wood masonry in the corner there, where the gentleman or the person that built that wall went around the power pole?
Mm-hmm. I believe his testimony was he did not want his wall removed to build any other type of wall. Regardless of the type of wall, he wants his left alone.
No, I get that, but my point was that you can construct around utilities. There are ways to do that.
At that location, he did. We have not done an assessment of the other poles and utilities. There's also, I don't know if it's a water district. There's something in the back corner back in there. There's other utilities there, but we didn't do an analysis of every single utility, what's underground, what's above ground. These are just visuals of what we could see.
Right, okay, so could you sum up, again, you weren't the ZA at HERT, that you're planning staff person that was doing the staff report and on preparation for this hearing, but so why was it concluded that the prefab was preferred either to beyond cost? I get that, but it was, so was that any easier? You're going to avoid a water line. You still got to go down a line. You still got to puncture into the ground and so forth. So I'm trying to get some sense. And you can do a footing that has a back foot to it, depending upon height and construct. It doesn't necessarily have to intrude into somebody's yard on the other side, I would think.
So when we looked at this and looked at that option of the prefab, I'll call it the prefab wall, I also talked to the county's landscape architect and the county's design review administrator about other projects, as Leanne has pointed out, that the county has looked at to try to, how do we deal with mature landscaping? And so I actually did have an extensive conversation with our landscape architect about the impacts of a concrete wall with those trenches, which we tried to describe not too well in that one slide, and that it would probably kill the mature landscaping if somebody went in there and trenched to do a 6-foot-high masonry wall, and that the options such as a prefab wall, you can move those footings a little bit. There is a little bit of flexibility, unlike the trenching, which you're just trenching through. So you could move the footings supporting that wall if there was a large tree, if there was a utility pole. So it allows you a little bit more flexibility in how you can construct that fence along that property line.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions right now? Okay, Ms. Linderman, this would be your opportunity to speak.
So thank you again for allowing me to speak. I have to first ask a question.
Okay.
Since there is no CPAC representative here to speak, if I had withdrawn my appeal, would this hearing be canceled?
Go ahead. County Council will respond to that.
We had a similar situation, I think it was last February, where the CPAC filed the appeal and they failed to send a representative, and on my advice, the board proceeded with the appeal hearing and just took into account that the fact that there was no representative, but we did go ahead and have the hearing. That would have been my advice here as well.
Okay, I was just curious because I had been informed that if the appellant doesn't appear.
Well, if it's an individual, I think that's what, they don't go ahead, but since it was a CPAC, we did.
Okay, so it's we have different rules for different folks, so okay, I just needed to understand that because I felt a great deal of pressure to maintain my appeal even if you had not offered the waiver. So, thank you. So, I'm Julie Linderman, and this is my appeal. First off, I just wanted to put up what we're talking about. And this is the renderings by the applicant of their suggested expectations on developing the site. In the lower right-hand corner, there is I think, a picture of how it looks now. Next, I want to make sure that you understand it is not my intent in appealing this approval to halt development, to thwart the potential for quality growth in our neighborhood, to do anything that is against community improvement. And while I have been characterized by some people as having that intent, it really is not that intent. I'm appealing this primarily because this project has been given numerous special considerations and unjustifiable or necessitated special development permits. Not variances, because we don't use that term in Sacramento County, but they've been given a number of permissions that really seem to be favoritism and spot zoning.
Could you describe some of those special considerations?
Yeah, they were actually told they didn't have to apply for a special permit to put in a prefab wall because the people in the office, the architect in the office said well, you could call it masonry.
Okay, we'll have someone respond to that. Anything else?
You don't have to, they were given permission to reduce the landscaping near the sidewalk because they wanted to. They were given permission to move the trash enclosure to butt up against the sidewalk almost, so that the people who are trying to be pedestrians or forced to be pedestrians along Watt Avenue can walk the sidewalk along the garbage dump.
Okay, we'll have someone address that also. Anything else?
Actually, I have a number of things.
Okay. No, I just meant on your exceptions. That's what I was trying to find. Just on the exceptions, you said that they were given exceptions, so go ahead.
Well, that's what every special development permit, every use permit is, an exception to complying with the zoning code. Maybe that's not.
But the special development permit comes before some hearing body where the public is invited to comment. So that's what is going on right now. Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't usually.
Okay.
It goes before the CPAC. It goes before the zoning administrator. It goes before possibly the Board of Zoning Appeals or the Planning Commission if there's a disagreement. Anyway, I'd like to get back to my remarks. Go
right ahead.
We want fair land use and zoning policy with the rules applied equally to all people. The county staff have presented a nice revised report here, and some of the issues that were spoken to, I'd like to also address. This is, in fact, an outdated shopping center, and all of these enhancements are required by code when this shopping center is remodeled and brought to code. The fences across the back have been promised for 10 years, with the acknowledgement to the neighbors that they can only demand that the walls be put in when a developer, the landowner, improves the shopping center. The point about the project is relatively modest in scale and is less than 10% increase of the overall building area. That's only because the department allowed a bifurcation of the gross plan for redevelopment of this corner, and authorized, because it was non-discretionary, a remodel of 20-some thousand square feet added at the end of the Rite Aid, south end of the shopping center, and that area is included in the number 100,256. Prior to that special inclusion and authorization of that project, the shopping center size was more like 76,000 square feet. The opportunity to acquire upgraded landscaping, parking, and amenities is frankly what's required. It's not, the opportunity exists because we're remodeling. So this is not a really like benefit or gift to the community. The other things, I'm just not, there's so many things that that have been talked about and brought up on this project. This maybe will help you have the list of the specific exceptions that were made, the deviations that were approved. So what I wanted to really point out, and I just, I've prepared a lot of remarks, and it's just seems unlikely that there's a point in presenting them. But these existing fences are the fences that belong to the property owners. The story about the footings and whatever else this now deemed masonry wall will take care of are optional. So it's not a favor to the people to build a wall that does not have the durability, sustainability, strength, functionality of a concrete masonry wall or CMU wall or any other type of, they could do it with brick to masonry wall that would protect these residences for the years to come. The other issues have to do with not acknowledging or completing the sign requirements. The county's comparison of equivalent sites that in order to suggest that it's okay that they don't meet the standards is rather off the wall. The How About Arden site is nearly 30 acres. This project is 9 acres. This 37-foot sign faces towards an entirely commercial, no residential backup neighborhood. It is an amazing exception to the Arden Arcade sign district goals. The developer did originally plan a much larger sign, and yes, they did shrink the sign, but they didn't shrink it quite to what the sign requirements are. And by approving that exception, we're basically saying, take a little this time, it's not that much. And if everybody takes a little more each next time, it's going to be a lot. And the reason for having a sign district and controls on size is to keep consistency. The How About Arden signs were really put up in a completely different area, and their exception is quite wild, but they're just not a comparison.
Could you begin winding up your comments, please?
Okay. The other comments I have relate to the non-compliance with the CEQA requirements for study and consideration of traffic, safety, air, and all those issues. And I think that we have, rather than try to put in my words as the retired lady on the corner what our complaints were, we have provided to you considerable expert testimony on our concerns about those conditions. The final thing that I have to bring to your attention, I mentioned when I first started out, but I need to finish up on, is that there is a defect in this project, having bifurcated part of it for a non-discretionary project and carving out the rest of the project for discretionary review. Basically, this is a workaround the state law, and for that reason, I do believe this should be sent back to the developers and corrected.
Okay, thank you very much. Next would be the applicant. Ms. Linderman, are those, Ms. Linderman, are those your papers on the desk there?
There's no papers.
Oh, there's something right there. Kleenex. Oh, Kleenex. Okay, sorry, I thought it was your paper. It was from here. Oh. There we go. Now I can see it. Thank you.
It is paper.
I got that right.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Gregory Thatch, and I represent Merlone Geyer. I do have Gary Moyat and John Plumta with me today from Merlone Geyer, and in case there are questions that I cannot answer. I think it's clear to the board at this point that this is the rehabilitation of an old shopping center, one that's been around for as long as I've lived in this town, one that I frequent, one that I see every day. I drive past this shopping center every day. And I would think that most people would be cheering the fact that it's going to change, because there aren't many centers that are more outdated than this particular center. We should be encouraging it, because it's not easy to do. And what you've seen just this past week or two at Country Club Center is an example of what can happen at these old centers and the blight that they can bring. Merlone Geyer is also the right developer to be doing this. Their track record is amazing. They have centers all up and down the West Coast. They have several centers here in our region, a couple of which you may be very familiar with. University Village, which is completing a major renovation at this time. They are also the developer of the new shopping center, Delta Shores, in the southern part of the city. Rehabilitation of old shopping centers brings challenges. Many challenges, because you are working with the constraints of that existing center and everything that is around it. Here, what's going to happen is you're going to get a modern center. You're going to get new tenants. You're going to have a greater diversity of tenants. You're going to bring desired uses to that shopping center. You're going to upgrade the look architecturally. You're going to have shade in the parking lot, and I was there last weekend, and if the sun had been shining, I think the only shade I could have found was under the shopping cart. It's going to eliminate 2 driveways along Watt Avenue, which I think will be extremely helpful, and it's going to bring new LED lighting to the parking lot, and there's more. But those are the types of things that you're going to get with this shopping center. I also want the board to understand that everything that Merlone Geyer is proposing to do at this center could be done as a matter of right. These 2 buildings that we're looking at, we did not need to have discretionary permits to build them. The only reason that we are here is that we're seeking 3 deviations to make the center better. It could still be built without those deviations, but it simply would not be as good of a center. The trash enclosure you've heard about, it's going to be closer to the street. The reason it's going to be closer to the street is so it's not in a drive lane, so that it is more safe for the employees to access, particularly when it has ADA considerations. And frankly, the alternative is to put it up against the existing wall or fence, which would be directly next to a neighbor's yard, something that we have not wanted to do. The signs are really modest in character. We're talking about such minor changes in these signs. And what are you getting with those changes? You're getting a planter, you're getting architectural detail on those signs, and actually the size of the tenant name on the signs is smaller than what exists there today. The drive-through. It is being done again as a matter of safety. It allows the building not to be out in the drive aisle, so as you're driving through the center, you have to jog around. It is a much safer and easier way to go, and as your planning director has indicated, it is also consistent with the design guidelines that your board has adopted. The wall. The wall is a masonry wall. Your staff has determined that it's a masonry wall. The DRAC determined that it was a masonry wall and that it met code. Why is it being done? Well, for one, we think it's more attractive. But beyond that, and you've heard about the landscaping, it would be very, I think, confrontational almost to go in there and start ripping out people's backyards, killing their landscaping, damaging what is there. So it's being done as a good neighbor policy to put this wall in, and as we said, it has stability, it has long-term durability, and it will be more attractive. Finally, let me address the CEQA concerns. You have a letter in front of you, 2 of them in fact, for Mr. Mooney and his expert, Mr. Smith. One of the allegations is that we are piecemealing this project. Ms. Lindeman brought that up as well. This project is not being piecemealed. The test for piecemealing is very simple and very clear. Do the phases of the project have independent utility? Can they stand on their own? Does one depend on the other? They do not. They can all stand on their own. They have independent utility, and it is not piecemealing. The first letter from Mr. Mooney complained about the drive-through, arguing that we had not looked at that in enough detail, that we had lumped it into the whole shopping center standard, and it should be isolated and looked at in greater detail. Staff did that, but we hired K.D. Anderson and Associates, traffic engineers, to look at that, and they too determined that it did not meet the county's thresholds of significance, provided that the space utilized for that is no more than 2,000 square feet. And guess what? The project as proposed shows it as 2,000 square feet. Condition 2 in Design Exhibit A hold us to 2,000 square feet for that. So the county's thresholds of significance have not been met. They also suggested, the latest letter, that perhaps you ought to be looking at everything in this shopping center as fast food, or certainly the 2 building pads. Well, that's neither realistic nor fact. It's simply not going to happen. There is one drive-through, only one drive-through being sought, and that would be the only area where there would be service, and it's going to be, at this point, designed as coffee. So that is the plan for this at this point in time. I would say that the methodology used here is common for all shopping centers. You don't know when you build a shopping center who your tenants are. They come later. In fact, once you have a tenant, you don't know that that tenant's going to stay. That tenant may move, and another tenant, having a different kind of business, is going to come into the center. That's why the methodology that is used for this combines all of those things, looks at it nationally, and those are the kinds of things that traffic engineers use to make these determinations, particularly on shopping centers. And that's exactly what was done here. Finally, Mr. Mooney makes the argument that there is lay expert evidence that ought to be considered. I have read the letters. There's a lot of speculation, but there is no evidence to support the speculation that is out there. So with that, Madam Chair, I would conclude. We would encourage you to deny both of these appeals, allow this really great project to move forward. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Natoli?
Greg, just, again, you're not the expert on fences, but I guess looking at the pictures, and you heard some of the questions I asked of Cindy, that in looking at least at some of the photographs that staff took, and I trust you've seen this page. Yeah, and I know you're familiar with the site. What it looks to me like is beyond the paved area where the parking spaces are striped, and actually the bumpers are there, where the extension of the cars over those, that there's a pretty good space in there. Now, I don't know if there's utilities in there, and that's why, because there's no landscaping, even with this gentleman or whoever just built this wall, but in some of these other pictures I see similarly situated fences of all different types. And I guess what it lends me to think about is that if that fence were to come easterly or southerly, not to necessarily encroach on the availability of parking or whatever, that the ability to build that in a more conventional fashion, i.e., a CMU block wall constructed in place versus a fabricated concrete masonry fence. So any thoughts about that? I guess I'm trying to get some sense about, in looking at this, whether, again, it requires some accommodation, there's expense, and I get all that, but I'm just trying to get some, as I look at these pictures and think about how that fence might be placed without encroaching severely. There's going to be some tree roots along there, I trust, but...
Yeah, I think there are a lot of issues, Mr. Natoli. Your first question is, could you build a CMU wall here? Of course you could, with consequences. And in balancing the consequences, we believe that the precast is a better way to go. Secondly, I think that there is the desire to try to accommodate neighbors, including the gentleman who has put up what looks to be like a very nice wall and went to some expense, although it may be a little high. But we're going to try to work with him so that his wall does not have to come down. I would also say that, and this is common over time, some places have encroached into this property. I'm not saying massive encroachment, but slowly but surely, those things happen. We're trying to accommodate all of that. So you balance all of those factors, plus what we consider to be the aesthetics of it, we simply think it's a better way to go.
Greg, has there been, I trust there has been, at least with some adjacent property owners, and we've received many letters, some from immediate area, some from beyond, but about preferences as it relates to, I mean, I can imagine most people want to preserve their trees and whatever else is in their yards, but about their, I mean, was there kind of a door-to-door, or I don't know how many owner-occupied versus maybe...
Heard from some of those neighbors, have reached out to many of those neighbors. Some are rentals, and some are not, obviously. you get a mixed bag. I don't know whether we'll hear from anyone today, Mr. Natoli, but I can say we're trying to work with each and every one of those neighbors to be as accommodating as possible and not disrupt their landscaping or their life, for that matter.
But as far as preferences, though, did you hear any of that, or was it that was that the mixed bag you're referring to about what people would like?
Well, I have not personally had all of those conversations. In reading the material that I've read, the kinds of things that I have heard read from the neighbors is that they don't want their yards destroyed. Right. That's been the biggest issue.
Which is what I've heard.
That
also.
I have heard.
Yeah. I haven't heard any complaints about the fence. Just don't mess with my backyard.
So the fence that was built by this gentleman, is that something, again, I don't know that if it conforms to code, it's certainly not a concrete fence except for the bottom portion of it. Is that something that could be considered for the entirety of the center there? I mean, I don't know what it takes.
Well, I don't think it would meet your county standards at all. I mean, your county standards call for a masonry wall. The prefab concrete has been deemed to be a masonry wall by your design director as well as the DRAC.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Ray.
I don't see any other questions at this time.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll have public testimony. Quite a few of them here, so I'll read a couple names at a time. The first is Marion Siller, then Karen Plattner, and then Paula Lawrence. She's not here any longer? Okay. And if you'd introduce yourself first.
Sure. My name is Marion Siller. I reside on Devonshire Road, directly behind the Arden Creek Town Center. I've lived at this address for over 30 years. I've raised my family at this address, and my children graduated from the San Juan Unified School District. Until my retirement 5 years ago, I worked in retail, development, and management. We are here today on behalf of the Arden Creek Town Center neighbors. It is difficult to stand before you and not say that I was extremely excited upon learning of the remodel. However, that excitement has been tempered as approval for every one of the requests from the developer for deviation from the current zoning code's signage requirements, setback requirements, have been met with approval that appears to have no concern for the neighbors. In today's environment, you're lucky to be working with a developer that is strong and does quality work. Merlone Geyer is one of those developers. With proper guidance from this board and input from the neighbors, this project could have been something we would have all been proud of. It was well within reach. The neighbors who back up to this center are already experiencing transient traffic, break-ins along with garbage that's thrown in their backyards from what amounts to a back alley between them and the shopping center. Now the wall that has been promised to these residents with any redevelopment of the center has been reduced to a composition imitation that will do no good to protect them from predators or keep the garbage and the noise out. Merlone Geyer has expressed that it is cost prohibitive to build a masonry wall. But if they truly hold this project, as they have stated they will, then they can recapture their dollars in future rents as the center matures under their guidance. They would need to amortize the wall just a little longer. Unfortunately, this project has been fully approved for all intent purposes, with the exception of the appeal of these two pads on Watt Avenue. My question today is simply why? Why did Merlone Geyer receive carte blanche variances to code on this property without any compromise or concern for the neighbors of the center, the safety of the students who are entering and exiting Arden Middle School, the public at large traveling Watt Avenue and Arden Way every day? While this developer has done local projects such as Delta Shores and University Village, I'm not aware of any local projects they have done that abut residential neighborhoods and schools. In 1996, I worked on Country Club Plaza, located at Watt Avenue in El Camino. At that time, Watt Avenue and Arden Way was the second heaviest traveled intersection in Sacramento County, with Watt Avenue and Fair Oaks being number one. I cannot imagine that traffic has become less during the last 20 years. There are only two ways over the American River, Watt Avenue and Howe Avenue. It will be a long while, if ever, before any other bridge will go over that river. The traffic on these thoroughfares will only grow. Watt Avenue is the only thoroughfare between Business Loop 80 and Highway 50. According to DOT statistics, this intersection has a daily traffic count of over 100,000 cars. In 2016, there were 2 fatal car accidents at or near this intersection. If you observe this area, you will see that semi-trucks use Watt Avenue frequently, often traveling at speeds in excess of 60 miles an hour. If these fast food locations or drive-throughs are moved closer to Watt Avenue, what will happen when a car decides to make a quick maneuver to go drive through the accelerated turn? Will the car or semi-truck behind him be able to stop in time? From the spectator point of view, the advantage of greater setbacks is time to adjust vehicles for ingress and egress. I have seen no traffic mitigation reports or any information at all on how the developer and the county would propose to mitigate the impact of moving the setbacks closer to the road throughout the property. Is there a way to mitigate the vulnerability of the students leaving school with their cell phones and iPods plugged in their ears? How would traffic be handled during peak hours of school drop-off and pickup, now that the developer has received a variance to put the buildings closer to the road? The reduced landscaping that has now been approved provided a buffer between the center and Watt Avenue. It reduced noise pollution and would have been in compliance with other businesses along Watt Avenue that were required to have this landscaping. Along with other duties, we believe that the Board of Supervisors has been tasked with the protection of the citizens living in the county. We look to this board to do the best within their power to protect us and look out for the long-term good of the community while planning for the future. But tax dollars are not always the best measurement of what is right. Handing this developer every request he has made is not in the best interest of the citizens who live in tandem with the center. It is not in the best interest of the kids at Arden Middle School, and it is not in the best interest of anyone driving a vehicle on Arden Way or Watt Avenue. The developer
so,
is...
Ms. Siller, you could wrap up your remarks.
Yep.
You're way over time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The developer in this business is in business to make money, and I understand that. The developer will more than likely sell this project and move on, leaving this board to deal with any major issues that happen in the future. I guess the question then will be why.
Thank you. Paula Lawrence. Then Lenny Forrester and Carl Doak.
Good afternoon. I'm Paula Lawrence. I am a layperson. I'm just a resident of Arden Park. I have lived in Arden Park since we bought our home in 1997, and we have 3 kids that we've raised there. My youngest daughter currently goes to Arden Middle School. I do most of my shopping within the 10-minute radius around my home, so I frequent this area all of the time. So I do have several concerns regarding this shopping center. I am also a cheerleader for the shopping center overhaul. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for some, great new life to come into our area. Although I don't want that to bring more negativity into our area. We currently have, quite a problem with a homeless population that is residing in the neighboring parking areas right around this shopping center area, including the shopping center area. We do have quite a problem with people coming through our neighborhoods at night and breaking into cars that are left unlocked, or actually breaking into cars that are locked, breaking into homes, different types of thefts like that. So it is in our interest of the community and of the developer and any future people that are going to be leasing these properties to make sure that this shopping center is a great place. And what I look at is their other project, University Village. I would love to see something like that. And when I look at University Village, I think that project is more similar in size than when you try to compare it to something like How About Arden or Country Club Plaza. So when you're looking at the signage, the University Village signage, I have not measured it, but I don't think it comes near 15 feet tall. And that's, the way the signage is there at University Village, I think that would be more appropriate sizing for a project like this. And as far as this drive-through establishment, I had gone to earlier community meetings about this, and they were talking about it being a 24-hour drive-through, that it was approved for a 24-hour drive-through. I have not heard any mention of that today, as far as it being still approved for 24 hours, but I have also heard that the company that will be coming in, or I think that's proposed to come into that drive-through, is going to be a coffee company, which I know probably wouldn't be open for 24 hours. But in the future, what if they do move out like these other, big stores like Walmart or Sam's Club that have now moved out of their current buildings? What if that happens in the future? I don't want to see another 24-hour fast food place or any fast food place. The area is actually already saturated with fast food restaurants. We have Taco Bell, Jack in the Box, Burger King that are all open 24 hours a day, as well as an AM PM that is 24 hours. There's a Subway, a McDonald's that are open till 9:30 and 11 p.m. respectively. This intersection...
Ms. Lawrence, you're over your time limit. Could you make your final comments?
Okay. I just want to say that this intersection is similar to another intersection down the street on Arden and Howe, where they only have 2 24-hour fast food places there. And it's similar in traffic and that sort of thing. Sorry I don't have time to talk about my other concerns, but just know that there are concerns, although, I do welcome this project, but I think that there are some other things that need to be looked at.
Okay, thank you. Lenny Forster?
As I said earlier, I'm Lenny Forster. I live in Arden Park. And I want to start, I'm going to focus just on the fence issue because, to focus on much else would be much too long-winded for the time allotment. I want to go back a little bit in time for you all to a time in this trajectory that you, I'm sure, have not been privy to. There's been a lot of contention from Cindy Scheer and from Greg Thatcher that the reason for the fence being a precast concrete fence wall is that it's going to save the landscaping and the electrical and la-da-da-da-da. I don't really believe that that is the motivation. I believe the motivation is to save money for the developers and that they figured out a way to make it look like it was a good reason. I mean, I feel like that the reason they're giving is a good reason to make it sound great that they're putting in this fence. I'll tell you why. 10 days before the June CPAC, there was a precast concrete wall. The development had been modified since the first CPAC, and in that CPAC agenda, 10 days before the June CPAC, they stated there's a precast concrete wall, and it was listed as a special development permit, the fourth. Right now there are 3. It was listed as a 4th. That morning of the CPAC, which was June 22nd, it was still listed on the agenda as a special development permit. We all showed up at this CPAC, about 60 of us. It was the second CPAC. There were 100 people at the first one in opposition to this. And it was announced 5 minutes into the CPAC that no more special development permit is needed for that wall because an architect with the county has determined that a masonry wall and a precast concrete wall are the same thing. So therefore, no special development permit is needed. Well, having had a heads up that they were going to do this precast concrete wall, I had been researching it for a few days as to whether or not they were the same, and I got a lot of input from contractors who do those kind of walls that said, no, they're not. To make them the same in terms of their functionality and their longevity, it takes a lot that you have to put into a precast concrete wall, such as a lot of rebar, deep piers, much deeper than the developer indicated they were planning on putting in at the CPAC. So we were all shocked by that. At 11-something that night, the CPAC agenda got changed, so that special development permit for the masonry wall got taken off. A few days subsequent to that, one of our neighbors sent a letter or a note by email to Ms. Shear. I'd like to read it to you. It says, where in building code, zoning code, other codes, can I find a legal definition of what is a masonry wall as required in zoning code section 5.2.5D? The favor of your reply is urgently requested. The response from Ms. Shear, please see attachment. Thank you. And I'd like to read what was sent back, what was in the attachment.
Yeah, Ms. Forsher, you're over your limit, so if you could summarize your comments.
I will finish this. I want to just drive this point home. This email that she sent as an attachment was sent to Ms. Shear, apparently in in response to a request from her to one of the architects, 3 hours before that CPAC meeting where the special development was announced as not being, or the special development permit was announced as not being needed. This is what it says. According to the Dictionary of Architecture and Construction, masonry is defined as the art of shaping, arranging, and uniting stone, brick, building bricks, etc., to form walls and other parts of a building. So the wall type in question could be defined as masonry. I can look up in other books that define masonry as a fraternal organization that meet at masonry lodges.
Ms. Forster, you're a minute 10 over your limit, so.
I don't find this adequate research to determine that no special development permit is needed, and that the contention that it's due to landscaping needs of the surrounding neighbors was not brought up until much later in this equation.
Okay, thank you very much. Carl Doak, then Kathleen Strickland.
I'd like to increase the podium, raise it, I mean, please. Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you. My name is Carl Doak, resident of Del Paso Manor. I'd like to bring...
Just to confirm, it's a 3-minute limit
yes.
here. So
yeah, I think I'll make it.
Had some misunderstandings about that.
I'd like to bring up two issues that deal with traffic. One deals with traffic at the site, and the second deals with traffic on Watt Avenue. As was mentioned, Arden Middle School is right across the street from the project. The reason that is very safety concern is that parents, when they're driving west on Arden, it's very difficult to make a left turn against traffic eastbound to get into the school parking lot. So they drop off and pick up their kids at the shopping center. Now, the problem with a drive-through is you get your latte at the window, you have one hand on the steering wheel, one hand on your cup, and you're distracted. And I do have concern for the safety there. One of our residents counted 60 to 70 kids in the parking lot after school was let out last year. My second concern deals with Watt Avenue. I had previously emailed to each of you a very detailed list of a traffic assessment done by Katie Anderson back in 2014 on behalf of Anton Development for the Butano Apartments. I tried to find on the Transportation Department website any other kind of traffic counts for Watt Avenue and Arden, but I found only one back in 2012. So the Katie Anderson one is more relevant. They had identified 50,000 trips, daily trips, northbound of Cottage on Watt Avenue there. And that makes it a level of service E. A level of service E is unstable flow operating at capacity. When you reach 54,001, you're now at a level of service F, which is force or breakdown flow. I have on here And so you can see the 50,997. Then I have question marks. Increase due to improved Country Club Plaza. Increase due to improved economy, question mark. The point I'm trying to make is there has not been a traffic assessment done on Watt Avenue for a long time, and things have changed. It's far easier with having land use policy mitigate traffic than to have to pour concrete to add more lanes. So I respectfully ask you to at least require a traffic assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Strickland. And then Michael Seaman.
I'm Kathy Strickland. I live in Arden Arcade near Howe and El Camino. I've been there for almost 40 years. I also am the admin and researcher for Vintage Arden Arcade. I have 700 and some members in that group. It's a historic group. I come to you because a couple of times there have been people who have talked about University Village. University Village, of course, is the cities. They made the decisions and whatnot for University Village. And I believe the same contractor did University Village.
Developer, yeah.
Pardon?
Developer.
Thank you for correcting me. It seems to me that what we need as a county is to redefine what we want to see in Arden Arcade. Other communities, as well as Florin, I mean, we could go throughout the whole county making this difference. Well, what we see at University Village is something of great beauty, something that will draw the customer in, something that will invite the customer to stay, shop, maybe go to that store over there they hadn't noticed. What you all are approving for Arden Arcade, up and down Watt Avenue and Country Club Plaza and Center are next, is just garbage. It isn't pretty, it isn't inviting. A few trees does not make it a place to want to be, a place to want to sit and have a cup of tea or a drink after work. One of the early things that we were talking about when we all got together on this project was, you know, it used to be we could walk from our home in Arden Park up and sit down in a restaurant, have a cocktail, and go to the next restaurant and have dinner. We can't do that anymore unless we want a hot dog and a cup of coffee. We need to rethink, pardon me, you all need to rethink, and the Planning Commission needs to reconsider what we want Arden Arcade to look like. Do we want it to look like any town USA? Or do we want it to look like University Village? Back in the day, in 1948, Jerry Strezick and John Davis built Town and Country Village, which, again, due to this august body, is no more. In the Bay Area, there is another existing project that they also built that has boutique stores all through it. It's gorgeous. I saw it a couple of months ago. We need to rethink how we allow the developers to build. We need to bring beauty back, not just ordinary beauty. One more thing. When the developer for How About Arden, who did a lovely job, by the way, a lot of problems there, but anyway, when he built, he asked to take down the cinema that was there, the domes. I personally objected to that. I lost. I'm good with that. They're moved ahead. However, at the design review, the developer, Sufi, I believe is the name of the company, said, you know, we're going to put up a nice art piece in memorial to the dome. It will be there. And I said, oh, thank you, that's really nice, but we'd really like to keep our dome, but be that as it may, there's no art. Why don't we have art? Why don't we demand art? Why not? Thank you.
Oops. Robert Dugan, then Chris Sinclair, and then Tim Cahill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. We believe that the proposed redesign of the Arden Creek Town Center will be a unique opportunity to bring an attractive and just wonderful amenity to an otherwise blighted area. As you all know, I think we have the Arden Arcade Business Council, our members in the Arden Arcade area. For years, we've talked about reinvigorating the Arden Arcade area, and now we have an opportunity to take a blighted center and turn it into an appealing place and modernize it. Obviously, there's some issues raised today relative to the planning, but what we know is that the developer here has a track record of building a quality product, and they built quality products elsewhere in the region. And with this revitalization effort, they're prepared to spend about $10 million, helping address some of the blight issues that some of the residents have complained about already here this afternoon. By providing a modern commercial center near existing and future housing, they're going to be providing more jobs for those young people near where they live. They're going to be providing more retail opportunities for the folks that live in that immediate neighborhood. They're going to be breathing new life into the neighborhood. When we brought this to our Arden Arcade Business Council, they greeted it with quite a bit of optimism and excitement that it's going to contribute to what is the revitalization of that overall neighborhood with the other projects that are going forward. So with that, we would ask that you respectfully consider supporting this project and help continue the revitalization of the Arden Arcade area to address a lot of the economic issues that it's been facing over the last several years. Thank you.
Mr. Dugan. Chris Sinclair and then Tim Cahill.
Hello, my name is Chris Sinclair, and I've lived in Arden Park since 1987. I've recently retired as Executive Director of the Association of California Symphony Orchestras, and our state office was located in Arden at Charles C. Bell on Cottage Way. While I've worked in public policy my entire career, I'm new to community organization. My topic, as part of our collective testimony, is about the process of a transparent government. I'm appalled at how little respect the Board of Supervisors has from so many of our neighborhoods in Arden, because you have not been transparent in your dealings with developers or with the people you represent. You're not hearing our concerns. Regarding our CPAC, the CPAC members are appointed by you all, thereby beholden to you and carrying out your wishes, not the communities. And to my knowledge, they have never enabled developers in the community to engage in meaningful conversations. As the developer said that he had spoken with the neighborhood, he had not. This would be useful and welcomed. We have a false sense of security with CPAC. We assume those folks are here to hear and speak for the community, not do your bidding, but sadly they don't seem to have been encouraged to do that. About the county, many times we can't get an honest or timely answers from the staff whose job it is to assist the people, or you, the officials who were voted into your offices. I've witnessed county staff come to a CPAC meeting unprepared, act officiously, and demean our advocacy. We would ask that you listen and not run away or hide from the community you serve. This whole process of zoning, developers, and the flagrant disregard for the laws that are on the books is simply maddening. There has to be a better way than the us versus them mentality that is driving our testimony here today. We look to you to correct this. I'd like our county to be known as the most authentic, transparent, and compassionate in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Cahill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. I'm Tim Cahill. My wife and I live on Winding Creek Road. We've lived there for almost 30 years. We've raised our children there, and our neighborhood is right there. I use this particular shopping center all the time. The Rite Aid is my drugstore. I sometimes use Smart and Final. Unfortunately, there isn't anything else to use there that I can, and I'm absolutely ecstatic that they're going through this redevelopment. I wholly support it. I've looked at the site plan. I'm intimately aware of what's there now. This shopping center looks like 1970s, and we need to bring it into the 21st century. The amount of landscaping, the amount of trees, new buildings up front will break up that vast sea of asphalt, which is just unbearable in August. I'd also hope that with the new shops that are coming in, that there'll be more facilities that I can visit. My wife and I go to dinner a number of times, and we typically go downtown. I'd like to stay near our neighborhood. I've listened to a lot of the complaints and comments. There is no project that is ever perfect, but perfect is oftentimes the enemy of the good. And I would urge you to support this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Karen Klinger, then Greg Thomas, then Doug Bayless. And that's all the speaker sheets I have.
I think there are a lot of errors here. The people who are never at the table, never invited, are the neighborhoods. We probably would not be here today if we were the stakeholders included in the process. We are not included in the process. This is your fault. The County Board of Supervisors, actually the people who fall under you. They do not include us. We are not stakeholders. There are many problems with this. Safety is a huge issue. And by the way, the picture that you were shown on Watt Avenue, that's the back of the building. That's not the front of the building. Aesthetics, there will be no restaurants, so we don't walk to restaurants. I don't eat fast food. It's going to be a rare day when I'm going to consider having a piece of chicken or a hamburger, which I enjoy when I do. But aesthetics is huge. Buildings not fronting on Watt Avenue. You're comparing this 9-acre parcel to those that are huge, absolutely much larger. Matter of fact, how about Arden? There is certainly no school across the street. There's certainly nothing but commercial. Kel Expo across, constantly nothing but commercial land around it. And that probably goes the same with the Stones and the Village. They are much larger parcels. So when you use comparables, use the same size, the same amount of acres. That is a huge mistake in real estate. Safety, again, is number one. Signage is always a huge problem in zoning, always a big problem. And with this 9-acre parcel, when you increase the height on a small portion of land, you are actually increasing the site of that signage because of the smaller area. And the two areas, communities that are off to the north and to the east, these people are not being treated fairly with the fence. That looks like an easement to me because of the telephone poles. The neighbors, I'm sure, would be more concerned about safety. And why the one person to the north probably spent $20,000 to build that masonry wall with a fence that looks very well enforced to hopefully keep anybody from an open shopping center getting over that and scaling that wall. The prefab that you were talking about will require maintenance. A masonry wall that is truly defined as a masonry wall, which is made of concrete blocks, does not need maintenance. It'll last forever. I'm very disappointed in the lack of invitation for communities and neighbors to be invited to the table, because this will happen again and again, because our neighborhoods are not considered. We are the stepchildren to the county. We live in the unincorporated area county, where our money goes to help other neighborhoods and cities, and not those of us in the unincorporated area. Congestion is huge. The traffic study, that should be a lawsuit in itself, that a traffic study is not included in this project with a school. And I might remind you, I want improvement. And to call this area blighted calls our whole neighborhoods blighted. And I think that is disgraceful, and I want an apology from that gentleman that continues to refer to our neighborhoods as blighted, because it does nothing but invite redevelopment and infill development, which this is. And that's why this is being pushed through so quickly, because barriers are always removed for infill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Klinger. Mr. Thomas, I'm going to ask you to pause for a second. had skipped Michael Siemens much earlier, so you'd come to the microphone. My apologies.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. My presentation was given to the county IT people, and I don't know how to queue
Metro
it up.
Cable has a presentation, if you want to call it up.
in the back, yep.
Okay. We'll wait for a second, and hopefully it will appear on the screen.
Is this forward and back? Is that how I do that? Okay.
Yeah, just the arrow. That's forward, that's back.
Okay, great, thanks. So, Michael Seaman, I live on Marywood Drive. You already have another copy of my wife and my letter that we sent to you for the prior meeting. And we go into detail there on the dysfunctional wall, the need for complying with state law on variances and so forth. I won't reiterate that. I'm just going to give you a quick little PowerPoint on the signs. I hope all of you are totally clear that nobody in the community objects to having a commercial shopping center at the corner of Arden and Watt. What we're hoping for is that we'll have a good one. We used to have this kind of shopping center signage. This is from Country Club Center from way back in the day. And you'll notice that there are signs on the buildings as well as signs out in the monument sign environment. A lot of these old signs are still around. They're still just as ugly as they used to be. There have been some improvements over the years, and we thank the county for making that happen. But there's also been some backsliding, and that's a problem. A lot of shopping centers, a lot of the strip malls try to say absolutely too much. And it's really not possible or practical for drivers to read those signs and say, oh, hey, I want to pull in there. That's the kind of thing that we need to get some control on. More recently, shopping centers have started to figure out that people have cell phones. And that makes a lot more sense. So what we're asking is for signage, can we eliminate the noise? Can we eliminate the shouting? This is everything you need to know about the Pavilion Shopping Center. One sign, and it's very discreet, it's very attractive, it's very cool. I don't know why we can't have more of that. This project is opting for big signs. This developer is saying, I want my signs to be big, I want to have the names of all my tenants on it. The same developer out of a center in another jurisdiction not far away has very good-looking, much more discreet signs that actually, if they use these at the Arden Creek Town Center, would comply with the county's ordinance. So, bottom
Mr.
line...
Siemens, if you could pause there, could you back up?
Sure.
Do you know how tall those signs are?
That's the UV.
The UV signs. Do you know how tall they are by any chance?
They're actually, they all comply with your rules.
With the county rules?
Yes.
So we did ask some questions about that, so I could address that.
They're not, these signs exceed the county's rules.
I understand that. I was just trying to compare them. Comparing a drawing to a built sign is kind of tough.
These are nice. I don't know why we can't have something nice like this. Just the real bottom line is,
so
what's the point of having signs?
You're responding to what they look like.
What is the point of having signs that are a little bit bigger than the county's rules?
They look like they're about 10 feet.
They are about 10 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good eye. Greg Thomas.
Supervisors, hi, I'm Greg Thomas. I live at 4052 Esperanza Drive in Arden Park. I have been there for 28 years and actually grew up in Arden Oaks, within an eighth of a mile from Arden Creek Town Center. I've actually shopped there for almost 50 years. Shows you a little bit of my age, but many people know that where the Lamb's restaurant was, which are the shops that are currently under construction facing Arden Way, they remember that as Lamb's. Well, I remember it as Herfy's. It used to be a hamburger and shakes facility, and man, was that good. I miss that restaurant today. What that points out is things change, and this center has been left behind, and it is in definite need of some rehabilitation, which is great. Full disclosure, I am a commercial real estate broker. I specialize in representing restaurant and retail tenants in Sacramento Valley. I've been doing that for 30 years. I've seen Merlone Geyer Partners' capabilities. The closest one is obviously the UV, as everybody's been talking about. It changed a C- center anchored by Safeway at Howe and Fair Oaks from a C- center to an A+ center. I've actually placed 2 tenants in that shopping center, both of which are not open yet, but that will add even more power to that particular development. It revitalized that shopping center from a sleepy project to a vibrant asset, and I know that's exactly what Merlone Geyer Partners will do here. Again, additional examples of Merlone Geyer's projects include Capitol Village in Rancho Cordova, Camellia City on the Folsom Boulevard retail corridor, and obviously the big one that everybody knows about, Delta Shores. I've spoken with lots of my neighbors and friends in both Arden Park and Arden Oaks, and the vast majority of them are excited. They're thrilled to death that a quality developer will be investing their money in our neighborhood center. We currently support the existing tenants, and I guarantee you we'll support the new ones. I urge you to approve the balance of the development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, I might add one thing. A lot of discussion has been talked about in terms of signs, and I will tell you it's not necessarily driven by the developer, it's driven by my tenants. They want to have exposure, they need to have exposure, it helps their viability and success. So there's a real tough situation between large signs and too much signs. I guarantee you my tenants are going to want larger, too much signs. So it's not necessarily
as long as you're talking about that, Mr. Seaman showed us the sign at University Village, which is almost as tall, but 10 feet tall, and
yes,
is a little more subtle, I'd say. So how does that fit into your...
It's a little less effective from my tenant standpoints. That subtlety is great for kind of more of an office type environment. Retail is about splash and flare and brightness, and you'll see that over at University.
There's no office in University Village.
That's the point. It's not what the tenants would necessarily want. They'd want more neon, more brightness, something to attract people to that. Once people have gone into the center, they know they're there, but they still want to attract them there at least that first time. So signage is really key.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Mr. Bayless?
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Bayless. I live in the neighborhood behind Arden Oaks. I've lived there since 1991. Even attended Arden Junior High in the early 70s, so I remember Herfy's. I'm also involved in real estate. I'm accustomed to working on entitling land, so a little bit different, but I'm used to reading these reports. I went through the staff report, and I recognize there are allowances for special development permit, but it's all within the boundaries of what's been defined as the boundaries to work within. I went through the entire report in detail this morning. I don't have objections being a neighbor. I look forward to using this neighborhood. I look forward to there being 3 driveways, not 5 off of Watt. I think that will help a lot. I look forward to seeing this tired old center cleaned up. Everybody's wondered for a long time when it would happen. I recognize the process. Nothing's perfect, but I think it's been gone through a number of times, a number of adjustments, and I don't think it's by coincidence that at this point, the application is ending up lined up with the staff report. I would expect there's been a lot of work that's gone into refinements to get there. So I support it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Linderman, you have a 3-minute follow-up, if you would like it.
Well, I do want to thank you for the opportunity to follow up. You've heard two sides to the story, and we'll wait a challenge for you to figure out what needs to be done. We all do want quality, nice development. This is the corner of Watt and Arden. Arden School is one of the oldest schools in the county, and the area behind the shopping center is one of the nicest neighborhoods in the county. This is a gateway to the rural Arden-Carmichael area, and we really wish that it would be designed and executed in a way that is an invitation to the commercial that goes up Watt Avenue and to the residential that goes down Arden Way. To do this is, we all want it, but we want it done with the fair execution of the codes of this county. If I want to remodel my house, I'm going to have to bring it up to code. If I want to add a bedroom, well, I can't because the rules you passed in the zoning code don't let me have any more bedrooms. But if I wanted to add something else, I'd have to bring my house up to code. They want to remodel the shopping center, and they knew, these developers are well-versed in this Sacramento code. They knew they had to bring it up to code. And please, that is what needs to be done. You'd make me do it, I wish you would make them do it. And so the fence needs to not be, it does need a special development permit if it's not going to be a concrete or masonry, a masonry wall, because this other wall is not a masonry wall. Check with the building department, check with the construction people. It's not. But if you want to give it to them and not change the meaning of a word in the code, that's a different story. The egress, the problems, the traffic, I don't know. This is what it looks like in the afternoon when the kids leave school. I don't know how to turn it on. This is what it looks like in the morning. This is where the shopping center is. This is what's on Arden Way. It's just, it needs to have a review and probably mitigation for the safety of our children. You probably use Safe Streets to School money to fix the curb out there along Arden Way. Well, you put that in before this shopping center is expanded. I really think it needs a traffic study and a true plan for safety with the traffic at our corner.
Thank you, Ms. Linderman. Okay, I think Planning Director can come back and answer some questions.
Certainly, I have been taking some notes. I don't know if you want me to just launch through them and see if I get to most of it, and then
Hopefully
you can add on.
Hopefully most of them off my list.
One of the things I did want to point out that I don't think I made crystal clear during the presentation is that the project did evolve through the process. And staff did push back, both staff, the design review administrator, and the design review advisory committee. So there were quite a number of changes that were made through the process. Initially, there was a desire on their part not to do a wall improvement at all. And the project went to the Design Review Advisory Committee the same day that it went to the CPAC. And staff had pushed back, and the Design Review Advisory Committee pushed back. And we said, no, you need to do a wall, a masonry wall, the concrete cast wall that we asked for. And that's why it was dropped off, because the request was to leave the walls as is.
To leave the fences in place?
Leave the fences in place.
Originally.
Yeah.
It was
so that's
modified.
what happened, and that's why it dropped off the CPAC agenda because the applicant conceded and said, okay, we get that we're not going to get support. We're not going to make it through not changing the fences at all. So that was the reason for the change to the CPAC agenda, because it was going from a special development permit to leave the walls to leave the existing fences as is to the wall that's proposed now. The sign heights, they did initially come in with higher signs, and staff, and through the design review process, we did push back and got them to the design and the height that they are now. We did ask some questions about University Village. Those signs are 10 feet in high, very good estimating from a photo by Supervisor Cerna. We do understand that site is in the city, so it's not subject to the county code, and I guess there's a bit of a different trade-off. They get more signs than they would in the county. So their overall is more sign faces because there's more signs, albeit maybe not quite as high. And they have both external signs.
Is that their code? That particular shopping center is surrounded by roads, so they're. Right. I could see why they would need more signs.
I was told that that's their code by the applicant. I have not independently verified that with city planning staff.
Okay.
Can I ask one other question relative to that? Is I noticed in the photograph that that particular monument sign was also placed between, I guess, the parking stalls and the sidewalk. It wasn't on the very edge, and it's questionable whether or not it's intended to really, if its principal purpose is to broadcast what's available in the center to drivers versus maybe even wayfinding for people that are already on the premises of the center.
We were told that center has both external signage as well as additional wayfinding signs internal. I don't know which sign that was.
They don't have as much depth of landscaping there as this.
It's just a little field of parking. It's just an aisle.
It's very cramped. In fact, they're doing off-site parking there now.
Right.
They're crossing University and putting it over on Scripps Drive.
And I guess
with valet parking.
That's a good point in terms of the difference. And the other difference too is they have they have signage at the front of their stores or their restaurants, and that's because the nature of the parking is much closer in and of itself to travel lanes.
Right. It is very different design of a center in a different jurisdiction and a different zoning code, so it's a little hard to compare apples and oranges.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just Leanne, while you're on that though, that certainly the amount of face of signs and where they're at and the height that all fits in, but what about kind of off the shelf with everybody's branded logo versus something? When I look at the University Village sign, and I know that there's this deep-seated obviously a financial one for whether it's Smart and Final or PetSmart or Starbucks or anybody else to make sure that their logo and that gets in front of folks. But I see at University Village that Citibank and Starbucks, they get their the look, but there's a conformity and a uniformity that I think is attractive, and it provides some uniqueness to those signs. How does our code address that? Because even what Michael showed with pavilions, obviously they chose to do something with the backlighting and brick and flower planter, and I saw Save Mart at Lohman's got their sign in down below. But I guess I'm curious as to these centers as they remodel, because it's I guess it's great to some extent that they bring them down, or they try to make sure they can advertise to the traveling public and use their logos. But where do either staff or where does the county begin to say, no, it's not just off the shelf and run a strip up the side that says Arden Creek Center. And then everybody puts their colors and logo in there, and depending upon how much square footage or how much they pay to get on the sign, they get that, however that works. And I'm familiar with Delta Shores. I mean, you can see the signs almost from the town of Franklin. They're so high. But, welcome to Sacramento. I saw that the other day. But I guess I'm curious is that maybe the differentiation, again, you're the county planner, so just to get some sense about it, because that's been referenced here quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's through the design review process, and I don't know that we don't really have a specific design aesthetic, nailed down that everybody has to follow, wood or, only blue signs in the county, or I don't know, only brick signs in the county. We don't it's much more general, so it is relative to each project. I do know, like with existing tenants, they have a couple big existing corporate tenants that I think have a required sign size in their lease.
Okay.
So that can play a factor, but that doesn't really play a factor for staff and design review. I mean, we just look at what it looks like. That's up to the developer to figure out how to deal with that part.
But so as it relates to colors and, you know, style, face, and all that, I mean, I don't know how much you get into that in the review. But again, if I heard anything out of all the testimony today, part of it was at least that, you know, certainly some uniformity, but also then, you know, things that make it unique. And, you know, that's what draws people in off the curb, is that if it's unique and it has those things that they want to patronize. And so I guess I'm just trying to curious is that, you know, looking at the signs that were shown in Mr. Siemens' presentation, but we drive around, you know, the county, and you see what kind of looks good, what kind of looks so-so. Some's vanilla, some's, you know, and it grabs your eye. And I think the uniqueness and certainly newness, but certainly sharpness to all that. And
right.
So are you able to do that in the process? I guess my question is, can you say it's got to be it has to be backlit, but only the letters, or does it all, can they just drop in the plastic faceplates that say XYZ business?
Honestly, I'm not sure I can answer all those questions about how the design review administrator interacts. We obviously take the developer's initial proposal and we use the design guidelines and we push good design. And I know that there was changes to these signs as it went through. I don't have a before design review and after design review. I don't know, Cindy, if you have anything else to add on the design of the signs. Do you want to say?
And I would just say, Leanne, as Cindy's coming up, if I could, that, you know, it's not just up to staff to push. Again, if our guidelines aren't clear enough or directive enough, and it's up to this board certainly to, you know, to look at that. We give you those guidelines, but if it's always having to push, then that says to me, then, you know, puts you in a bit of a weak position at times. And so, you know, I don't know how it works in the city or in some other city or county, but, you know, guidelines are guidelines, but they should also be something that you can go to folks and say, hey, you know, we want something unique for this corner in, you know, Sacramento County or this community. I'm curious, you know, how do you feel when you're going into that? You're in those negotiations, I trust.
Oftentimes frustrated, but okay.
Okay.
The signs originally came in and they were higher, and they were taller and they were bigger. Okay, so square footage, and then also the height was higher. And as staff, we had several concerns with that. Said that we would have a difficult time supporting those types of signs because they exceeded. So Arden Arcade, there's a special sign corridor there, so we have to look at that separate from what the sign ordinance is. So we're looking at that, and even though we have other projects where we look to see have the deviations been allowed, and they have been, we still felt for that size of the shopping center and what they were proposing, they were still too large and too high. We took it to the Design Review Advisory Committee because that's the committee that we look to as staff. That's what they're appointed for, to find things compliant with the design guidelines, which really don't talk about signs. At the time, they didn't talk about signs very much. The DRAC felt also that they were too high, too large, and that they were, I don't know how to say, I'm not an architect, but they were too square. And so they had them kind of change the linear part and make it a little more linear where it says Arden Creek Town Center. Change that up a bit, make the sign panels a little bit smaller, lower the signs a little bit. Still, they were a few feet taller and a little bit bigger, but they were changing, and I apologize, we should have had the before and afters. I didn't think that we were going to go into that. And the applicant is here. The applicant's attorney spoke, but the applicant's here who was through that whole process, and they might be able to explain it a little bit more also because they worked with their sign company. But that's what we looked at, and we worked with DRAC. We also then looked at the design review and the elevations of the buildings that are proposed, and then phase one, which was non-discretionary, but we're trying to look at a large project and see how the signs fit. We also look at the existing signs, and so what are we getting in return for eliminating what's out there now, because they can have what they have out there now. And so those are all the factors that we looked at.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, back to Leanne.
I think I already stated that there was an initial drive-through on the Shop C. That was eliminated in the process. And another key thing that came out of the design review was the key entryway having a landscape median off a Watt. So that was something that was worked out by Design Review Advisory Committee that was added That was not part of their initial proposal.
As long as you're on the drive-throughs, are they 24-hour?
The zoning code does permit 24-hour drive-throughs by right. That, in and of itself, that doesn't necessarily trigger a use permit. It's their proximity to residential and the setbacks. So those are the kind of things that may trigger a discretionary review. So for a building in a certain location.
So it's 24-hour by right, but it could be modified.
In this case, because there is a discretionary review, you could conceivably condition it because you have a discretionary entitlement upon which to condition. But if they moved the building, you might lose that discretionary entitlement permit to condition the 24-hour use. Because a 24-hour use in and of itself isn't what's triggering the entitlement for the shops B. Is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm not asking about moving the building or anything else. I'm saying right now in this hearing,
yes,
it appears it could be up to 24 hours, but it also could be restricted by this body, correct?
They are asking for an entitlement for the location of the drive-through. I think that would give you an opportunity potentially to condition the 24-hour use, even though a 24-hour use in and of itself is permitted in the zoning code. We didn't consider that condition, so
de novo.
Looked at that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I see Cindy's kind of shrugging too. I think we'd have to look at it. I don't know off the top of my head whether what they're asking for triggers an ability to impose that condition. I just don't know.
Okay.
So if you want to contemplate that, we might need to look into that.
Okay. Do you know if there'll be security on site?
I'm going to have to call Cindy up to address security.
As part of the contemplation, to go back to Krista's question, so the entitlement is not for a use permit for a drive-through. That's a permitted use. The entitlement is for a use permit for a drive-through lane location, so it's not for use. So we didn't look at conditions that get into use, which would be time. So that was not looked into, the 24-hour, because they are a permitted use. And then, I'm sorry, what? Oh, security. I believe the applicant does have their security person here, so I would defer to that. I don't know that I feel comfortable answering questions about security.
Okay. You want me up, or do you want that? We'll have the applicant up at the end. Do you want me to continue on, and then we'll have the applicant come up at the end? All right. So I think we've covered CEQA and traffic from the staff perspective. We have evaluated that. We're comfortable with our negative declaration.
So there was a traffic study done?
There was a traffic analysis done, yes.
Okay,
and
so
it did
analysis
not
is
trigger a traffic study.
Yeah, it didn't trigger a traffic study, but a traffic analysis was done in the last 45 days.
Yes.
And it conforms with DOT's standards.
Yes.
Okay.
And in conclusion, I think staff has looked for a good project that's a balance. We've pushed for changes along the way. We have tried to address the concerns that have come up. We do value public input, and we do want investment here. And so I think those were the things that I had on my list.
Okay, and did you address the phase 1, phase 2 question?
So the phase 1 was the rehabilitation of the existing buildings. That is, those are permitted uses, and it's non-discretionary design review. Those applications were made on the same day, but we considered it appropriate for the one to go through non-discretionary design review and to move forward because they were independent and separate from one another.
Okay. Maybe the applicant could come up at this point. And their security expert, unless, Mr. Thatch, you know the answers to the security.
I can get my water back this way.
Oh, everybody's had a swig out of it. I don't know if you want.
I was watching. I'll take them one at a time, and I may miss something. Security, yes, there will be security, including at night.
On site?
On
or
site.
they're going between there and University Village, or?
I think it's on site, is my understanding.
Currently, security is on site for this site, only this site. 10 drive.
I think, yeah, if you're going to talk that much, I need to have you come down and speak it into the microphone so we can get it on the record. Please.
Good evening, guys. My name is Tiffany. I'm actually the property manager on behalf of Merlone Geyer. I do all the accounts for the property, including security, janitorial, maintenance, all the above.
Okay.
Currently, security is 10 drive-throughs a day, minimum of 25 minutes per time. At the weekends, Saturday, Sunday, and then on the weekdays it is 7 drive-throughs, minimum of 25 minutes. I get reports daily for all of those and respond on behalf of what's needed, whether it's a citation for a car that's not supposed to be there, whether it's a transient. We have called the sheriff on numerous occasions to do 602s as needed, which is a no trespass order. We respond as needed based on all that stuff. The budget for going forward when it comes to the new buildings and or any increased security as needed will be adjusted again as needed. So if it's needed more, then we add more.
We had some testimony that there were burglaries or security problems in the quote-unquote back alley, so between the back of the current shopping center and the fence. Do you know what that referred to?
The only thing I can think of that refers to is there have been issues with transients going back there and getting into the trash. Unfortunately, that's something that is seen across the state.
Yeah, it's
However,
everywhere.
it is something that is responded to. All the tenants currently there, as well as my job with the new tenants, will be to make sure that they know the policies and procedures of the shopping center, including cleanliness, and then forward thinking if they see something that's out of place, they would be calling the security and or the sheriff, and then our security, of course, will be increased as needed to abate these issues.
Okay. Mr. Cerna has a question for you.
Thank you. On the same subject of security, and forgive me if this has been asked and answered already, but with what's been proposed, would there actually be more video cameras, external video cameras, that would also presumably aid in making it a safer environment?
So do you have security cameras, and will you keep them? And
I don't have them currently for the center. I believe there are some on the rear of the majors that are provided by the majors, PetSmart, Smart & Final, and Rite Aid. I don't control those. Those are controlled by their corporate offices. It's something that we can look at if it's necessary.
Yeah, I think we'd like to have that.
Yeah, Greg, do you know whether or not your client is in contact with prospective tenants that would expect to put exterior cameras for security purposes on their buildings?
I don't. And one of the issues until this matter was resolved, there hasn't been a lot of tenants that they've sought to sign up. So I think that's on the way. But I'm assuming that cameras today are a fairly reasonably priced item. So
they seem pretty ubiquitous.
I think putting cameras in at the appropriate locations makes sense. And unless I get an arrow in my back here, I'm
do you know if University Village has them?
I don't know.
Do not. Okay, but we could require them in this hearing?
Yeah, we do not currently have a condition on security cameras, but we could add one.
Okay.
Other questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Natoli had his punched in.
I was going to ask you a question while the lady was still down here. Maybe you can answer it, Greg. But so what is the lighting in that alleyway? Again, I know obviously there's a balance between people's privacy to the east and to the north, but how is that lit? Is there going to be a change in the lighting? And secondly, as it relates to any of the dumpsters or garbage container areas, are those locked? You're going to add some new ones in front, but I guess I'm curious about, again, that can help address some of the issues in a passive way, but certainly lighting.
You were right that I have no idea what the answer to that question is.
All right, so maybe the property
Usually
manager.
the back of a
Others
shopping
do.
center that backs up to a neighborhood doesn't want a lot of
Not a
light,
lot of
otherwise it
lighting.
shines in their
That's what I'm saying.
backyard.
Some ambient, I mean, I just wonder.
But like a sodium light?
Yeah.
Sorry, I guess I should see down.
Those are big steps.
To address this properly, it is definitely an issue with providing too much light into the neighbors' yards.
Right.
The current lighting on the back of the center, to my knowledge, is the wall pack lighting that's on the back of the buildings. There, could be considered some darkness back there, but again, our security goes back there.
Could you speak up? I'm
Sorry.
only getting about every third word.
Our security is back there, and like I said, currently the lighting in the back of the center is the wall pack lighting on the back of the buildings. I'd have to defer to our architect and our construction manager as to whether we're going to have additional lighting back there. But again, the more lighting you put back there, you're going to put it into the neighbors' yards.
So does it meet current standards, or it will meet current standards, whatever those standards are, standards for lighting,
Yeah.
Well, it will have to.
Okay.
Yeah, it will have to.
And what about for your garbage containers?
Oh, sorry. The garbage area for the new shop space, Shops A, is currently facing the neighbor's yard, neighbors in the back of the center, is lit, secured, rolling gates, keypad lock. So it's secured, and it is, I've been involved in the construction to as much as my ability because I have experience in trash and in the issues. I am also working with, there's 3 other trash issues at the back of the center, and I guess I won't call them issues. Rite Aid owns their own compactor, has been for however many years they've been there. I've asked them to clean it up. It's a little bit messy, but other than that, that's theirs. The other 2 are the Smart and Final and PetSmart trash areas. I'm also working with them on corporate to see if there's anything they can do to make those a little nicer. Ask them to have their waste companies lock them, and more to that extent.
Thanks.
Okay. And then as long as you're there, you're the only one from the project that's speaking, so talk to me about the 24-hour usage of the restaurants that are proposed.
I don't know.
A 24-hour drive-through.
I may be able to address
Okay.
that, at least in part.
At a 50-50
We don't have a
chance
tenant. There is no tenant.
I understand
there.
that, but
Right-
you've got to
right-
be advertising them and telling them
Right
what you
now,
want
the
them to do.
size of that is 2,000 square feet, which lends itself to a coffee facility of some type. I think it's highly unlikely that they would elect to be open 24 hours. But I think that's as much as we can provide now. Right?
Okay. Ms. Frost?
There was mentioned by one of the neighbors that the wall is not masonry, but my understanding is that the wall is masonry. Does it require maintenance?
Oh, I think like all walls, I have a masonry wall at my house. It requires some maintenance to it. Probably all walls require maintenance, and it will require some.
And the property management, the plan is that the property management company will maintain the wall.
Well, Merlot Geyer will maintain the wall. They manage their own properties.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'd like to talk about signs a little bit. That's really the big thing that's
Maybe I
bothering
can
me right
put that
now.
a little bit in perspective. I'm told that the signs at University Village are actually 12 feet, and there are 10 of them at University Village.
How many are proposed on this project? 3?
3. 2 are at 15, I think, and 1 at 12 feet in height. Again, those signs are a little bit bigger. A couple of reasons for them. They're now put on a pedestal. They have a planter, and they also have the architectural detail on the side of it of the name of the shopping center, Arden Creek, which were things that the design folks had suggested be done. So that has resulted in the size of that. I will also say that you have to understand this is not a brand new center. This is one that they have bought. They inherited leases with this center, and for those major tenants, they have very clear contractual rights to a type of sign and a size of style of that sign. And I will tell you that the panels on this sign are decreasing the size for each one of those major tenants. They weren't wild about that. And it was not an easy thing to get them to agree to do. But changing that sign to eliminating their logo, their colors, etc., I think is probably what I'm told a non-starter with those tenants. And they would probably have no choice but to leave the existing signs in place.
Well, I would like to know if you can, let's say we were to go ahead with the request on the size of the signs, if there is a way to design them so they are more aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, and
these look like every shopping center that you drive by.
Right. I'm sure my client would be willing to take a fresh look at it, but I suspect, Supervisor Peters, that at least if I heard correctly, the biggest concern was about the logo of these various tenants, PetSmart, Rite Aid, etc., and the colors, the sign, and that.
I didn't pick that up.
Okay. Perhaps I misunderstood.
I picked up height and width. And aesthetically. I mean, I think people are looking for a little bit more aesthetically pleasing product here. I mean, the buildings look like they're going to be nice, and there's going to be nice landscaping and a new fence, and and we appreciate that kind of reinvestment. But the fence doesn't reflect the amount of ownership. I mean, the fence. Did I say the fence? The sign's getting late. The sign.
And I think again,
I couldn't suggest to you what it should look like, but
I think we could always take a fresh look at it. I just think the challenge is pleasing the tenants because they have clear contractual rights.
Supervisor Peters, are you thinking about something like a stronger reflection of architectural themes in the buildings that makes its way to the sign?
Yes.
Maybe that's...
As University Village did.
So maybe that's where a happy medium here lies.
We certainly can take a fresh look at that design. I think if the board were inclined to approve the deviation, we would know the parameters we have to work in for a redesign.
How would that work, Leanne?
Well, I guess you would have two options. If the board wanted to see some of these changes, you could give us general direction. We could come back here. Your other alternative would be to make a decision about what you're going to do today, but remand the sign design back to the DRAC or the design review administrator if you felt comfortable with that, with some general parameters. So you have two options: keeping control over the design of the sign yourself, or moving forward with a project decision, but sending design review back.
Well, do they have the ability to deviate from the current standard? I mean, I assume that's why they approved this in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a relevance to the comments that some of you have made, including Supervisor Natoli earlier about do our design guidelines really have the kind of teeth that you want, and that may be something we need to look at separately. I think in this case, if we have the concurrence of the applicant to take a fresh look at the signs, I assume that they would cooperate.
I just got that arrow in my back that I mentioned before. I think what I heard from my client was how difficult this sign has been and how difficult it has been to get the tenant's approval. And not a real big desire to reopen it, but if that's the board's will, it's the board's will.
Any ideas?
Well, I mean, I guess I completely understand the point that's being made. I appreciate it. I think it'd be one thing if this was a new center that didn't have the history of these anchors being there for years. But the consumers in Sacramento County that use this center do have the benefit of having that history, shopping there. And so I would maybe argue a little bit that the sensitivity to changes in the sign maybe are a little more exaggerated than if it was brand new and you're trying to get consumers used to the fact that this is a new place, a new destination So that's why I think there's some room to find a way to meet the needs of the tenants, which I appreciate, and also the needs for a good-looking sign that the residents can appreciate, that we can appreciate, that you can appreciate. And I'm also hearing the last part of that statement, which is, if that's what the board wants to do, then we'll figure out how to make it work. So
I understand the idea of a lease. I'm sure it calls out in the lease how much signage each tenant gets and how big it is and that
what
sort
it
of
looks
thing.
like.
Pardon?
And what it looks like.
Yeah, okay, and what it looks like. Well, hopefully it could be better looking than this. Did your client wish to speak?
No, I don't know that wish to speak. I think I heard the same message from two folks with my client, and it's that they have been through 5 hearings. They have worked extensively with staff, with the DRAC, et cetera, to design the sign. So I think what I'm hearing is frustration on the part of my client.
Well, we're kind of down to the short strokes on this, and it involves the sign.
I understand.
So I think it's appropriate to discuss it. But I don't think we can design it here. So the question, I think, becomes the 2 options that Leanne mentioned, which is it goes back to, the sign only goes back to staff and the design review committee with input, or it comes back to this board. And I don't think this board should be involved in designing signs. So, I think I heard.
I think if we had the approvals today and we worked with staff, that would be the best alternative under the circumstances.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Thatch?
Just, if I could, Madam Chair, just as it relates to the fence and to the maintenance of it, because we saw some pictures, Greg, of, again, not this property, but where a similar type of product has been used, and I could take you to some locations in my district and show you the similar type of product where over time it sags, it moves, and it's behind properties, and it doesn't get that much attention. It may not be broken down or falling down, but I mean the aesthetic is certainly not what it was when it went in. So I guess I'm curious. We saw the rendering of kind of the typical, but what sort of provision beyond just the normal maintenance? Because again, a lot of that product out there runs the whole gamut. In fact, just recently, again, it was used that put in place, slide in place was removed along Highway 99 in Supervisor Kennedy's district. He and Supervisor Yee worked on that project for years. And over the years, between time and the wear and tear of just weather and a few cars running into that location, it really turned out to be something that was pretty pitiful. I'm not suggesting that would happen here, but what assurance is that this is going to not just be maintained, but that what you're going to use there is going to be of a high standard, I guess, a higher quality? Because I just say my preference would be that figure out a way to put in a masonry wall, a laid in place one, not a poured in one that's put in. I don't sense that that's the majority feeling up here, but I guess I would like to have some assurances beyond just, well, the product manufacturer guarantees it for 5 years, and then you're on your own. So, has there been some attempt to kind of beef it up, I guess, in that sense?
Well, I'll ask John here in a minute, but I can tell you that they tried to find the highest quality they could to do this. So this isn't bargain hunting here.
Right.
It was really to find a very good product that would stand the test of time. That's number one. Number two, I will tell you that it's been my privilege to represent Merlone Geyer now for over 10 years. And I can attest to the fact that they run their own shopping centers, and they're pretty darn particular about how those look and how those are maintained. I can't imagine them allowing a wall like this to become in disrepair and become a problem. Just can't imagine that happening. I don't know what the manufacturer's guarantee is. Do you, John?
Hello, John Plumpto. I represent Design and Construction at Merlone Geyer. I'll ask a couple of the technical questions. The I think I want to start off by just first clarifying, we're falsely assuming that a concrete precast masonry fence is a wrong product or a failing product. It's not. It's all about the quality of how it's built. Any particular construction can fail over time if it's not done right. And so what we already pointed out previously is why we chose that sign design, or that fence design. What I'm pointing out now in terms of the maintenance is that there will be some maintenance obligations on our end that we'll fully maintain. We do with all of our shopping centers, as Greg pointed out. Furthermore, the typical maintenance obligations that we have to make sure there's no graffiti, that it's removed properly, if there are broken fences, broken pillars and whatnot, that we repair those in a timely manner, and certainly that there's no gaps in the fence. And I think some of the folks that are here today have pointed out other failing opportunities that we've seen around the county where fences are dilapidated, they're falling apart, the fence panels are coming out. That could be because it wasn't constructed right. It could be because somebody's not maintaining it properly. That's not something that we allow happen at our centers. If the fence is built properly, it will hold up for a period of a minimum of 20 years. We do have warranties in place with our contractors. Those are typically short-term, but we have property management in place that makes sure that those fences and all of the construction throughout our centers and all structures, quite frankly, are taken care of over the duration of time that we own the center.
So have you used the product that you're speccing out here in other centers you've done remodels on?
Yes, we have. Oftentimes, also abutting residential components as well.
Can you just give us a list here locally where you've used it?
The clearest one would be out in Rockland, Willow Rock, which abuts a residential center. That is a precast masonry fence on the back.
That was new construction, John, or that was a remodel?
It was also a remodel center. That was converting an existing construction site to a new tenant, adding in loading docks and expanding the building square footage, and then adding fencing panels and whatnot. We've seen these fencing panels used throughout construction in Sacramento County and the entire nation. The benefit that you have with a precast concrete fence is the fact that you can use what's called form liners. Form liners are pieces of the fence that look like real building products, such as wood panels. It can look like brick. It can take on any shape, any color that we want. The possibilities are pretty much endless. There's catalogs that exist, and some of the examples that I had shown the county previously are representations of fences that look like wood fences, but in fact are not. And so you get the benefit of longevity, weather resistance over time, with looking like something that's more of a natural product.
If I could, just one follow on that. So what has been approved as relates to the actual look of this? So does it look like a wood fence? Is it going to be, I mean, we've seen some pictures that were...
The final design hadn't been chosen yet. There's no cost difference for us in whether we go with something that looks like a real wood fence, which is what's there today, and some of the property owners, and one of the thought is maybe we do a survey and we see what everybody wants to see. There's other opportunities to make it look like a brick wall or like a CMU wall or just look like a overlapping shiplap type scenario. So we have not finalized that design. And I think within our application, it was kind of left open-ended to finalize that design and come back to the county with those design details at the time that we apply for a building permit.
Okay, I didn't mean to belabor this, but I thought the design review had already been completed.
From the staff perspective, the wall that we are approving is what we are showing you in the slide. If they want to come back and approach us for something different, we would have to address that on a case-by-case basis. If they worked out with a neighbor that they requested something else, we'd have to look at it again, but what we're approving is the design that's shown in this slide.
Okay, so that's the approved design.
Yes.
And that was been
from the Design Review Advisory Committee. Yes.
Okay. And that went to the CPAC as well.
Yes. Yes.
That was going.
No, it didn't.
Did this design go to the CPAC?
Didn't that go to CPAC?
We did have some exhibits that we showed CPAC, absolutely, and it showed the perimeter fencing, which was the north and the east end of the property. I believe the total lineal footage was somewhere in the 1,500 lineal footage range. And we showed just a typical example of one of the fences that had been installed on one of the properties that we didn't own. It was adjacent to a Lowe's center, very nice looking fence that was colored brown with some wood panels. And we basically had talked about during the presentation, I had gave way that we had multiple options to design that fence, and that had been finalized.
Because did not the CPAC weigh in on that? No. On the fence?
We don't do a full staff PowerPoint presentation at the CPAC.
I get that.
Because it's early on. I don't know if the CPAC saw the wall design or not. They certainly would have talked about what kind of wall it was. I don't know if they saw a photo of the
appearance of the wall.
As a matter of fact, that's how the conclusion was drawn by the CPAC, to try to put the condition in place to make it equal or similar to an actual CMU wall, because during the presentation we represented that it was going to look similar to a CMU wall, but we had more varieties and more options to do so.
So this picture here is what's been approved?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The one on the left.
On the left, right. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Right, any further questions of the applicant?
Anything else I can't answer?
Ms. Linderman, we've heard from you several times, so I see you standing there. So we're finished with public testimony, and we're moving into final deliberation here. I am going to recommend the motion to the recommendations in the staff report with a couple of additions. One, that we require cameras on-site security with the ability for the Sheriff's Department to look at them for a period of 30 days. The drive-through would have a midnight cutoff, and refer the sign back to staff and Design Review Committee, understanding that the tenants want to have their logo and they have to have a certain size, but that we look at something that might be a little more aesthetically advanced.
Second.
Did you want to propose you said drive-through ends at midnight. Do you want to have a time period when it can open again?
Like 6 a.m. or? 6 a.m. I'd say.
6, okay.
How will work for that tenant?
5?
5?
4:30.
4:30, really?
Yep.
So it's 24/7. It's 24/7.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with the nighttime, so opening at 4:30, a lot of people go to work that early. Any other comments? So we had a second. Any final remarks before we vote? Please vote then.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you very much for spending your afternoon with us and for your suggestions on the aesthetics and some other things. So we'll move on to item 37.
Okay, item 37 are your nominations. You are continuing to February 27th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission, Consumnes Area Community Planning Advisory, the County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Consumnes, the County Service Area 4C, Delta, Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Fair Oak Cemetery District, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, the Paratransit Incorporated Board of Directors, Sacramento County Redevelopment Successor Agency Oversight Board, the Sacramento Environmental Commission, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. For your items today, we have the Adult and Aging Commission. Ms. Peters.
First, could you clear the screens? Mine isn't cleared.
Sorry.
Thank you. Please continue that to February 27th.
Okay. The Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Natoli.
We still have interviews pending, so we'd continue this, ask to close the filing period and then continue to February 27th for nomination.
The County Planning Commission, Ms. Frost.
I'd like to nominate Tina Pauley to the Planning Commission and waive process so she can be appointed immediately.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And then the Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board, Ms. Peters.
Please continue the 27th.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I picked up a page here. Chief's recommending reappointing Bonita Mallory as a school nurse representative and nominating Dr. Kevin Keating for the dentist representative seat, and request the process to be waived on Dr. Keating.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Continue the remainder to the 27th.
Got it. That concludes your nominations. And then your final item is, well, not your final, but your next item is 38, your own ranks appointments to the boards and commissions. I just want to point out that in your memo for the terms that have expired, I want to make a correction on the record that the Cal ID RAND Board, that's an indefinite seat. The only issue there will be dealt with for the alternate seat. So I just want to make that correction. You don't need to.
Which
I don't even remember hearing of that one.
Which board?
Cal ID RAN Board.
Correct.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it either.
Technology, largely for the sheriff's department, so it's there's funding that comes down through, and we have a seat on that, but it's not a District 5 seat, it's a board seat.
Correct, but
Yeah.
there's no action that needs to happen today. It was
Okay.
on the...
All right, so we're just going to the green seats?
We are going to concentrate on the yellow seats.
The yellow seats.
Yes. So for the Adult and Aging Commission, Madam Chair, do you want me to just walk through the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. For your Adult and Aging Commission, do you want to reappoint, or do you have a new appointment for the designated seat? Currently, Cheryl Venegas is in that seat.
Would she like to continue?
I haven't chatted with her about it. I know she's been, pretty faithful in attendance, so let me, if we can hold that over, Madam Chair, and I'll see what her preference is.
that's fine.
Okay.
For the area for Agency on Aging, it's if you want to reappoint or if you have any new, the seats expire on, these are just for your alternates. They're one-year terms.
Anybody have any changes they'd like to make? No? Okay.
And then we are going to ignore the Cal ID RAND Board. The only question there is we do not have an alternate. Mr. Natoli, at this point, do you have any recommendations, or are we still okay with just having you?
So, am I supposed to attend these? Because there was some call to my office about not getting a quorum and so forth, so I had not been attending this. I didn't know if it rotated, because it said District 5.
I can follow up with you regarding the requirement.
So I don't know if it rotates with the chair or not, because I see that...
Is this? Are you talking about the Cal ID RAN?
Yes, yeah.
I have never heard of that. Are you sure we have to go?
Yes, it's been on your own ranks for quite some time.
I like where you're going with it, though.
And we referred it to Nav Gill back a year ago. It says right here, it was referred to you in February of last year for an alternate, and...
Aha! Someone we can pin it on.
Yeah, it says right here.
We were, so it was directed that we try to identify an alternate, which I did make an attempt to work with your office to do that.
My office. It didn't say referred to my office, it says referred to Nav Gill.
Let me do this. Let me find out more about it, and I'll come back on what we need to do.
Again, if they need somebody to attend, I mean, I know there's been a call to my office in recent days about this, and certainly I'm familiar with it. In fact, I served on it years ago when I was assistant to Toby Johnson, so it's like 25 years ago now almost. So,
Flo, let's work on that when I come back.
Okay.
What it is.
We're going to find a technology committee for you, Don.
Yeah, I know. That's what I need. Yeah.
You're going to need an iPhone.
You don't want my advice.
You're going to need an iPhone X for that.
Yeah.
The next matter is the Criminal Justice Cabinet.
Bring it back.
This is a chair or chair designee.
So currently Supervisor Kennedy is on that.
Correct. And Supervisor Frost is the alternate.
Okay, so leave it the same.
Next is the Law Library Board of Trustees. Do you want to leave that the same? Currently, Robin,
Yes.
our county council.
It's always county council, yeah.
And then next we have the Regional Human Rights Fair Housing Commission Governing Board. Currently, Kennedy is a member, Natoli is a member, and Supervisor Frost is an alternate. Are we leaving that the same?
Anybody? Everybody okay with that? Okay.
It's 10 very valuable minutes of our time every year.
Well, that's the once a year one.
Okay, and then next is the Sacramento County Mental Health Board. Do we want to leave this membership the same? We have Kennedy and Mr. Kennedy's a member, Mr. Natoli is an alternate.
He'd like to stay.
Okay.
It's fine.
After that, we have the Sacramento Public Library Authority Governing Board. Two things. Are we keeping the, the only issue here is Supervisor Frost for your alternate. Currently, we have that vacant.
I don't have an alternate at this time.
Okay.
So I'll leave it vacant for now.
Okay. And then we have the Tobacco Securitization Corporation. Just pointing out that we still have a vacancy for the sixth seat. It's the designee seat.
One of the things you asked me last year was to look into, find somebody. I'm not having much luck with it, so we'll continue looking.
Okay.
Is there somebody from the business community that would be willing to join this for, we reach out to the Metro Chamber?
We did.
We did.
Yeah. We'll continue.
Out to the other chambers?
I'm thinking about GSAC next time at the board meeting, maybe.
Okay, good luck with that.
Madam Chair?
Oh, yes, Mr. Cerna.
Does that, first of all, Madam Clerk, does that conclude the boards and commissions that are scheduled for us to review today?
Correct.
If it's appropriate, I would like to suggest for consideration a little bit of shuffling on the LAFCO Commission. I've had a conversation with Supervisor Frost, who's expressed interest in serving as the principal member of LAFCO, and I am willing to nominate her to serve on that commission if she decides she wants to do it.
I'll second the nomination. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
I just ask you, I don't see it, the Delta Conservancy?
This is just what's renewing this at this moment. Maybe it's in years ahead of us.
Does Supervisor Cerna then become the alternate on LAFCO?
That's a good question. I'm willing to, I suppose. Do we have? I'm sorry. Do we have a shared alternate for the two board members? Is that how it works for LAFCO? Is that what you're talking about?
No, they're talking about the Delta Commission.
No, she's asking about LAFCO.
I was the alternate on LAFCO. I was the alternate on LAFCO.
You backed up. Okay.
Yeah.
So we.
Yeah, I'm willing to swap, or I'm willing to have someone else serve as the alternate. So if there's any interest from
I don't see anyone stepping forward.
Yeah, it's got a conflict for me.
Okay. All right. So Mrs. Cerna will be the alternate on LAFCO. Now, did you solve the Delta Commission?
No, the Delta Conservancy. So we have, we have
Sorry.
the Protection Commission, so Delta Conservancy. I think I serve as a primary, and Don Thomas has served as the alternate for the board.
Supervisor Natoli, that one just jogged my memory. I need to work with Flo because I need to come back to you on that piece with Don Thomas being the alternate.
Okay. Done a good job. He served for me. He goes for me sometimes, so.
No, he's doing a great job. That's not the issue.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But I don't see it on here. I just said so. I don't. There's a.
It's not up for renewal. It's an indefinite.
Okay.
So as personnel changes,
All
we
right.
need to come bring that back.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing else. That concludes my notes.
Okay. Any supervisor comments? Yes. Ms. Frost?
I wanted to close in memory of a friend in Citrus Heights, but before doing so, I was wanting to request Nav if you would, if we could take a look at the civil service rule as relates to veterans and ask staff to just kind of review it and see what's going on with other counties in the state and see if we can update it. I've had some inquiries around that.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I wanted to close in memory of a good friend from Citrus Heights, Jerry Carl Smith, who is also affectionately known as Chappie, was born on April 11, 1943, and passed on December 21, 2017. Jerry served in the United States Navy from 1964 to 67, and then served and retired from the California Army National Guard. He was the post chaplain for the American Legion Post 637 in Citrus Heights, California, where he was nicknamed Chappie, and was one of the post chaplains who also participated in the No Soldier Dies Alone program. Jerry earned an associate's degree from the Sacramento City College in 1967 and continued to receive a bachelor's degree in political science from the California State University, Sacramento in 1973, and political science standards secondary teaching and learning handicapped credentials in 75. He was Assistant Cub Scout Master for the LDS PAC 54, member of Sacramento Storytellers Guild, granted LDS Aaronic priesthood, and for recreation, Jerry enjoyed striped black bass and deep sea fishing. He is survived by his wife and son who live in Citrus Heights. And I just wanted to mention Jerry. I've known Jerry for a few years, and during my work with the American Legion, he's a devoted friend and has always been there to help anyone who asked, including me during my year as mayor. Jerry was there when I had all these projects going on as one of the volunteers that helped me put things together. He played an important role in helping us plan for the Battle of the Bands and Barbecues, which is a wonderful fundraiser for our veterans in Citrus Heights every year. He was a spiritual leader, and every veteran event opened with one of Chappie's beautiful, well-written prayers. He was thoughtful and a very intelligent man, a great father and a great friend, and he always had a positive outlook. Even in his last days, when I was visiting him in the hospital a couple of times, he was thumbs up. And we will miss you, Chappie, and may you rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Mr. County Executive, did you have any comments?
None.
Okay. Anyone else? No. Yes?
Oh, I was going to say, the mystery is solved. It's the Conservancy is under Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy on page 4, and it is listed. So
you were looking under D.
Yeah, I was looking under D too. So it is there, and it has me as the primary and Don
Yes,
Thomas.
it does,
Delaware.
yes.
Yeah, so it's listed. So thank you. Didn't mean to take away from the.
Okay, so we're going to adjourn today in memory of Jerry Carl Smith.